Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter awakens the ancient dragon lord? Part 1. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Harry's POV. Harry sat in his study reading a book. Dark Spells, a History. He was surprised when he had found this in Potter Manor's library. Of course, the book itself wasn't really that dark. It never really told you how to do a dark spell, it just went into the history and creation of many of them. Many had fallen out of use while many were still being used by dark tossers to this day. The thought of Death Eaters caused him to look up from his book and think about his supposed arch-nemesis Lord Voldemort and his little band of inbred asshats. It had been a few months since he had seen any of them. Actually, it had been a few months since he had seen anyone. Ever since Sirius's death, and of course since Harry destroyed Dumbledore's office, Harry had left the wizarding world completely. He had gone to Gringotts, looked into all the assets of both the Black and Potter family, then moved into Potter Manor. He had the goblins apply every ward they knew to keep people out. Harry himself had applied a Fidelis charm to the manor. Nowadays the only contact with the outside world was the letters his friends and Dumbledore kept ordering him to return. Harry had simply burned every letter that came through, that mentioned him returning, no matter who it was from. Eventually he completely blocked Dumbledore from sending him mail at all, due to all the tracking charms he kept putting on the letters he sent. He got letters from the ministry ordering him to return, with the threat of consequences. Harry couldn't care less what the people kept telling him to do. He did feel a little bad for not telling Ron and Hermione at first. That feeling soon stopped when they started telling him about how they knew what he was going through. They said it was no excuse to stop listening to Professor Dumbledore. That was when he started blocking them as well. Now he spent his days practicing magic and reading the books from his truly massive library. When he became the head of the Black family, he got Kreacher to bring the entire Black library to him. He also had put up the wards on Grimmauld Place so the Order could no longer use it as their own base. He would honestly feel more bad about that, if the Order did anything to help anybody. Alas, they did not, so they got kicked the fuck out. Harry looked back down at his book before putting it down and sighing. The problem with isolation was how boring it could get. Still, it was much better than dealing with the hypocritical wizarding world that seemed to believe that they were done treating him like their personal whipping boy. He should stand up to the big bad Dark Lord. Honestly, Harry wasn't sure what he disliked more, Voldemort or the pathetic masses that refused to do anything about him. Harry stood up and made his way towards the front door of his manor. He opened the ornate double doors and stepped outside into the cool air. It was overcast as it usually was, though Harry didn't mind much. The coolness had a numbing feeling that he almost mistook for pleasant for 1 second as he walked towards the woods at the side of his house. It had become somewhat of a routine when he felt the need to clear his head. The forest itself was peaceful and, as far as Harry knew, was not magical in any real way. He had only seen some signs of things larger than squirrels and similar-sized animals. Sadly, his beautiful, peaceful walk was going to be interrupted. Siri's POV. This is not going well, Siri thought as she landed on her ass in the middle of a forest on some world that she only hoped the Wild Hunt could not follow her to. It only took a few more seconds before a blue swirling portal opened up 20 yards away from her, dispelling that hope. Siri immediately knew what was coming through, so she go up and started to run. She had to find somewhere to hide or someone to help her. She heard the familiar barking of the hounds of the Wild Hunt as they hunted her down. She moved as fast as she could and idly hoped there was no beasts or monsters that would come looking for her. She briefly registered the pain coming from her left leg and immediately knew she snagged her leg on a bush she passed and was hurt. She grimaced but didn't stop moving. Well, didn't stop moving until the navigator came from behind the tree in front of her and smacked his staff into her face. Siri looked up from the ground groggily before scrambling to her feet, so as not to be taken advantage of in her weakened form. She immediately pulled the sword strapped to her back and got ready for combat. There wasn't much room as they weren't in a clearing but surrounded by trees. You only forestall the inevitable Zerial. There is nowhere to run, the navigator said to Ciri. Ciri didn't bother to respond. She knew she was really pinned in a corner, as she knew the rest of the wild hunt had finally caught up to her and she was going to have to fight them. She was already tired for all the energy she used to come to this world in the first place, albeit accidentally. She sensed more than saw the warrior charging at her back. She twisted her body impossibly quick for someone as tired and injured as she. She brought her blade up and used it to redirect the warrior's blade to her right as she stepped to the left. She then struck her blade straight through his chest cavity and pulled the blade out. She immediately jumped to the right as another one of the warriors charged from the right. She didn't even bother countering the attack, and instead simply sidestepped before struck her blade into his neck through the gaps in his armor. It was unfortunate that she couldn't react fast enough to spin around and stop the wild hound stalking up behind her. She screamed as the beast bit into her calf and yanked her to the ground. The pain was almost too much for her as the beasts continued to bite and scratch her all over before the warriors called them off her. The navigator walked up to her. You should not have resisted, little swallow. You have only caused yourself more pain, the navigator said as he stood over her. Ciri looked up for him as she was slowly losing consciousness. Damn, I can't believe I'm going to die like this. I'll never get to see Geralt or Yen ever again.
I'm scared.
Ciri thought as she faded further and further from consciousness. What in the possibly nine hells are you doing? Was the last thing she heard before fully losing consciousness. Harry's POV. What in the possibly nine hells are you doing? Harry asked as he came upon what was probably the weirdest scene he had ever seen. Was quite a few large men in skeleton armor crowding around an ashen-haired girl that was hurt profusely in the middle of forest. In his forest. Mortal, this does not concern you. Leave now while you still have the chance, said what Harry assumed to be the de facto leader of this creepy little band. Leave? I think you are confused. This is my forest you currently in. You do not get to walk through here and then tell me what I should and shouldn't do. Back away from the girl. I will only ask once, Harry said as he pulled out his wand subtly from its hiding place. You had your chance. Kill the who? The lead man tried to say before a red bolt smashed into his chest. His armor immediately caved in under the blast and he flew 20 feet backwards before crashing painfully into a tree. The rest of the warriors made the mistake of watching their leader fly through the air and into the tree, instead of watching the person who just sent their leader into said tree. While they were watching their leader, Harry started to transfigure one of the rocks near him into a grizzly bear. A giant grizzly bear, to be specific. The bear charged, and immediately swatted two more of the warriors to the ground while also possibly caving their skulls in as they dropped. Harry then shot a new spell he recently learnt at the hounds gathering to attack him. Flammus Acrobus, Harry yelled as a flame jumped out and started burning everything in its way. Harry smirked at the spell. It was no fiendfire, but it certainly was a hell of a lot more powerful than the Incendio. Harry watched as the spell tore into the beast, who at first seemed to be able to take the spell but was clear that they couldn't last long against its harsh fury. Harry turned his attention back to the few remaining warriors. Sadly, it seemed as if they were killing his bear. Harry cast a reducto at what appeared to be the most injured of the warriors and watched it smash into his skull, killing him instantly. The remaining two turned to him now that the bear was finished. This is the part where I usually say surrender, but you've caught me at a bad time and have also revealed yourself to be excellent stress relievers, Harry said as he glared at the last living members whose outfits now reminded him of Death Eaters and their skull mask, which only made it easier to kill them, as he had seen firsthand what happens when you didn't finish your enemies off. The two ran at him, hoping to finish him. Harry couldn't decide if that was a smart move or not. On one hand, wizards were usually much weaker against close-range attacks. On the other hand, it gave them less room to dodge spells he threw at them. He pointed his wand and used another spell he had learned recently. Magna Alvio, Harry called out as he moved his wand in the correct motion. Immediately a loud screeching noise came from the end of his wand and blasted its way towards the warriors. They both dropped to their knees and screamed in pain while clutching the sides of their heads. Harry kept it up until he saw them both pass out from what he assumed was a sensory overload. With that out of the way, Harry started the annoying cleanup process. He levitated all the bodies and created a big pile of them. He walked over to the tree where he had thrown the leader only to find a wound smear and no sign of the man. Harry squinted in anger knowing that one got away. He used the point me charm to see if he could track him, but the spell wouldn't work and he could see no visible trail to follow. He turned back and saw the ashen-haired girl still on the ground. Harry's eyes widened as he forgot that she was actually injured and could possibly hurt out. "Creature!" Harry yelled. Immediately the grumpy house elf appeared. "What does filthy half-wound master want from Creature?" The house elf asked. "Take the girl back to the manor. Put her in the biggest guest bedroom we have. Dress her wounds to stop the hurt. I'll join you soon. And be quick," Harry said. Creature nodded and apparat the girl and himself away. Harry turned back towards the pile of bodies. He cast his fire curse at the pile of bodies and watched them burst before jogging back towards his home. Creature was pretty good, but he knew no healing magic to fix the girl and could only delay her demise. Harry finally reached his home once again and entered it as fast as he could. "Creature!" he yelled. The elf immediately appeared and looked at him. "Did you dress the girl's wounds and put her in the guest room?" Harry asked. Creature just nodded at him. "Good. Bring me the preserved potions from the potions lab in the chest marked healing, and put it in the room for me. Then go to the forest and make sure that once the bodies are done burning that the fire is put out and doesn't burn the forest to the ground. After that, erase any trace of what happened here. Then go put up the wards on the portion of the forest that I own. I have put that off for too long. After that you can do whatever you normally do to keep busy," Harry said. Creature nodded and popped away to do what he was told. When Harry had first found out he had gotten Creature, he had gave him a lot of my commands to make sure he ever purposefully betrayed him or gave away any of his secrets. He also said for him to come to Harry if he needed clarification on any orders he was to receive and to not interpret them any way he wished. Creature had not been happy but had done what Harry had told him. In exchange, Harry let the house elf call him whatever he wanted. Harry did a fast walk up the stairs and entered the guest room he specified. He saw the girl laying on the bed very still and pale. Harry walked up to her and saw that Creature had removed her white blouse to dress her. Not that Harry could see anything since the wrappings covered everything lower than her shoulders. Harry fully removed the covers to get a full overview of what he was dealing with. He noticed her tan trousers were still on but were rolled up to her kneecaps because her left leg was dressed on the ankle and calf. Harry also noticed that while her torso and legs were dressed there was wound leaking through, meaning the wounds either hit arteries or were very deep. Could have been both. Harry summoned the potion chest Creature had brought him so that it was next to him. He turned back to the girl and started to slowly undress the girl. He tried to make sure not to stare at anything he wasn't supposed to, but he was a teenage boy and they were literally right in front of him. He felt a light blush on his cheeks but didn't let it slow him down. He started to use some of the limited healing spells he had learned to stop the hurt that was still very much gushing from her body. When he made sure the hurt was under control, he pulled out a potion that looked purple in color. He put a few drops around the entrance of her wounds before rewrapping her torso. He moved down to her legs and realized he was going to have to remove her trousers completely due to wound seeping through them further up on her leg. Thankfully she was indeed wearing underwear so he didn't have to see anything he shouldn't, except of course her legs, which still made him a little uncomfortable and like he was some sort of peeping Tom if he were to be honest with himself. He saw that Creature did indeed miss a wound as a chunk of wood was lodged into her skin. Harry carefully removed it from her before carefully cleaning the wound, and then reapplied the potion he used on her torso. After that he started on her calf, which might have been the worst wound on her body. It was clear that one of those ice beast things had bitten her and it looked like it had torn a chunk of her leg off. Harry was put in a difficult position. He could not heal this wound with his current skills and did not have a potion that could do it. He could, however, cut the left leg under the kneecap and regrow it from there. That would not be comfortable. He could numb her, but she would be very sore in the morning. Harry decided that the girl would probably rather have a leg she could use rather than the one that looked like it was half-eaten. Harry gulped and hesitated for a second before steeling himself and launching a strong cutting charm at the girl's leg. Her body jolted as the leg came off and Harry applied another numbing charm just to be safe. It was then he applied the skill grow to the stump and pulled out a very small vial from his chest. Harry didn't know when, but at some point the Potter family was gifted a small vial of the elixir of life from the notorious Flammels. This was that vial. While the skill grow causing the bones to regrow, the vial would cause all the tissue and other parts to regrow as well. Harry moved to her mouth and opened it slightly, allowing him to pour the potion in, which she immediately swallowed. After that, Harry finished bandaging the rest of her up and getting her as healed as possible. He would need to find some ingredients to make a potion that would help with the soreness she would feel when she woke up, without having to go to Diagon Alley. There was an abandoned greenhouse in his backyard where potion ingredients were once grown, but they were out of commission now. He sighed as he finished bandaging her up before levitating her off the bed, so he could vanish all the wound and throw some quick cleaning spells on the sheets and comforter. After he did that, he put her back down gently. He gathered her clothes, which he would clean for her, and shrunk the potion's chest to take with him. He walked over to the door and took one last look at the girl before he closed it completely. Ciri POV. Ciri awoke to almost all of her body being extremely sore. Her eyes fluttered open and were immediately attacked by the bright light streaming through the room. She waited a moment for eyes to adjust before taking in her surroundings. The room she in was nice, very nice. It reminded her vaguely of when she was very young and lived in Sintra. The room was one of the biggest bedrooms she had ever slept in. She struggled to move her body upwards so that it was leaning against the headrest of the massive bed. She looked out the window to see that she was both low to the ground and was in some sort of clearing surrounded by beautiful wildlife. She then looked back at her room. By now she knew two things. One, she was not in some castle like she originally thought, based on the fact that castles were usually not low to the ground but on hills, and two, if she wasn't in a castle then she was most likely in some manor. Satisfied with her findings, she looked closely at the things in her room to see if her weapon was nearby just in case her host weren't as benevolent as she believed. She sighed in relief seeing her blade leaning gently against the nightstand. She didn't reach for it though because honestly, she was in quite a bit of pain just from moving into this upright position. She looked around at the decorations of the room. It was much less gaudy than most rich manors tend to be. In the few manors she had been to, every room and hallway was decorated in bright colors and covered with expensive art to showcase their wealth. This room was a stark contrast with that. There was only one painting in it, and it was just a landscape piece of a beautiful hill with a clear sky over it. The dressers, stands, and bed frame were much less ornate than most she had seen. Not to say that they weren't probably expensive, because they probably were, but it was much more subtle than she was used to seeing. It was like the very house was saying, I want to look nice, but I am not showing off for your approval. Even the walls were more of a pleasant beige rather than the flamboyant reds she was used to. All in all, the room had a very soothing atmosphere about it. It was that moment that her host graced her with his presence. Harry's POV. Harry walked into his guest's room with a large tray. He had Creature monitoring the room so he would know when she awoke. He also made sure he came once a day just to make sure her wounds were healing up properly. He had been amazed by how quickly her foot had regrown. The bones were expected, but he had no idea how quickly the elixir of life would work. Apparently very quickly. As soon as Creature had told him the girl had awoken, Harry ordered the elf to make a well-rounded breakfast and to put a pitcher of orange juice and water on it so she could drink to her heart's content. He had also gathered her folded clothes that he had cleaned and fixed with him. He set the clothes he had been levitating behind him on the floor outside the room. If the girl knew nothing of magic or perhaps had bad connotations with it, it would be wise to not go in and use it in front of her. He balanced the large tray on one hand skillfully and knocked before gently opening the door. He saw the girl sitting upright against the bed frame. Harry winced internally at how hard that must have been to do alone in her state. He put on what he hoped was a friendly smile. Good morning. Glad to see you're finally awake and even strong enough to lift yourself up. That must have been uncomfortable. I would have come sooner to help if I had known you were going to immediately get up, he told her. The girl gave him a cautious smile in return. It's fine. Thank you for your hospitality. Would you mind telling me how I got here? The girl asked. Harry nodded. Of course, but first, let me put this down so you can dig in. I'll talk while you eat. Deal? Harry asked with a smile. The girl's stomach answered for her with a loud growl at the mention of food. The girl seemed to turn completely red in the face as Harry chuckled softly. He set the tray gently down next to her, as he was afraid putting it on her legs might be painful with all the soreness. All right, well, I didn't know if you had a breakfast preference, so I had an omelette made for you. Next to it is some toast as well as some pineapple fruit. The pitchers have both orange juice and water. You may have either, of course. The little bottle container next to the food and drink is medicine to help with the pain, Harry said as he gestured to each item. The ashen-haired girl downed the potion immediately before digging into the huge omelette creature had made for her. Harry had extras downstairs if she was still hungry after eating it. The girl got halfway through the omelette before calming down and looking at him again with another blush, though this one was much less pronounced. You were saying how I came to be here, she said, prompting him to continue. Oh yes, forgive me for being a little forgetful. As to how I found you, I was taking a stroll through the woods outside when I heard some noises like the smashing of metal on metal in the distance. I decided to investigate, but by the time I found you, you were hurt out on the ground. I asked those beings with the skeleton armor what they thought they were doing, and they told me to leave or die. At that moment, I realized they were probably up to something unpleasant, so I warned them to step away from you and to leave immediately. The one with the staff tried to order them to kill me, but as soon as I heard him start with the order, I attacked. The rest did a blur. It wasn't long before all were dead, including their beasts. Sadly, the one with the staff escaped before I could finish him off. Despite that, I burned the dead bodies to ash and had them scattered all over the forest to throw off the trail and mess with the scent. I then got rid of any scent leading here so they could not track us here. After I brought you here, I started treating your various wounds. That was 4 days and 3 nights ago. I would check in on you once a day to make sure your wounds would heal properly, then told my servant to report to me immediately when you awoke so I could make sure to get you fed and watered as soon as you were awake. Now here we are, Harry said to the girl. He purposefully left out any magic just in case. The girl looked very uncomfortable by the end of the story. Is something wrong? Your wounds aren't acting up, are they? Harry asked in concern. She shook her. No, I'm fine, thank you. For someone as young as you to be able to take on the wild hunt single-handedly is unheard of. You must be a great warrior or perhaps a mage. The girl asked in what almost sounded like a hopeful voice. Harry's eyebrows shot up. So the girl did know of magic. Or at least believed it did. Harry decided to take a leap of faith and tell her the truth. Well, I'm not sure if mage is the right word. My people call ourselves wizards and witches. But yes, I am proficient in magic, if that's your question. Harry said sheepishly. The girl visibly relaxed at his confession, and Harry was curious as to why that was. That's a relief. For a second I thought you may have been some manner of beast that had taken on human skin, like a high vampire or something similar. The girl explained. Harry's right eyebrow shot into his hairline, and an amused smile graced his face. A vampire, really? I think you have been reading too many romance novels, Harry said to the girl in jest. She frowned. Do vampires not exist here? She asked. Harry frowned at that statement and the way she said it. It was more than her just saying here as in his home or England. He got the impression she meant the world as a whole. They do indeed, though I have never heard of a high vampire. Unless you just mean they're clan leaders like Count Dracula. Harry said back to her. She nodded. How soon do you think I will be fit to travel? The girl said. Harry frowned. Did he say something wrong? In a week at the earliest, I imagine. Planning to leave so soon? Harry asked. The girl seemed to realize she may have sounded a little too eager to leave. Apologies, I did not mean to say your hospitality has been anything but fantastic, however. The wild hunt will still be looking for me, and me being here puts you in an enormous amount of danger. Harry nodded in understanding before smiling. You needn't worry if that's your concern then. I have wards around the home that prevent unwanted entry as well as the Fidelis charm in place. It's the nearest thing to making it impossible to find my home, Harry said. The girl looked at him to explain. The Fidelis charm is a charm that takes a secret, and hides it in the depths of one's soul, making it impossible for the secret to be found out unless the secret keeper tells you it. A very high-level charm that has no known counter. Even things like scrying and divination are useless against it. These people that you call the Wild Hunt have come all week to investigate where you have been and to get back on your tail. Sadly for them, I destroyed your trail, and any time they get near the wards, they get lost and have to immediately turn back believing they have gone the wrong way. Some were talking on the last day in a language I couldn't understand, but judging by the motions, I believe they think you have gone already. You are perfectly safe here. Promise. Plus, even if they could somehow teleport straight through the wards, the Fidelis charm puts the whole house in a quasi-pocket dimension, meaning they cannot look at or touch the house even if it's right in front of them. Harry said as he finished the explanation. She looked very impressed. I have never heard of a spell that does something like that. You must be very powerful, she commented, looking impressed. Harry blushed at that and stammered a bit. Well, I'm all right, I suppose. Far from the weakest wizard, I guess, he said modestly. Harry knew he had talent and that he could probably beat even most adults around him. It still didn't make him comfortable to talk about his talents, though. The girl smiled and seemed to chuckle in amusement at him as she finished her meal and downed some juice. I feel much better, thank you for the meal and the medicine. I can feel the pain dulling already, she said with a grateful smile. Harry smiled and nodded at her. You are most welcome. By the way, my name is Harry Potter. Lovely to meet you, Harry said. She smiled. Siri. Nice to meet you too, Harry Potter, she said. Harry smiled but then frowned. Oh, I almost forgot, Harry said as he summoned her clothes. Here are your clothes. I noticed you wearing trousers and a blouse, so I took the liberty of going and getting you some similar clothes from the store if you wish to wear something besides these. Do not feel pressured to if you don't feel comfortable doing so. I just wish to give you the option is all, Harry said as he gestured towards the dresser. He was glad that he could just go to a Muggle mall instead of having to travel to a wizarding community. He knew how to get to the one in Paris because he had sent a letter to Fleur asking her how to get to it and to not tell anyone about him. It was a little uncomfortable, to be honest, as he had not spoken to her since the tournament. Luckily, she seemed happy to hear from him and gave him a stern dressing down for taking so long to send her some sort of letter, saying how distraught she was about how he seemed to not want to continue their friendship. She of course told him where the magical center was in France and that he should visit sometime. He shook his head to clear it from its tangent. I thank you for your continued kindness. Are you sure you don't mind me staying a little? She asked. Of course I don't mind. I live in a big empty house with no one but my crabby house elf for company. Having company is probably good to make sure I don't go insane, he joked before gathering up the tray and departing. As he closed the door to her room, he wondered briefly what the coming weeks had in store for him. Harry's POV. Harry's life from the time he was born up until about 6.5 months ago was the equivalent of shitty roller coaster that went from a little hill of happiness to a steep drop down a ravine of horribleness. It had gotten better though at about 9.5 months ago when he cut off all connection to the British wizarding world, but it wasn't until about 6.5 months ago when he met a girl a year older than him named Siri. It was short for Cyrilla, as he found out later, but she would punch his arm painfully when he called her it. Siri was... He didn't even know how to properly describe her. Every time he saw her it was like coming out of stuffy, abandoned mine to the top of a mountain. She was more than just a breath of fresh air, but was like taking a big swing of a rejuvenation potion. She was so similar to him in so many ways, yet completely different in others. It only made sense that they had become fast friends. He had taken to doing everything with her, and she seemed to return the favor by hanging around him any time she could. After being cooped up in the house for 2 months, he had taken her to go see some of the Muggle world. She had absolutely loved it. She loved seeing the skyscrapers and all the cars that drove around. She had asked him if he had a car, which he replied that he didn't. She seemed sad about that, so that night he had gone to Gringotts inconspicuously and had them convert some galleons to 300,000 euros. He had then taken that money and went to a car dealership where he bought a 1988 Ferrari Testarossa for 80,000 euros. He had to use some charms to get past the dealer's questions like how a young kid such as himself was going to pay for such a car, and where his driver's license was. Nonetheless, he had bought the car with some liberal use of memory charms and spent an extra 10,000 euros to get it delivered to his house that morning. Getting the muggles though the wards was a hassle, and he felt pretty bad for all the charms he applied so they would forget where he lived, so he made sure to give them a nice tip for their troubles. Siri had woken up and almost screamed in excitement when she saw the car in front of the makeshift driveway Harry had made towards their house, since it was 3/4 of a mile from the nearest road. It was an entire process learning how to drive the thing, since neither of them had ever drove before, and this wasn't exactly the best first car to have, but they eventually had gotten the hang of it. It's even better than racing on a horse, Siri had said with excitement as the speedometer said she just passed 257 km/h, 160 miles per hour. Harry, on the other hand, was holding on for dear life with his eyes firmly had laughed at him for a week after that. After that, the next adventure they had taken was to France, where they explored the more magical side of things. France's government was much less racist than the British one, and the politicians who were racists made sure to keep it to themselves. This led to Siri seeing a multitude of different humans and other creatures. She also seemed to love magical versions of food, and now had a sweet tooth that could only be satisfied with treacle tart, which, according to her, was much tastier than the Muggle counterpart. Harry had just rolled his eyes at that. It was in the middle of that argument when Fleur had spotted them and had come over. "Harry, it is so good to see you again," Fleur said as she came up and hugged him, which surprised the hell out of him. Siri had just watched calmly the whole time, though Harry could tell she was uncomfortable. "Hello, Fleur. It's good to see you too. How have you been? How's your sister doing?" Harry asked politely. It seemed her English had improved, and she could pronounce most of the words with her heavy accent. The French girl beamed at him. "I am well, and so is my sister, though you should be careful. She recently hit puberty and you are target to sink her claws into. You know her hurt on you only got worse after the tournament," Fleur said back to him. Harry shifted uncomfortably at the thought. He had no doubt that Gabriella would be as beautiful as her sister, but he doubted he would ever see her as anything more than the little girl he had known her as. Maybe I should stay away from France for the time being then, Harry mused. "Anyways, Fleur, this is Siri. Siri, this is Fleur. Siri is a friend of mine who I have been showing around. I wanted her to see some more magical land points that aren't in Britain," Harry said, giving Fleur a slight look to let her know that he had not told Siri about the British situation. Fleur seemed to understand. "Hello, Siri. It is so nice to meet another friend of Harry's," Fleur said as she shook Siri's hand politely but with some energeticness to it. "It is nice to meet you as well. I had the impression that Harry didn't have any other friends. Must be hiding in Britain with the rest of his secrets," Siri said snarkily as she shot a glare at Harry, letting him, now that she knew he was hiding stuff from her. "Oh my, quite the new friend you have here, Harry. I like her already. Maybe she can actually rein you in. It would be quite a feat, but she looks up to the task," Fleur said as she looked Siri with approval in her gaze. Both Harry and Siri's face lit up red at the comment. "Yes, well, we're more of just good friends really. Right, Siri?" he said, looking at the ashen-haired girl to back him up. "Yes, very much so, thank you very much. Good friends is all," she responded earnestly. Fleur covered her mouth as she was very clearly laughing at them. "You two are so alike it's uncanny. Why don't you join me for lunch? It's been a while and we need to catch up," Fleur said as she pushed them to the nearest cafe despite their protest. The lunch was actually very nice and peaceful. He occasionally saw some reporter out of the corner of his eye snapping pictures of them, but he ignored it. Fleur was very good at keeping Siri involved with the conversation and seemed to enjoy telling the girl about some of Harry's fourth-year exploits, which Siri seemed to think were terribly impressive for a 14-year-old. "I can't believe you had to go up against a dragon. 14. That's ludicrous," Siri said. Fleur nodded in agreement as Harry tried to downplay it. "I didn't do much. I just flew away from it, to be honest," Harry grumbled. "He says as if it were natural to outfly a dragon," Fleur commented with amusement. Siri seemed to be quite amused too. "Honestly, Harry, it's okay to feel some pride in your accomplishments. You don't have to be so modest about everything," Siri exclaimed. Harry just rolled his eyes. "I hear you got into quite a few adventures before your 4th year as well." Something about a basilisk when you were 12, I believe? Fleur said innocently. Harry glared as the older girl added fuel to the fire that was Ciri. A basilisk? What's with you and going up against draconids, you suicidal imbecile? Ciri said as she punched his arm for his stupidity. Ouch! Hey, I didn't have a choice. The damn thing took my friend. Plus you're thinking about the basilisks of legends that were flying reptiles with a rooster's head. The basilisk here is a large snake that can grow up to 80 feet in length and 7 to 10 feet in height. Harry said. Ciri's eyes bulged at that. And you attacked it? She almost yelled. Harry had long since had to put up a silencing ward around their table, so they wouldn't get any more weird looks than they were. Well, like I said, it had my friend. Harry said. If I remember my history correctly, basilisks are infamous for having the strongest poison in the magical world next to the nundu, as well as a gaze that can kill you if you make eye contact with it. Fleur added innocently once more. Harry's glare could melt iron with how hot it was as he glared at Fleur. Fleur! He yelled. Fleur just looked at him with innocence. Harry palmed his face. Ciri was just looking gobsmacked at him before horror crossed her face. That big scar on your arm. You said you got it from a snake bite. Ciri said in horror. Fleur's face also devolved into horror. Harry gulped at that. Yeah, that would have been from the basilisk. But before you say anything, a phoenix healed me with their tears, so I'm all good now. Harry said to the horror-filled woman. That was 5 minutes ago. They had yet to stop hitting and kicking him over and over while calling him an idiot. Ouch! Ladies, come on, I get the point. Won't do it again. I promise. Please stop, I feel wound. Harry yelled. They probably would have continued if a phoenix had not flamed directly onto their table. All sounds of violence and complaints of said violence had stopped. Fawkes was looking directly at Harry, and Harry was doing everything not to glare at the bird. He saw the letter the phoenix was carrying in its mouth. Take it back. I don't want it. Harry told the bird as calmly as possible. Fawkes just kept looking at him. Even if you leave it with me, I won't read it. I could care less what the man has to say. I will not return. Harry told Fawkes. Fawkes dropped the letter on the table in front of him, gave him one last, meaningful look, and then disappeared in a ball of flame. Harry glared at the note in silence. He then took out the note and then lit it on fire with a low-powered incendio. You're really not going to read it? What if it says something important? Ciri asked. It doesn't, just the usual guilt trip in trying me come back. Harry said darkly. Fleur looked at him with an uncharacteristic seriousness in her eyes. Harry, I am and always will be your friend, but you cannot run from this forever. Fleur said. I'm not running. I just am not participating in it. I don't see why I should help the sheep when they were so willing to throw me out to the wolves when I tried to warn them. Now that I'm suddenly proven right, they jump back on my bandwagon. Screw them. I will not put my life on the line for people who aren't worth it. Harry replied angrily. Whether you want to stay out of it or not, he won't stop until you're dead. You know that, Harry. You know that one day you will have to face him. You doing everything in your power to avoid that is running away whether you like it or not. Fleur said seriously. Harry idly noticed she said that sentence in almost perfect English, which only showed how serious she was. We can agree to disagree on this. Harry said. They had parted not much longer after the words were said. Fleur had apologized for her words and expressed how she hoped it wouldn't affect their friendship. Harry had assured her it wouldn't affect it, and gave her a hug goodbye to reinforce the fact. Fleur had smiled and returned just as he and Ciri did through Fleur. Ciri had asked about that conversation almost every day for the next month. She was stubborn about finding out. Harry found it both annoying and endearing at the same time. Eventually he finally sat her down and told her of his life and trials. She had understood and in return had told him about her life as well. How she too was the subject of a prophecy, which was why the Wild Hunt was chasing her in the first place. They wanted her wound to stop their world from being destroyed. They wanted to kill her to do so though, which Harry disapproved heavily of. Still, it was another thing that brought Harry and Ciri close together. Ciri had one day decided to start using her sword again, lest she fall out of practice. Have you ever used a sword before? She asked as she walked into the training room Harry had made her. Yes. I killed the basilisk with a sword. That was the first and last time I used one, Harry told her. She got a look like she wanted to hit him again but decided against it. I could teach you if you're interested, she said. Harry looked at her. Are you trying to convince me to let you hit me with a metal pointy stick? Harry asked. She had smiled and nodded. He sighed. Fine. I'll go get a sword then, Harry said as he went to Gringotts and pulled one from the Potter vault. It was a well-made sword but not anything special, which suited his needs perfectly. Ciri had told him he was a natural with a blade, yet that didn't seem to ever stop him from walking out of the training room covered in bruises. Yes, it had been a wonderful 6.5 months. The best of Harry's life if he were to be completely honest with himself. Yet he had a terrible feeling that it was coming to an end. He had noticed Ciri staring off into space a lot and looking sad. He suspected that she missed her home. Harry tried to make sure that she wanted for nothing, but he knew more than anything that nothing could ever replace somewhere that you willingly called home. If anyone deserved to go home, it was Ciri. It was these thoughts he was having as he walked into the living room to see staring into the lit fireplace deep in thought. Harry moved to sit next to her. She briefly registered his presence before going back into her thoughts. They sat like that for a good 20 minutes. You're leaving soon, Harry said. He had meant to say it as a question, but they both knew it was a statement of fact. She looked him in the eyes, then looked down sadly and nodded. How long? He asked her. A week, maybe 2, she said to him. Harry nodded. Well, I suppose we should start making preparations, Harry mumbled as he moved to get up and leave so she would not see how distraught he truly was. As soon as he tried to move, though, Ciri jumped at him. She wrapped her arms around him tightly and buried her face into the crook of his neck. He could feel her tears on his neck. He slowly wrapped one arm around her waist, around her torso, and held her to him just as tightly. He laid his head gently on top of hers, trying to make sure he memorized everything about her in the short time they would have. She smelled like the wild to him, a smell he never knew could be so intoxicating. They stayed that way for the rest of the night. 2 weeks later, February 1st, Harry was helping Ciri pack the remaining clothes she would bring with her into a trunk. He had put a very simple rune on the trunk that would shrink and expand it if you channeled magic into it. Something that Ciri had in spades, as he had found out. Do you have everything? Boots? Blouses? Undergarments? Harry asked as she finished packing and shrunk the trunk. She put it on a necklace around her neck for easy carrying. I'm sure I have everything, though if you want to go digging through my undergarments to make sure, feel free, she said sarcastically. Harry blushed at the idea but still smiled in amusement. No thanks, I like my balls intact, thank you very much, Harry responded. Ciri walked in front of him. How do I look? She asked as she did a twirl. She wore the same clothes she had first arrived in. A white blouse and light brown trousers, with her familiar sword attached to her back. Harry smiled at her. Perfect, he told her as he smiled, hoping he was doing a good enough job to cover his sadness. She smiled at him reassuringly before taking his hand and walking slowly through the house for the last time. It was such a peaceful experience that Harry almost forgot that this would be the first and last time they ever did this. They reached the front door and Harry had to fight every cell in his body telling him not to open it. But he did, because he knew that as much as it hurt to let her go, it would hurt infinitely times more if he forced her to stay. The door opened and beautiful sunlight came through. Harry felt a little upset that it was such a beautiful day on what he would probably consider one of the worst days of his life for a long time. They both stepped outside the house and simply stood there. Harry didn't know how long. He just stood there holding her hand and trying to soak in her presence. All he knew was that it didn't last long enough. She released his hand and looked at him. I suppose I should be on my way, she said quietly. Harry didn't know what he said, so he said the first thing that came to his mind. I'll never forget you, you know. I will never forget the time I got to share with you, Harry said. She smiled at his words and it seemed that they made her happy. I hope you know it's the same for me as well. You gave me many months of bliss, of not having to worry about people's expectations, of not having to be hunted down like an animal. It was nice to be normal for a while. I want to give you something, she said as she reached around her neck. Harry briefly thought she was taking off the trunk necklace to give back to him. He was about to protest until she pulled the chain off to reveal a silver, snarling, wolf head on and Harry's heart skipped a beat. He, of course, had seen the necklace before and knew the significance. Siri, I can't, shush, take it. Something to remember me by. Seems only fair with all you have given me. But you said that your father, when I see him again he will understand. Siri said. She was giving a hard look that told him she wouldn't be moved on this. Despite himself he couldn't help but smile at her stubbornness. God, he was going to miss her. Harry took the chain and wrapped it around his neck and attached it. He put the wolf head under his shirt and was surprised how warm it was despite being metal. He briefly remembered that it was constantly pressed against Siri's own skin which had kept it from cooling. He marveled at the sensation before looking back at Siri. She smiled at him. One more thing to remember me by, she said with a sly grin. Harry looked at with a confusion. What do you mean, mph? He said as he was interrupted as she grabbed his shirt and pulled him towards her hard and smashed her lips onto his. Harry didn't care who knew it. He felt in that one moment like he was melting to goo. He was finally cognizant enough to return the kiss with full force. It was a few moments before Siri pulled away. She smiled at him. You better remember that or I'll come back and beat you black and blue, she said as she backed up a few seconds. Oh, I will remember that for as long as I live. That I can guarantee, Harry said with a smile that wouldn't take itself off his face. Her grin got bigger. I'm glad to have met you, Harry James Potter, she called to him. And you, Cyrilla Fiona Rhiannon, he called back to her. Remember, Harry, only we can change our fate. No one else can do it for us. Don't be a slave to yours, she said before disappearing in a bright blue flash. Harry was not sure how he stood out there looking at where she disappeared. All he knew was that it was dark out when he finally went back into his manor. A mirror near the entrance revealed dry tear streaks. He summoned Creature to bring him a moist handcloth to wipe his face. He then went to sit down at his dining table to eat a meal alone for the first time in months. He spent the entirety of it thinking of Siri. He would need to master occlumency, and soon. He never wanted to forget her face, let alone all the memories they made together. Remember, Harry, only we can change our fate. No one else can do it for us. Don't be a slave to yours. Those were the last words she had ever said to him. All right, Siri. For you, I'll confront my destiny. Even if it leads to my death. Hogwarts, the next day, General POV. It was a normal day for the Hogwarts crowd. This year was surprisingly quiet and easy-going despite the Dark Lord running rampant. Of course, that could also have to do with the fact that a certain golden boy wasn't there. No one in Britain had seen Harry Potter in months. He had shown up in France a few months ago eating lunch with 2 girls but had not been spotted since. Rumors were running rampant. Some said he was out hunting the dark followers of Lord Voldemort, while others said he was running and hiding from the powerful Dark Lord. Some said he was dead. No matter what the rumors were, no matter if you liked or disliked him, no one had expected for Harry Potter to randomly walk into the Great Hall that morning for breakfast as if he hadn't been missing for almost a year. No one expected him to sit down and start eating some eggs and bacon while not paying a single ounce of attention to anyone around him. Yet that is exactly what happened that cold February morning. The hall was completely silent as all movements came to a halt. The headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, stood up and looked at the boy in what many thought was amazement. Harry Potter, he called out, voice booming and all. Harry paused from eating and looked up at the old man with a bored expression. What? He asked quietly, yet his voice was heard throughout the great hall. Everyone was holding onto their breath. May I speak privately with you, please? Dumbledore asked, clearly wanting to take this away from the hundreds of students who were watching intently. Harry shrugged nonchalantly. After I'm done eating, Harry said as he went back to eating his eggs. Why, you insolent Snape, had started before Dumbledore silenced him with a glare. Dumbledore looked back at Harry. As you wish, but no later than that, please, Dumbledore said. Harry didn't grace him with a response. It was then that everyone burst into talking and starting up new rumors about Harry Potter once more. It was only a few more moments before a shriek was heard throughout the hall. Harry! Someone yelled at the entrance hall. Harry turned to look and was immediately smashed into by one of his best friends. "Where have you been?" Hermione yelled at him while trying to squeeze the literal life out of him. Harry did his best to shrug. "On vacation," he said nonchalantly. "Harry, summer vacation ended ages ago," she said. Harry nodded. "Yeah, I noticed when it got cold and then later started snowing a few months back." Harry said. "So what were you doing then?" Hermione asked again. "I was still on vacation," Harry told her. She didn't seem happy about that. "You mean you willingly skipped school so you could do nothing and relax?" she said, getting angry. "Yeah, that sounds about right," Harry said as he looked at Ron. Ron took that as his cue to greet him. "Hey mate, glad to see you in one piece and everything. Was getting worried there," Ron said as he patted Harry on the back. Harry nodded and gave his friend a smile. "Yeah, it's good to see you guys too," he said to them both. In truth, he had missed them both, but most of his time had been hanging out with Siri. "Ron, did you not hear him? He ditched school to go on vacation," Hermione said, still flabbergasted. Ron looked at Harry, smiled. "Yeah, I heard. Gotta say I'm jealous, mate. All that time to just relax and not have Snape and McGonagall breathing down your neck. Must have been nice. But why didn't you tell us?" Ron asked. Hermione finally calmed down so she could hear the answer. Harry sighed. "I just didn't feel like talking or having to explain myself. Let's just drop it, all right? I'm here now and that's what matters." "How are your guys' classes going?" Harry asked. "Well, you know me. If it wasn't for Hermione, I would have failed years ago, I tell you," Ron said. Hermione blushed at the praise. "You would be fine if you actually tried to do your homework without being forced," Hermione said back. Ron smiled back. "Who has the time for that, honestly?" Ron said. Harry squinted at the two but said nothing. Harry wiped his mouth as he finished his meal and stood up. "Well, I have to go to talk to Dumbledore," Harry said as he prepared to leave. "All right, but come meet up with us after you're done. We have a lot to catch up on," Ron said, and Hermione said her agreement with the statement. Harry nodded and left the hall. Harry's POV. Harry pushed open the door to the headmaster's office without even bothering to knock. It looked all neat and tidy again. Not like the destroyed mess he had turned it into. "Dumbledore, you wanted to speak to me," Harry said. Dumbledore just stared at him for a few minutes. "Harry, I want to confess my apologies to you," he said softly. Harry squinted his eyes in suspicion at the man. Was he trying to win him back under his wing? "I want you to know that everything I have done was to try protect you and to make sure you came out of the other end of this conflict alive. I see now that I perhaps pushed you too hard and did not tell you things that I should have a long time ago. Although many think me infallible, Harry, I am not. There are more days where I fully feel my age than I have ever felt before. I want you to know I truly did what I thought was best to help you, Harry. I don't know if I was right or wrong to do it, but it doesn't matter because in the end I hurt you and your trust in me. I am sorry you felt the need to take an extended leave of absence to right yourself. I take full responsibility for the trials you have gone through, my boy. I'm so sorry," Dumbledore said. Harry could clearly see the tears in eyes. He truly meant what he said. "It's fine. I forgive you," Harry stated simply but truthfully. He could understand where Dumbledore was coming from. Sometimes all you could do was your best, but it wasn't always enough. "It warms my heart to hear that. Nevertheless, I am sorry," Dumbledore said. Harry shook his head. "I didn't leave because of you. To me, you were at most a symptom but not my main problem. I left because I was angry and frustrated. I was mad because after a year of trying to tear me down in every way they could, after watching my godfather die for them, I could no longer stand the British wizarding populace. They treated me like garbage yet expected me to just forgive their stupidity and throw myself in the way of a dark lord that they were too scared to go against. In a way, I think I despise them more than I do Voldemort. I also don't think that will ever change," Harry said. Dumbledore looked saddened to hear about Harry's opinion on the wizarding world, but could not fault him for it. "If I may ask, why did you come back then? I could not find even a trace of you despite my best efforts, and I know Voldemort couldn't either, otherwise you would be dead," Dumbledore asked. Harry didn't say anything for a second as he thought of Siri. His beautiful Siri. "Someone I loved told me that only I had the power to change my fate. that I could run all I wanted but I just would be a slave to it. I am here to fight against my fate because no else can do it for me. That is all. Harry said. Dumbledore nodded at him. This person sounds very wise. He commented. Harry couldn't help but smile. She would like to think herself, so I'm sure. Harry said as he once again thought of her. His face turned serious though. Enough of this sappy stuff. Where is the Dark Lord? I have a score to settle with him. Year 2021. Somewhere in the Himalayas. Daphne's POV. Daphne Greengrass was currently walking in a large cave that was near one of the top peaks of the Himalaya mountains. Not necessarily because she wanted to either. In fact, if it were up to her, she would never have to have set one toe in this cave in the first place. Most sane person would stay away from here, especially due to the fact that it also happened to be winter. Even wizards, with as idiotic as they tended to be, knew to stay away from places like this if for no other reason than there wasn't a warming charm in the world powerful enough to stave off the cold she was feeling. Well, technically speaking, there was probably one person in the world who could make a warming charm that was powerful enough to stave off this cold, and coincidentally, this was also the person she was here to find. Yes, Daphne Greengrass, known to many as the hidden snake for her part in the war and the surprising side her and her family took, was now downgraded to the position of Harry Potter's unofficial PA. Daphne sighed to herself at her unfortunate lot in life. She had often wondered why she, a noble heiress turned war hero, had to be the one to deal with Harry Potter, and it really all boiled down to the man himself. Harry had one day decided he wanted privacy and that any and all questions for him should go through her first. The Prat hadn't even asked her permission before he decided what her new lot in life was going to be. She would have probably agreed if he had asked. After all, she was his friend and was well known to have been his left hand during the war. Still, it was annoying to have to take time away from her husband and child to come up to one of the coldest places on the frickin' planet just to wake Harry up from his hibernation, as he called it. The cave she was in was not natural and had clearly seen ample use of expansion charms, as the ceiling was almost 200 feet high if Daphne had to guess. There wasn't even any commodities in it that one normally needed to live. It was what Harry liked to call his home away from home. Daphne just snorted at that. The Prat just liked to be overdramatic, and given his condition and abilities it fit well. Daphne shook herself out of her thoughts as she approached a wall. She wished she could cast a lighting charm, but that may cause Harry to wake up violently. An unfortunate side effect of the war was weird lights near him while he was asleep caused his paranoia to act up. She pressed her hand against the wall and felt the unnatural smoothness as she expected. She walked back and felt around the floor for a sizable rock. Eventually she found one and she reached down and picked it up. She weighed it and deemed it heavy enough. She reared back her arm and chucked the rock as hard as she could against the wall. Potter, wake up! She yelled at the wall, briefly wondering if people would think she was crazy if they saw her doing this. She waited for a few minutes before the unnaturally smooth wall started to move. Not just move, but shift in a way no wall should be able to move. It became quite clear that the wall was not a wall at all, but a huge creature's side that had gotten up and moved to look at her. Daphne soon found herself face to face with a giant black dragon with emerald eyes. Not just any dragon either, a Hungarian horntail. It was bigger than any ever recorded before from what Daphne found out, though it was thought dragons had gotten smaller in size over the years to better hide themselves. That being said, it was entirely possible and even thought that this one was the actual, original size of the dragons of old. So, of course it only made sense that this was the animagus form of one Harry James Potter. Hurry up and change form so we can talk, Daphne said to the dragon. Dragon Harry just looked at her with a mixture of tired and annoyance, before moving once more and shifting and shrinking back to his normal size. Daphne started to cast lights around the cave to give herself the ability to see now that he was awake. What do you want, Daph? I was in the middle of something, Harry said with some annoyance as he walked over to her. Daphne glared at the 20-something looking man. You don't get to give me attitude after I made the hellish trip to come see you in this cave at the top of these godforsaken mountains, Daphne said with a little more snip in her voice than was most likely necessary. Harry sighed. All right. Fine. I'm sorry. It's good to see you even if you woke me up in the middle of my hibernation. Harry said as he waved his wand to conjure some comfy couch chairs for them to sit on. Daphne looked on with some annoyance at the ease in which he did the impressive magical feat but said nothing. So, why have you decided to grace me with your presence? Harry said as he eased into the comfortable chair. The ICW would like to meet with you as soon as your schedule allows. Daphne told him. Oh, what is it this time? Are they declaring me an up and coming Dark Lord, or do they need my help hurt another poser? Harry asked flippantly as he closed his eyes and rested his head on the headrest of his chair. Daphne deadpanned at the uncaring man but continued. Oh please. As if anyone has the balls to openly try and declare you a Dark Lord. Something about being the second coming of Merlin tends to keep people in line. No, they plan to give you a reward, Daphne said. Harry still didn't bother showing any thought to the conversation. Are they? And what have I done to deserve such an honor? Harry asked sarcastically. The dragon pox vaccine? Daphne said, trying to jog his memory. Harry finally looked at her, but he still did it with a bored expression on his face. Oh, that? Harry said. Yes, that. Daphne replied back at the man. When do they want me to go? Harry asked. I got the feeling they wanted to hold the ceremony as soon as possible. They have been pressuring me for about 2 weeks now to come and find you to let you know. Daphne said with annoyance back in her voice. I'm surprised you didn't curse them and be done with it. Harry remarked with some amusement. Yes, well, we can't all get away with cursing anyone who gets on our nerves. Some of us must rely on tact. Daphne responded blandly. PSH lame people maybe, said Harry, waving off that line of thought. Is that all you woke me up for? Because if it is, then I'm going back to sleep. Harry said as he stood up. Well, that's the important thing at least. Hermione wanted you to come to her and Ron's place sometime. Daphne said. Why's that? Harry asked. Because you're their friend, I would assume. I also hear that you haven't visited for quite a while. Daphne said. That's preposterous, I visited them just. When was it again? A few months before I went to sleep, I think. Harry said. Harry, that's quite a bit of time. That means you haven't seen them since July. It's the end of December now. Daphne told him. Ah, well, I mean, we both have busy schedules, so it makes sense that we see each other less. Harry said. That's true when you're awake, but you do know that you're not an actual dragon, so you don't actually have to sleep all winter. Daphne told him. Harry shook his head. Nah, that's something I love too much to give up. Imagine the most restful sleep you ever had and double that feeling. That's what hibernation is like for me. Plus I work all year, I think I more than deserve the rest. Harry said as he spread himself out on the chair in an effort to get more comfortable. Well, at least try to actually wake up when winter ends this time. No more mid-spring wake-ups. Got it? Daphne demanded. Harry grunted in response. That was one time. He grumbled in annoyance. One time too many. Daphne said back. Harry didn't respond, but his face soured. One other thing, I heard you have been poking around the Veil of Death. Can you tell me why? Daphne asked. That caught Harry's attention, and for the first time his eyes cleared completely as he looked at her. Daphne's job was officially and unspeakable for the Ministry of Magic. Unofficially, she also helped quite a bit with Harry Potter and his magical projects. Most of her co-workers knew this, so when they had seen Harry poking around multiple times near the Veil earlier in the year, they had immediately asked her what he was doing. Daphne hadn't known what to tell them as Harry hadn't mentioned it to her, and had gone into hibernation before she could ask. Daphne herself was concerned about it. Harry never struck her as the suicidal type since the time she had gotten to know him after their Hogwarts years. One thing she would say about him is that he was very lonely. He hadn't been on a date with someone for more than 15 years after he had randomly ended his relationship with Gabrielle Delacour. When asked by the press, Gabrielle said she had no idea why her ex ended the relationship and said it had come out of the blue. Harry had never said why he ended the relationship, even with to those close to him. This had led to Daphne feeling slightly worried for her friend, who spent almost all his time alone doing research for one topic or another. Co-workers told you, I assume? Well, I was just doing a bit of research is all. Harry said, waving off the topic. What kind of research? Daphne pressed. Just some thoughts I had recently, Harry said. Daphne tensed. What kind of thoughts? She pressed even further. Harry looked at her suspiciously before his eyes seemed to light up in recognition. Jesus, Daphne, I'm not suicidal if that's what you are implying. I was just trying to figure out what the damn thing was is all. I mean, come on. If I wanted to kill myself, I would just throw a killing curse at myself and be done with it. Throwing myself through the veil seems a little over-dramatic, don't you think? Harry asked as he settled back into his chair. Well, you're the one being all evasive and weird with your answers. Suicidal? Honestly. What the hell makes you think I'm suicidal in any way? Harry asked her. Well, you are always alone. Daphne said. I do that by choice. Harry said back. I don't think anyone sane ever chooses to constantly be alone, Harry. Not exactly a natural inclination to have. Daphne shot back. Well, it is what is okay. He said to her. Does it have to do with Gabby? Daphne asked. Okay. Not this again. Harry yelled. Well, I mean, it's weird, Harry. One moment it seems everything's going great with you. You had a beautiful girl who was deeply in love with you, and the next moment you break up with her with no explanation and haven't dated anyone since. It's weird, Daphne explained. Okay, look, it just wasn't working out. Nothing weird about it. Gabby was great and was everything any sane man would want in a woman, but I just couldn't invest everything in that relationship. I honestly liked her a lot, but I couldn't bring myself to say I loved her. That's all there is to it. Harry finally said tightly. Daphne thought about that. Does this have to do with that Siri girl that Fleur mentioned? Daphne asked tentatively. Harry immediately tensed at that. She told you about her? Harry asked. Daphne just nodded. Harry sighed. I guess yeah. Let me ask you something since we're getting all personal. What was your relationship with Blaze like? When did you know that he was the one, if you know what I mean? Harry asked. Daphne frowned in thought. When I knew he was the one. That's a tough one. I think it was when he decided to cut ties with his family so he could stay with me. That was when I really knew that he was going to be the man I spent the rest of my life with. It also helped that we were pretty similar personality-wise. I guess at a certain point I just didn't want to think about my life without him. I guess it was then I knew that I loved him. Daphne finished. Harry sat with a thoughtful expression on his face. Do you think you love the Siri girl? Daphne asked. Harry tilted his head. I don't know. I think that she was the closest thing to it at the very least. I can't tell you if she's the one. I can say that every time I was with a girl or even talked to one, I would compare them to her. How much effort I would put into a conversation compared to how effortless it was to talk and be with her. This almost sounds pathetic how stuck up I am on a girl I knew for 6 months, literally 20-something years ago. Which is my fault entirely, actually. Did you? No, I originally learned occlumency just to make sure I wouldn't forget her? How pathetic is that? So now I can't even have the luxury of forgetting her and trying to move on now. I thought about getting myself oblivated just so I could move on, but then I thought to myself, maybe it's for the best. I mean, even if I do meet someone new, there's no way they're gonna live as long as me given my whole death issue. Harry said as he seemed to almost be talking to himself. Daphne kept quiet as she just listened to Harry rant on himself. So, what's the plan? Daphne asked him. The plan? The plan is to keep myself busy enough to not register the misery of my situation until I'm eventually offed. Harry said as he stared right into Daphne's eyes and she could see how serious he was. That was actually his plan to spend the rest of his quasi-immortal life. It was a sad life, and the worst part was that Daphne didn't know what to say to make it better. Harry was in an extremely unique position that there was probably no one on the planet who could relate to. Maybe the Flammels, but even then, they had each other to spend eternity with, and it was back to eternity for them as Harry had actually gifted them a new Philosopher's Stone. Another thing that barely any people knew about, and no one knew why he had created it and then gifted it to them. To make it worse, he had immediately destroyed the notes afterwards and obliterated the knowledge from his head. It was a 10-year side project of his that he had immediately gotten rid of completely once it was finished. It was weird considering how many projects Harry had, and most of them he released to the public after they were done. Things like potions and medicines for the most part. I suppose we have gotten off topic. Daphne said awkwardly. Harry smiled at that. I suppose we have. You were asking me about the Veil of Death and why I was snooping around it. Harry commented. Daphne nodded and was happy to get away from the grim subject of her friend's not-so-close death. I was trying to figure out why someone would make a doorway that just killed you. It didn't really make sense in my head when you can just kill yourself with much easier means. So I started checking out the runic arrays and puzzling together what they meant. Harry explained. Daphne frowned. No one had ever been able to figure out what the runes said, as they weren't in any recorded language. It shared similarities with a few Latin ones, but nothing past that. How? They aren't in any recognized language. Daphne asked. Well, I copied every rune I could find on it. Then I started comparing them to all known types of runes in the way they manipulate magic. After that, I compared how they reacted while they were in arrays. Took a few weeks, but I think I have a well enough understanding of what the creator was trying to do, and I think I know why he was trying to do it. Harry said. Daphne rolled her eyes as she recognized that the prat was trying to bait her into asking more questions. Harry, just tell me what you found out already. Daphne said with anger creeping into her voice. All right. So basically it looks like the creator was trying to create a portal to another world. I also believe that they originally came from that world, which would explain why they were trying to go there, as well as why we couldn't normally understand the runes they used. I think they died before they completed it too, as it's missing some things. It doesn't specify the world, and there's no anchor for the time at which they would arrive on the world. So basically the portal sends you to a random planet during a random time period that is parallel to our planet. Harry said. Daphne's eyes widened. So you could go to a planet that hasn't even developed a livable atmosphere? Daphne asked. Possibly, but most likely no. While it's not anchored to a specific planet or time, it is anchored to ours, meaning that wherever you go is still sort of relative to ours. The world you would end up on would probably be similar to ours, and the time range could only be about 1,000 or 2 years either in the past or future from this position. Of course that means nothing, as you don't know the level or rate of advancement of the creatures on that world. You could arrive at the same time on exactly the same type of world and still be in a whole different situation. Fascinating, isn't it? Harry asked after he finished his explanation. Daphne nodded at that. It was one of the most peculiar/useless things she had ever heard of. Well then I guess we should have it decommissioned and destroyed. Daphne said as she thought about the annoyance of later explaining this to her colleagues. Eventually, sure, go ahead, Harry said, as he stood up and stretched. Daphne frowned at him. Eventually? Why not now? Daphne asked. Harry looked at her sheepishly. Well, I was thinking of popping through it next summer and seeing what I get, Harry said as he shrunk in on himself, since Daphne's glare got worse the more words that were coming out of his mouth. You what? She hissed at him. Well, figure my work here is done and it's time for me to get on to some other great adventure. That's probably the best place to start. I know how to make the portal, so I figure I'll just go to a new place until I get bored of it and then make a portal and go to another new world. Then it's just rinse and repeat. At least until I'm killed, Harry explained. What happened after that was kind of a blur for Daphne. She remembered she started throwing curses at him and hadn't stopped for a while now. Harry was currently hiding behind a stone wall. He kept repairing over and over to protect him from her onslaught. I really think you're overreacting about this, Harry said to her from behind his wall. Daphne threw a bombardo straight at the center where she hoped his head would be and watched as the wall exploded, and she heard a squawk of surprise from the other side. Daphne! She heard from behind the now collapsing wall. What? She screamed back in anger. Please stop, Harry yelled. Then you stop being an absolute, blithering idiot, she yelled back and sent a stinging curse at him for good measure. She heard a pop sound behind her and saw Harry there, looking too good for someone who had just had a wall explode on top of them. She raised her wand to him again, but quicker than she could blink. He was holding it in his hands. Look, Daphne, I know you don't like this, but I can only go around performing miracles for so long before I just devolve into some emotionless husk. This isn't something I really want to do, but something I should do before it's too late and I'm not me anymore. I know this sucks, but I'd rather have everyone remember me as I am now than when I eventually go crazy because I have nothing left. It's the best of a bad option. Who knows, maybe one day I'll come back and see what's been done about this place, Harry said as he smiled at her. Daphne felt tears pooling in her eyes. She hated when the prat was right. As much as she pretended he wasn't, Harry was one of her closest friends, and she would be very sad to see him go. She had learnt to really appreciate him during the war when she got to know him and all the shit he constantly went through because of the media and their government. The way he had simply powered through all of it and successfully lead a ragtag army of kids against one of the darkest lords of all time. The way he had mastered the way to appear so otherworldly and inspiring while also seeming like a common man who struggled with normal problems like everyone else. He was a rock. That was all she could compare him to. Not just for her but for many. It would be hard for many to accept his leaving. Harry gave her a sad smile. "Come here. Let me have a hug," he said as he held his arms out for her. She slowly walked over and buried her face into his chest. She let slip a few of the tears she had been trying to hold back. "Hermione is going to kill you," she said through her tears. Harry laughed at that. Year 2022. Summer. Harry's POV. Is it wrong to wish that people who came to see you off for probably the last time didn't actually show up? Harry wondered as he looked around the completely full room. He bet that this many people had never even been in this room before today, much less at the same time. It looked like everyone and their mother that was part of the magical community had shown up to see him off. Even people from different countries had shown up. There were even video cameras live streaming him all over the world. He was told that thousands were watching, all of them to see him off. Harry sighed in annoyance. He knew that this was Daphne's way of getting revenge on springing his leaving on her the way he did, which in retrospect was probably terrible. He saw Daphne with her husband Blaise and her 9-year-old Evelyn, who always referred to him as Uncle Harry. He then looked over at Ron and Hermione, who were standing with their little girl Rose and boy Hugo, who also referred to him in the same way as little Evelyn. He walked down to them. "Well, this is it," Harry said. As he got to Ron and Hermione, they had already said their goodbyes earlier since they found out other people would be coming to see him off. That didn't stop Hermione from giving him one last tight tearful hug and Ron giving him a side hug. "You know you don't have to go, mate. I mean, you could always just stay even if it's just for a little while longer," Ron told him as he himself was letting out a few tears. Harry smiled and did his best not to join his friend and cry. "I can't do that, Ron. You know that. Know that I will always remember you as the brother I never had. I mean that. I left a few gifts for you in your vault. I didn't tell you earlier because I didn't want you to argue, but I can't use them anymore, so I figure you should have them," Harry said. Ron cuffed the side of his head. "Prat, you shouldn't have done that. You have already given everyone more than they have any right to ask," Ron said with a smile. "Got that right," Harry mumbled as he looked at the growing crowd. He had never gotten over his anger and hatred he felt for the masses, but tried his best to at least stomach them and put on a friendly face. "I don't want you to go," Hermione whined as she cried into his shoulder. Harry patted her back.
"Small mignonne.
"It's for the best. You of all people should be able to see that," Harry told her quietly. "I know. It's selfish of me. I'm sorry. I'm probably just making this decision harder for you. I just want you to know how much I'll miss you. You've been one of my best friend for so many years now. I'll always treasure those years," she said. Harry smiled. "It's the same for me. Just like Ron, you were a sister to me in every way that I wanted. I wish you and your children the best," Harry said as he gave them one last hug and moved to Daphne's family. There was much less tears being shed here, which Harry was glad for. "So this is it," Daphne said with a sense of finality. "That it is. I guess you can't really call yourself my left-hand guy anymore. I want you to know how much I'll miss you and all the help you have given me over the years," he said as he gave her one last hug. He pulled away and turned to Blaise Greengrass, the man who had given up his family for one of his best friends. More than anything else, that had gotten Blaise his eternal respect. "Blaise, I know I don't need to say it, but I will anyways. Take care of her till your very last breath," Harry told the man. Blaise smiled back at him and shook his hand. "With pleasure, Potter. With pleasure," he said as they released each other. Harry gave a final wave to them before heading up the podium that had been prepared. He looked out over the crowd that was staring intently, waiting for him to reaffirm them one last time before he left. Harry thought about what he was going to say and smiled. "I've never been one for many words, as I have always preferred actions to them, so I won't say too much. I will tell you something that an old, wise long-bearded man once said to me. Do not mourn for me because this is not really the end but rather me going on to my next great adventure. Many have looked at me, for quite a long time now, to define greatness, and I look back at them hoping they at least realized in the end that it was not I that was great but rather the times we all created that were great. I hope that I at least was able to have created some great times with all of you before I departed. I hope that many will remember me not for the faults that I had, which I assure you I did have, but rather the accomplishments I made. With that, I leave you all for my next great adventure. Harry finished as he turned and approached the veil to loud cheering from behind him. Seems his speech wasn't too bad for being thought of on the spot. He hoped it sounded heroic enough for a history book or two. He turned and gave one last wave to everyone before hopping directly into the darkness, never noticing how the silver medallion he always wore around his neck hummed and glowed as he did so. Harry awoke to a face full of grass and a mouth full of bland-tasting dirt. He groggily lifted his face upwards and spat the dirt out before reaching for his wand and cleaning his mouth. He checked his body to make sure that his shrunken trunk was still attached to his necklace. If it came down to it, he would need to use it for sleeping and other commodities. Hopefully he would be able to find a nice cave soon where he could stay for a home and lab. He finally stood up and wiped off his clothes as he observed his surroundings. He looked to be in some sort of forest that reminded him a little of the Forbidden Forest except with a lot less magical energy running about. He debated if he should just fly out of here or try to leg it, when an arrow flew by his head and slammed into the tree trunk next to him and embedded into it quite deeply. Harry stared at the arrow while he subtly cast a shielding charm to make sure another one wouldn't hit him. He then stared at the direction where the arrow came with a raised eyebrow. If you could not do that ever again, I would appreciate it. A lot, Harry said with mild annoyance as he finally spotted a figure hidden quite well in a tree that had another arrow notched and was pointing at him. The figure spoke in a language he did not recognize. He sighed. He guessed it was too much to expect them to know English in this new world. Well, it seems that you don't know my language, meaning communicating with you is going to suck. Harry said out loud, mostly to himself, since apparently this person couldn't understand his language. He watched the figure skillfully hop down from the tree and approach him. As the moonlight hit the figure, he could clearly see the figure of a woman. A brunette woman with a lithe physical structure who also happened to be green and wearing virtually no clothes. He had to stop himself from immediately exclaiming and running up to her for an examination. It wasn't easy to squash the researcher tendencies he had developed, but he managed to so in this instance as he had a feeling it would get him in trouble. The woman said something else which he just shook his head confused to show that he didn't understand. Who are you, Choin? She spat the last part like it was a curse, so Harry got the impression that it wasn't exactly a nice name. Oh, you speak English? Or do you call it something else here? Bah, doesn't matter. Name's Harry, pleasure to meet you. Harry said with the most friendly smile he could muster as he held out his for her to shake. The elf just stared at the hand and then back at him with blank look. Harry withdrew his hand. Right. Anyways, I'm a bit lost. So if you could just point me to the nearest exit of this wonderful forest, that would be great. If you also, for whatever reason, had a map on you of the surrounding lands, I would greatly appreciate a look at it. Harry said in the same friendly tone. The elf-looking creature went back to glaring at him. You need to come with me now, she said. Harry tilted his head and shrugged. I mean, she was probably taking him to her leader, and if the worst thing that these elf-looking people had was some medieval weapons, then he shouldn't have to worry about any real problems. I mean, he was a dragon, for God's sakes. 'Kay, sure. Lead the way and I'll follow, I guess. Oh, I never got your name. Harry said inquiringly. The girl raised her bow and arrow menacingly. Walk, was all she said. Okay then. Harry said as he walked in the general direction that she gestured towards. She led him like through the forest for what he guessed was an hour or two before finally coming to a structure in the middle of the woods. Harry could immediately feel the subtle enchantments on it that if he wasn't studying the structure so intently, he might have missed. It felt like a mild compulsion that forced people to stay away from this place. It wasn't really directed at certain things though, so not quite as good as the ones he could produce. It did, however, tell him there were magic users similar to him on this new world. He would need to be careful of them. They entered the structure where he found a small-looking community that immediately sent warning bells in his head. For one, there was quite a bit women and female children, but absolutely no males whatsoever. This meant either women of this village and perhaps the entire world did not need to reproduce with men, or they simply got rid of them after the reproduction process. He immediately dismissed the first idea, as the woman who had brought him here hadn't been surprised by him, implying she had seen men before. That didn't exactly fill him with hope, though. "Keep walking," the woman said behind him, angry that he had stopped. Harry nodded. "Right. Sorry about that. Just surprised by your little village here. You don't seem to have any men around. You don't happen to be man-killers here, right?" Harry asked as a joke, but was semi-serious in his inquiries. "We kill trespassers unless Mother says differently. She will decide your fate," the woman said blankly. "Right, doesn't inspire me with much confidence, but I wasn't a Gryffindor for nothing, I suppose." "Where am I going?" Harry asked. The woman seemed confused by his little pep talk before pointing towards the largest hut in the village. Harry nodded and walked towards it, while also noting that his arrival had gained a lot of attention. It seemed the whole green female village had stopped what they were doing and paid attention to him as soon as he arrived. Harry was used to people staring, so he brushed off the stares and moved to the hut. There was no door, so he looked back at his escort. "Do I just walk right in, or should I wait out here until she tells me to enter?" Harry asked her. "Go in. She already knows you're here," the woman said. Harry looked back and took a deep breath before entering the hut. The darkness caused him a temporary blindness before his eyes adjusted and saw a relatively Spartan-looking room with only one other inhabitant. A woman was looking at him from across the room. She honestly looked like he expected the leader of a group of all women to look like. Tall, with same green skin as the rest of her companions, yet silver eyes and hair that clearly set her apart from the rest of them. Of course, she was beautiful as well, yet Harry would have been more surprised if she wasn't. He hadn't seen a woman here that could be considered ugly on his walk-in. He stared at her eyes and saw her looking at him curiously with an almost serene look. He felt a sense of peacefulness wash over him. He stopped himself from twitching at the subtle compulsion before dispelling it. The woman either didn't notice or didn't comment on him dispelling it. "I am Ian, leader of the Dryads in this forest." "Who are you, Dachoin?" she asked calmly. Harry tilted his head. With his suspicions confirmed, he decided to try the respectful route. "My name is Harry, my lady. I thank you for taking the time to see me, as I'm sure you're usually busy with village matters. I was trying to explain to the person who escorted me here that I am a little lost and was hoping someone could point me to the nearest point of civilization so I may buy some supplies and get out of your hair," Harry said as he gave the regal-looking woman a slight blow. He made sure to stay tense while he did so, though. Despite her regal appearance, she also gave off the sense of a warrior, and it would be terrible if he offended her, and she started to try and use him as target practice. He could deal with it, but he'd rather not. Plus, there was something nagging him about her. Actually, about this whole little village nestled in the forest. It sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite put his finger on why. "I see. Do you know where you are?" she asked softly. Harry shook his head at that. "I'm afraid not. I woke up only an hour or two earlier in the middle of this forest on the floor with no idea how I got there," Harry said. It was technically a lie, but he was a pretty good liar, so he wasn't concerned about being caught. "You are in the forest of Brooklyn, where I am the ruler," she said in what appeared in an attempt to probably jog his memory. Unfortunately, it did. Harry's mind went blank at the name, for it was one he knew well enough. How many times had he gone over the memories of his time with her? How many times had he reviewed everything she had told him of her past? One particular part of her past in this case, where she lived in a forest called Brooklyn and was raised by Dryads. He squashed his hope and forced himself to not get excited about this new bit of information. Yet, by chance, "Is this a forest just north of the kingdom of Sintra?" Harry asked with as much monotone as possible. "It is," the woman confirmed. "And would you happen to be a Dryad?" Harry asked with his excitement hitting new levels, barely being contained inside him, that he barely remembered that she had already told him that. "I am," she said calmly, but he felt he detected what might have been a hint of amusement in her answer. "One last question, if you would humor me, my lady?" Harry asked, trying so hard to contain himself. Go on, she said, giving him permission. Thank you, my lady. Would you perchance know the current year? Harry asked. The woman seemed to frown in thought. Time is something that is much harder to judge here in Brooklyn, as we have no need to measure it. I believe your people say it's the year 1157. The woman said. Harry's face went blank at that. 1157. That means she won't be born for another 100 years nearly, which means I didn't go too far forward and haven't missed her. I'll be able to see her again. Harry thought. He could no longer contain it. He shot into the air and roared with triumph. Yes. Year 1183. Harry's POV. Harry was watching one of the most disgusting scenes he had ever seen unfold before his eyes. He was in a small town called Belhaven, which was apparently a town that was chock full of racist assholes. There was a crowd cheering at a platform where a man was tying a noose around the neck of a crying elf woman. From what Harry had seen and heard, the elf woman had killed a guard that had been trying to take advantage of her, only for the man's buddies to hop in and beat her into a different skin tone and throw her in prison. Now it looked like they were going to kill her. Harry was a man that understood what sacrifice was. He had seen and done it so many times over the years that he had lost count. He still fell asleep and saw Neville's face as he took on wave after wave of Death Eaters after they had found one of their hideouts, giving his fellow comrades time to escape. He died that night, but in that one night, got enough kills to retain a spot in the top 10 heaviest hitters in the war despite it continuing for another 2 years. The point Harry was trying to make was that sometimes sacrificing yourself for a cause you believed in was all you could do. Sometimes you needed to stand up against the crowd for what you knew was right, and that was exactly what he was going to do. Harry started walking towards the podium as the executioner let the audience have their fun with the beaten girl by calling her names and throwing random items at her before they finished her off. Not that that was going to happen, as Harry had just made it to the stairs of the podium and started climbing it. At this point, the executioner and the guards had noticed him. So did the audience. Oi, civilian, you need to stay off the podium. What you think you're doing? The guard said. Harry looked at the man with a blank face. I think I'm going to walk over to that girl, take that noose off her neck, and escort her out of town. Harry replied calmly. Both the crowd and the guards seemed to find his words extremely funny as they burst into loud laughter. Harry patiently waited for them to finish as he discreetly brought his wand out. Yeah, I don't know if you've been hitting the drink to hard, mate, but you should really step down before I have to knock you on your arse, the main guard said as he got in his face. This brought a new round of laughter to his buddies as well as the crowd. Harry allowed a smooth smile to cross over his features. He leaned into the guard slowly before speaking. The crowd shut their mouths real quickly to hear his response. If you don't get the fuck out of my way right now, I'm going to show these nice people here what it looks like to turn a human being inside out, Harry said in little more than a whisper, despite that his words almost echoed through the courtyard. The guard recoiled back at the mere thought of what he said before anger crossed his face. All right, I have had enough of this. Let's show this elf lover what we think of his kind boys. The guard yelled behind him towards his fellow guardsmen as he drew his weapon. It was unfortunate that he did not see the Scarlet Curse rushing towards him in time, otherwise he may have been able to stop Harry from making good on his promise by dodging out of its path. Alas, it would seem he was too distracted, which was why right now he was just a giant red puddle of wound and human organs on the floor. It didn't take long for the screaming to start after that. Even the guards seemed to be too disgusted to act after what just happened to their commander. This was also unfortunate, as Harry wasn't feeling in a too merciful mood and decided it would just be easier to dispose of all of them rather than let them live and get reinforcements who he would also have to kill. The first two were split in half almost completely with the cutting charm Harry had quickly cast at them within a second. The third and fourth weren't so lucky, as Harry had decided he wanted them to burn alive. Flammus Acrobus. Harry whispered the spell twice and caught them both in the chest. It was one of his signature ones during the war, and he had mastered it to the point where it could almost keep up with most fiendfires when he cast it with full power. Harry took a moment to watch people screaming and running away as fast as possible. Even the executioner had booked it with the rest of the people. Harry ignored them and turned towards the elf, who was looking at him with horror. Many years ago, it might have bothered him that someone he just rescued looked at him like that. Now it didn't bother him a bit. No matter their intentions, watching a man butcher someone was never easy. He walked up to her. "Calm," he said to her in hopes that she wouldn't struggle as he released the noose from her neck. His elder speech wasn't the best, but he knew enough to get by. It seemed she understood the sentiment as she calmed at his word but still looked scared. He finished getting the noose from around her neck and gestured for her to follow him. Luckily they weren't too far from an exit towards the town. "Name?" Harry asked. The woman looked at him in surprise. "Syathril," she responded quietly. Harry nodded. They soon made it to the exit unbothered. Harry looked at the girl. "Stay here," he said to her. She nodded in understanding. Harry went back into the town and stole a few goods like bread, water, and a horse. He walked back to the elf. He handed her all the supplies as well as the reins to her new horse. "Here, take all this and get out of here. Don't come back here for at least 50 years. Human memory is nowhere near as long as an elf's," Harry told her as he helped her on the stallion. "If I have it my way, then I shall never return. I thank you for helping me, even knowing it has now put a huge target on yourself. May I have the name of my savior?" she asked in common with an elvish accent. Harry waved away her concern. "It's nothing. I'm used to people trying to hunt me down. Even if they're successful, they will find that I do not come quietly. My name is Harry. Happy to help," he said as he slapped the horse's rear, causing it to spur forward before the elf had time to reply. The last thing he saw was her surprised face as the horse ran off with her into the distance. He watched after her before the horse was out of view. With her gone, Harry looked back at the town and started weighing the pros and cons of burning it to the ground in his head. He grumbled as he found more cons than pros. With that, he disappeared with a pop in the night. Year 1199 Iden POV. "And did you miss me?" Harry said as he popped into the hidden little forest village deep in the depths of Brooklyn. "Harry, I thought I warned you to never return," the silver-haired druid said seriously as she looked at her unexpected guest, who seemed unconcerned about the 30 arrows currently pointed at him. "Oh, you were serious about that?" Harry asked with a faux confusion. "I just held back her glare for the supposedly human male." "Yes, I was," she said as she made a gesture for her people to put down their weapons. They would make no difference, as Harry had proven on his second uninvited visit to her quiet home. This would mark the 5th one since they had found him all those moons ago. And had no idea why the male felt the need to stop in every few summers, but at this point it was almost becoming expected. Not an expectation she ever really wanted to have. He would just pop in and force her to drink some tea with him for a few hours and catch up, as he put it. Just as she thought, he summoned a pot of tea and some cups out of thin air. "Shall we?" he asked with his insufferable smile as he walked into her abode. She followed him in, only because she knew it would be the quickest way to get him to leave. Hopefully he wasn't in a foul mood like last time. Something to do with an elven woman he had to save, if she remembered correctly. She sat cross-legged on the floor with him as he poured her tea. The tea was actually very tasty and calming. It was the only good thing about his visits. "Why have you decided to once again disturb the peace of my forest?" she asked, trying to get to the point. "Oh, I haven't seen you for a while and thought I would pop in. How's everything? Kill any interesting trespassers lately?" Harry asked as he served her a cup. She took it and took a nice sip of the pleasant beverage. "Interesting? No. Troublesome? Yes," she responded. Harry nodded in response. "What, did you kill a noble or something like that?" Harry asked as he took a sip from his cup. "I do not know. I do know that Verdun keeps trying to send men to find and kill my people recently," she responded. Harry looked at her. "That doesn't sound good. Want me to pop over after this and give them the business?" Harry asked her. And just paused for a second as she tried to puzzle out what he was asking her. "I do not require your assistance if that is what you are asking," she finally responded in a slightly offended tone. Yes, you don't like outside help. Forgive me, I still sometimes forget how you can be. I meant no offense," Harry said as he bowed his head in apology. And just frowned at the motion. She had no idea how he could one moment have the audacity to treat her like she was an old friend and the next have impeccable manners and courtesies. Just another confusing thing about the powerful mage that she may never figure out. If you truly seek my forgiveness, you would have the decency to leave and never return, she commented. He dropped his manners and went back to his normal form as his smile reappeared. Aiden, you're breaking my heart. I take time out of my day to come and talk with you over some delicious tea, and this how you treat me?
I'm hurt.
Truly I am, Harry said in a teasing tone. This time Aiden did glare at him. If I could, I would have filled you with arrows and cut off your head as a message to other trespassers years ago. It is only due to the fact that I physically cannot pull off such a feat that I have not done it. Aiden said to him, that's true. You never really were a hospitable host unless you saw some use in your guest. How devious of you, Harry commented lightly. Then why do you continue to return if you know how much your presence bothers me? Aiden asked with anger creeping into her usually serene voice. TSK, 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 Lady Aiden. All in good time. Almost all things I have done since I have met you have been for one singular reason, Harry said. And what reason is that? She asked almost rhetorically. One day you will know. One day I will give you a choice. A choice between two options, neither of which you will like. After that day comes, if you truly never wish to see me again, then I shall grant you said wish as a reward for your choosing, Harry said with a smile, and frowned at his words. What he just said sounded both ominous and like it would cause her trouble. I see, was all she said in response. Us move back to happier topics. How's your daughter? What was her name, Marley? Morin. Aiden corrected immediately with a frost in her voice. It had recently come to her attention that her daughter had something of an affection for this man. Such a thing bothered her greatly, and the last thing she wanted was for him to take a mutual interest. Morin, right? How's she doing? Harry asked. She is fine, Aiden said, trying clearly to close the topic. Harry looked up at her and seemed to take the hint. All right then. Well, it seems we're about out of tea, so I guess I can leave a little earlier today than usual, Harry said as he stood up. Aiden sighed in relief at the man seemingly leaving. She didn't know what she had done for the gods to have cursed her with his presence. Good. Please do not return, she told him. She knew he would not listen, but she only had hope left at this point. Harry just smiled at her. See you in a few years, my lady, he told her before popping off. Aiden just frowned in annoyance before going back to planning on how to deal with new attacks from Verdun. Year 1216 Harry's POV. Harry watched these supposed witchers dance around his large form in some effort to distract him while one or the other took him. Harry, on the other hand, just continued to sit down and watch them with an uninterested eye. These witchers were most obviously not from the school of the wolf, but the school of the cat, if his eyes were to be believed. They were also very stupid if the fact that they took a contract out on him and woke him up in the middle of hibernation said anything about them. Harry had already decided to cook them alive and then deposit their remains somewhere public just to make sure no one else tried this. Vicar, go around him. I'll keep him distracted from the front. One of them yelled at his partner. All right, just don't get cooked. He seems pretty docile now, but that could change at any moment. The one now identified as Vicar responded back. Harry pretended to pay attention to the man who was jumping around in front of him and waving his sword around like an idiot while the other crept up behind him. He didn't even need to look behind him to swing his huge tail quickly and smash it into the witcher. Even with their enhanced senses, his tail was simply too big to dodge. The man behind him was quickly killed as he was smashed up against the wall with the full force of Harry's tail. Vicar, the remaining man yelled as he looked at his now dead companion before looking back at Harry with a glare. You'll pay for that beast, the man yelled as he charged him. Harry swiped at him, and to the man's credit, he actually managed to dodge it. The man quickly cast a Quen sign on himself in the hopes it would give at least some protection against the dragon. Harry admitted that it was probably the smartest move he could make. Most of the Witcher's limited magic wouldn't be enough to actually affect him. Even the Quen probably wouldn't do much, but it was better than nothing. All right then, come on you overgrown lizard, the Witcher yelled at him as he readied his silver sword. Harry had learned that silver swords could do little more than scratch him recently after coming to this world. He had also found other dragons to be much weaker than he was, though they had the ability to absorb most magic, which wasn't something Harry couldn't do in his dragon form. Harry finally stood up to his full massive height and stared down at the puny Witcher. He swiped his claws once more only for the man to skillfully dodge out of the way. Harry, however, expected this and bellowed white-hot flames after the man. He heard a brief scream before the flames killed the man. Harry grunted in annoyance once the man was dead. Every few years, a village would put a contract on him. It was mainly dragon professionals that came after him, but occasionally he would get an overzealous witcher that got in over their head and decided to try and kill him. Or in this case, two of them. Harry shifted his body back into a human form as he stood over the charred remains of the witcher. He scrunched his face at the burnt smell coming from the body. Quickly, he pulled his wand out and vanished the remains of the witcher. With that done, he walked over to the other one and checked it over. The body was actually relatively intact considering how hard he had smashed it against the wall. He curiously wondered if witchers had a stronger bone structure than the average human. That brought him to thinking about the other races he had encountered and their physical structures. Obviously, vampires had much stronger muscles and a much denser bone structure. This meant that their metabolism was much higher than most creatures, which is why they had to drink wound as it carried much more energy than most foods did even when eaten raw. Harry knew that witchers had mutations due to Ciri mentioning it when talking about her surrogate father Geralt, but he didn't truly know the extent of it. Harry kicked the body with his foot once just to make sure the witcher was fully dead. He then picked it up and dragged it to his hidden little laboratory. He cleared the table with all his little notes on plans he had once Ciri finally decided to grace the world with her presence and pop out of her mom for the first time. He then carefully slumped the witcher body on the table and got started. First he healed all the physical wounds on the witcher's body. Before leaving Britain, Harry had been widely considered a genius because of his multiple masteries in the subjects of potions, defense against the dark arts, runes, herbology, and healing. Most had been simply because he was either bored or because they helped with his research. Healing was surprisingly the only one that he had actually pursued simply from wanting to know more on the subject. Unsurprisingly, he had done it because he had remembered how lucky he had been when Ciri was injured that he was able to cobble up a solution that just happened to work. He wanted to make sure that he was able to help any time one of his friends needed it in the future. That's why he made the dragonpox vaccine. Little Rose, his niece in all but name, had contracted it. He had worked for almost an entire year straight to solve that little issue and had made it just in time when the poor girl had been on her deathbed. Harry shook his head to clear his reminiscing as he focused in on the now healed body of the witcher he killed. Now obviously he couldn't bring the man back to life, nor did he want to honestly, but he could imitate life in the body on a physical level with a clever little spell he had come up with that kept the heart pumping wound throughout the body, but only as long as you held the spell. So physically the man would be alive, but since he had not had oxygen circulating in him for too long, he would still be brain dead. Still, he could do some tests on his body now at least. Harry started on seeing how the body handled different bacteria and virus being introduced to it. The results had been a little disappointing, to be honest. The witcher body did handle viruses and bacteria better than humans, but not by much, to be honest. In fact, he had been surprised that it handled so poorly. He had seen the mutations that had been integrated into the bloodstream as well as most of the body. It should have been giving the body a much stronger immunity system than it currently had. Harry wasn't sure if it was flawed somehow or if he was missing something important. The next thing he looked into was the muscle and tissues of a witcher. This was clearly where the mutagens shone through the most. Muscle density had definitely been increased and seemed to retain themselves much better than humans he had seen in the past. It explained their increased speed, agility, and strength. He wished he could spell the man back to live to run him through some physical tests, but sadly that wasn't really in the cards. Despite this, he still got the feeling that it could have been better. I mean, he probably couldn't give them high vampire level of strength and speed or anything close to it, but there was definitely room for improvement. The last thing he had found was that the mutagen actually made the user sterile. That must have been bothersome if they ever wanted kids, although it apparently hadn't stopped good old Geralt from raising Ciri as his own daughter. Still, that was quite unfortunate. Last but not least was the limited magic witchers used. This was actually the most impressive things that the mutagens seemed to do, mainly because it should have been impossible. He hadn't encountered a single plant on this world that made him believe in the possibility of giving someone an artificial magic reserve. It was honestly amazing that every witcher didn't just implode in on themselves. If someone had asked Harry if there was even a slight chance of anyone surviving the process of what these mutagens did to the body, then he would have laughed in their face and called them insane. It was an absolute miracle in his honest opinion. Still, witchers did have great promise. Their magical pool was very small, especially in this world where the sorcerers and sorceresses seemed to have much larger magical pools than the ones from his world. Probably due to the fact that they didn't really use magical focuses. A witcher had just enough magic to perform some of the weaker spells. In fact, he was almost sure that the 5 main ones they knew had been modified specifically so that they could use them easier. At the end of all his observations, Harry finally concluded that it was most likely that whoever made the formula to give witchers their mutagens, they had made it by either luck on an accident. If the limited calculations he could make were correct, then it was a matter of luck as well as the order and timing of the administering that really made the difference. He was pretty sure that the mutagens all conflicted with each other in just a certain way that it would occasionally allow a strong enough individual to live through the trial. Then the mutagens would both work against and with each other to both strengthen the user as well as weaken the other mutagens in the body as much as they could. The final product of this, if it was successful, was a witcher. Witcher, being the poorly crafted mutated human being that was always on the cusp of death without even realizing it. I can't believe someone actually made such a poorly crafted formula. I mean, obviously there are better ways to enhance people. I think, probably, I wonder if, no, I need to stay focused on the plan. But, I do still have quite a few years ahead of me after all. Getting some practice with anatomy of different creatures may end up helping. Well, maybe just a few years of study, I suppose. Then back to planning. Year 1229. Harry's POV. Are you the one they call the Black Mage? A regal yet beautiful woman asked him. Harry just looked up from the book he was reading and gave a confused raised eyebrow at the woman who was flanked by 2 guards. He was currently in the beautiful city of Sintra trying to enjoy a nice read in a public garden. He was briefly conscious of the fact that the entire street was looking at the woman, meaning she was either royalty or a noble. The what now? Harry asked with confusion. The Black Mage. As in the immortal Black Mage that randomly appears every few years and cause both miracles and disasters wherever he goes. The woman said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Harry just stared at her in surprise. He didn't remember getting a title. Then again, he tended to stay away from towns and cities as there were usually at least one person that would cause him to lose his cool and go berserk and start killing. I don't think I have ever been called that in my life. Harry finally said without confirming or denying the woman's question, as he did not know the answer himself. Was it not you who first appeared in Belhaven where you massacred part of the town because they were trying to kill a girl? Unjustly? The woman continued to question calmly. Harry looked at the woman fully now. He did indeed remember killing some people in Belhaven because they had tried to execute an elven girl. It was hardly an actual portion of the town. Just some guards that tried to stop me. Everyone else just ran off. Harry remarked. The woman nodded with a satisfied smile. I thought it was you. I wish to beg for your assistance, Black Mage, as I am in dire need of your services. The woman said as he sat next to Harry with a serious look on her face. Harry had to hold in a sigh. The very last thing he wanted to do was have to throw his lot in with a noble. She either wanted to use his power or gain something from it. Neither was something he was okay with. I'm actually rather busy, so you'll have to schedule an appointment. Harry said as he brushed the woman off and continued to read his book. He could hear the guards physically reaching for their swords. He also noticed the woman to his right waving her hand to calm her pissed-off guards. Will you not at least listen to what I have to ask? I have been searching for you for months now, and it seems destiny itself has brought you to my city. Would you please at least listen to what I have to ask? The woman asked gently. It wasn't quite begging, but it was close. That had gotten Harry's attention. Nobles tended to not beg for anything as they usually thought they were deserving of everything. To hear this woman beg spoke volumes. Also to hear that she had apparently been looking for him was a little concerning. Fine. I make no promises to help you in any way, but I will at least listen to what you have to say as long as you explain how you know who I am. Harry told the woman. She breathed a sigh of relief before smiling gratefully at him. I thank you for letting me speak. My name is Adelia. I am the Queen of Sintra. I ask you to help with my daughter. I believe she has been struck with a terrible curse and has fallen ill. I have asked both sorcerers and doctors to see her, but none can find the source of her illness. I have many friends in the more magical community and have heard talk of you and your mysterious healing powers. I have been trying to track you down for months, but had recently almost given up hope until I saw you as I was passing by. I myself have some minor skill with magic and was able to feel your power. I knew that it must have been you with the power and your clothing. I know it must have been destiny for our paths to meet today. Will you please help me? The woman both explained and asked him. Harry just took it all in for a minute. It would seem he had gotten a reputation without being aware of it by the magical community. Sure, he hadn't exactly been subtle, but he thought with how devolved their communication ways were compared to his own world, knowledge of his person would have been lost in the confusion. Apparently not. It had also been noted that he was quite old after so many years of still being alive and looking so young. That could be a problem. He would need to tone down his visits to public places. If Ciri heard of him before they met, well, he wasn't actually sure what would happen, but that was just asking for a paradox. Your daughter, you say. Do you believe she's truly been cursed? Harry asked. I do not know. I only know that neither magical nor regular treatments seem to have any effect on her. Adelia said to him. Harry thought about it. Of course he was going to help her. If she was the queen, then that means Ciri was probably a descendant of hers and her daughter. If her daughter died, then there was a chance Ciri would never be born. Of course the girl could always heal without his interference, but it also might have been that something Harry had done while here in this world could have affected the future and caused this girl to be sick. Either way, he'd rather be safe than sorry. Fine, I will go and attempt to heal your daughter. Harry agreed as he stood up from the bench and put the book he was reading in his black cloak, which was something he was apparently going to have to change as it was now his calling card. Oh, thank you so much. If you can accomplish her healing, I will be most grateful and willing to grant you any reward within my power. Adelia said. There is nothing in your power that you could give me that I would want. Harry said to her as she led him towards the castle. Perhaps not, but I shall offer anyways, as you may one day change your mind. The woman said, not letting Harry's statement get to her. They approached the tall castle in the city and walked in with no problem. It would be the first time he had been invited into a palace and not had break in secretly. There were random maids and servant that would bow as they passed. Harry found it weird as they were also bowing to him simply because he was with their queen. It is just up through here. Adelia gestured towards the stairwell. Harry nodded and continued to follow. After a few flights they came to a beautiful ornate door. Wait here, Adelia told the guards. This seemed to upset them once more. My lady, I do not wish to question you, but wouldn't it be safer if one of the guards tried before being cut off? We shall be fine. I have faith that the black mage will look after me if trouble arrives. Why don't you go attend to my husband actually? Adelia told them firmly, leaving no room for argument. The guards still looked uncomfortable but bowed before departed. With them gone, Adelia gently opened the door. Calanthe, dearest, are you awake? Adelia asked gently into the cracked open door.
Mama.
A soft voice replied in the darkness. Adelia entered the room and gestured for Harry to do the same. Harry walked softly into the darkened room and did a quick look around. It was decorated in a way in which he expected a princess's room to be decorated. The only unnatural thing was that most of the furniture had been pushed against the wall. Harry moved closer to the large bed where he got a look at the girl who would one day be Ciri's grandmother if he had just heard her name correctly. She was a blonde girl that was incredibly pale and skinny, most likely due to her disease. She had red spots on certain parts of her visible body that caused Harry's eyes to narrow. I have brought a man today to look over you and see if he can help. Please listen to what he tells you, okay? Adelia asked the girl. The girl seemed to nod weakly. Harry took that as his cue and walked over to her. He pulled up a nearby chair and sat next to the weak girl. Hello, Calanthe, was it? What a pretty name. How old are you? Harry asked her gently while subtly casting diagnostic charms on her. I'm approaching my 8th year. What is your name? The girl asked Harry as she looked up at him. Despite her weak appearance, Harry could see strength boiling in those eyes. My name? Ah, well, you can call me Apollo. 8 years, you said. Wow, you're getting pretty grown. I'm sure soon you will be a beautiful maiden that all the young boys go after someday. Harry told her as he finished his spells. The girl smiled weakly. Perhaps or perhaps not, she said. Harry had to keep himself from frowning. While the girl didn't sound defeated, she did seem to accept the reality of her situation. I'm sure of it. Can you give me a moment? I'll be right back. Harry told her as he got up and went to a desk that was pushed against the wall. He tapped his wand on its surface and watched as words appeared on the wood giving him the diagnosis of the girl. Adelia walked over to him while he was doing this. What are you doing? Have you found what's wrong with her? Adelia asked eagerly, yet also trying to keep quiet so her daughter wouldn't hear. Harry didn't answer. He looked over the words and frowned. He knew what he was looking at. He had only ever seen it once before, and it had not been this bad. Yes, I have found what ails her. She has a magical variant of autoimmune disease, Harry told the woman. Adelia frowned. What does that mean? She asked. It basically means that her body is confused and attacking itself. She was born with some magic in her wound. Not too much, but what was there was quite powerful. Since there was so little of it, however, her normal body has mistaken it for a foreign entity trying to invade it. It's basically attacking itself in hopes to kill off all the magic in her body, not knowing that it's killing itself in the process. It's a very rare disease, and the magical variant is even more so. I'm honestly surprised she has lasted this long. Cases this severe are usually quite fatal, Harry told the woman. Adelia had tears forming in her eyes. Is there nothing that can be done? She asked, still trying to maintain her quiet volume. I can probably trick the body back to normal and into thinking the magic inside of it is normal. I will need to grab a potion first. One that will settle her body and stop almost all non-vital activity. It will put her in a coma where she will be susceptible to my healing methods. After, I can give her the antidote to bring her out of it. As one of her guardians, I need your permission to continue with this procedure, Harry told Adelia as he went into full healer mode. Adelia took a moment to wipe her tears and get herself under control. Will it hurt her? Adelia asked. The procedure itself won't hurt, but she will feel sore on her whole body afterwards given how far it has spread. She will also need a strict diet and a certain amount of exercise per day to get her back to full health. I will give you notes after I finish if you would like, Harry told her. Adelia nodded before reaching out and hugging him tightly. Thank you, she whispered to him. Harry just awkwardly patted her back a few times until she let go. Right. Well, I need to pop back to my lab to get my potion. I will be right back, Harry said as he apparat away with a pop. He appeared in his current little lab where he quickly ruffled through his trunk for a draft of living death, or this world's equivalent of it at least. Grabbing the bottle, he then popped back to the palace where he saw Adelia looking surprised. I don't think I have ever seen a sorcerer disappear like that before, she said in awe. Well, I've always been a little special, Harry said as he moved back next to Calanthe. Hello, Calanthe. I have found what's wrong with you and am going to put you to sleep with this potion I have so I can start the procedure to heal you. Don't be afraid. I will give you the antidote as soon as I am done, Harry told the girl gently. The girl did her best to scowl. I'm not afraid. I fear nothing, not even death, she said bravely in a way only a child could pull off. Harry couldn't help the little laugh that escaped his mouth. I bet you aren't, little lioness. I bet you aren't. Year 1251 Gerald's POV. A dragon? A dragon. It's a big black one, the farmer told him with his arms crossed. Gerald just looked at the stubborn man. Dragons were extremely rare and hardly seen. It was most likely a forktail or perhaps even a slyzard. Does it breathe fire? Gerald asked, trying to puzzle out if this was actually a dragon. Well, it's a dragon in it, so I imagine it does breathe fire. The The farmer said with what sounded like a growing anger. Sure. Who has it attacked? Gerald asked, hoping to see if there were any living witnesses. No one. It normally just flies around the mountains, but since it's there, everyone's too afraid to cross the mountains and go to Rivia where we can sell goods. The farmer explained. What's it been eating? Not much game in the mountains. It must have to come down sometime for food. Gerald observed. How the hell should I know? You gonna go kill it or not? The farmer said, finally getting frustrated with all of Gerald's questions. Gerald thought about it. This really didn't sound like dragon behavior to him. In fact, he very much doubted it was a dragon at all. Probably just some draconid that the farmers had confused for one. Alright, I'll deal with it. I'll be back for my coin once the deed's done. Gerald told the man. The farmer nodded, apparently satisfied. About time you accepted. Beginning to think I was going to have to go hire someone else. The farmer said as if it were a threat. Gerald almost snorted at that but managed to keep his face still. There weren't many who would willing go after a dragon for such little coin. The real professionals didn't even go after dragons for contracts but rather for a chance to steal their hoard once they killed it. As a general rule, Gerald tended to stay away from dragons, but in most cases there were rarely dragons involved. Gerald moved and approached his horse. A brown stallion he, of course, called Roach. He mounted him and looked towards the Mahakam Mountains. They looked no different than any time he had passed through them. He gave a slight kick to the horse to get it started towards the mountains. He knew there was usually some inhabitants that lived in the mountains, so hopefully one of them could point him in the right direction. The climb up the mountain passes was surprisingly peaceful. He had not encountered anything besides a few wild animals who had scurried away as soon as he had gotten near. He hadn't even encountered any wolves, which should have been more abundant nearer to the bottom, which was odd. Still he pushed on towards the peaks. Eventually the pass got too small for a horse and Gerald had to continue on foot. He was already quite high up at this point, so he wouldn't have to push much further. He was actually surprised he hadn't found a nest or cave yet for whatever creature was nesting here. Not much mountain left, and that meant there was less space to have a cave or a nest. Still, he continued on as he had already taken the contract. He pushed up higher and higher towards the peak. He was almost near the top when he noticed it. Medallion is humming. Gerald said to himself as he looked around. He was actually in a part of the trail where the path had widened considerably. To his left was the obvious long drop to the bottom, whereas on the right there was an open space that had a rocky overhang. Now that he looked at it more closely, it almost looked like the start of a cave. Gerald frowned and walked forwards until he was near the wall. His medallion hummed even louder as he approached the wall. An illusion? He asked himself. He touched the wall only to see his hand sink through it as if it wasn't even there. Gerald pushed forward through it as he confirmed his suspicion. As he pushed into the wall, the one thing that Gerald didn't expect to see was the most coziest cave he had ever seen in his life. The hidden cave had a comfortable warm feeling in it with torches all around it and a nice fireplace in the middle with expensive chairs surrounding it. On one side there was a large open space that nothing had been done with. Off to the other side there were quite a few bookshelves, what looked like lab equipment, though not like any he had ever seen before, as well as a king-sized bed. And in that king-sized bed there appeared to be a man. A man sleeping quite comfortably if his light snores were any indication. Gerald walked up to the man and leaned down. The man appeared to be young with hair as black as night and a scar just above one of his eyebrows. He reached over and shook the man awake as he wanted some answers. The man opened his eye groggily and stared up at Gerald with confusion. Can I help you with something? The man asked Gerald. Gerald just raised a single eyebrow. Not quite the response he had been expecting from the man. Are you the one who has decorated this cave? Gerald asked first. The man smiled at that. That I am. Why? Do you like it? The man asked in a semi-excited tone. Gerald just looked at the man. It was quite possible that he wasn't entirely all there. Gerald looked around the cave before looking at the man. Seems cozy, he said drily. The man nodded as he got up and revealed himself to be wearing a simple shirt and trousers. A little strange, as most people slept either in their undergarments or in nothing at all. I thought so too. That's the vibe I was going for. Wasn't really planning on having any guest, especially so soon, but I guess it's not problem. What's your name, stranger? The man asked. Geralt of Rivia, he told the strange man. He didn't miss the twitch that had appeared for a second on the man's face as he gave his name. I see. The date must be closing in then. I guess I should start making preparations. Tell me, Geralt of Rivia, what year is it? The man asked as he started moving about and throwing on regular clothes. It's the year 1251. I have a few questions for you, Geralt said as he remembered what he wanted to ask. Shoot, the man said as he moved over to what looked like a work table near the rest of his lab equipment and started looking through his papers. Shoot what? Geralt asked, confused. The man just shook his head. Nothing. Ask your questions. The man told him. Who are you and what are you doing in this cave? Geralt asked first. Name's Harry and I live here. The now identified Harry said to him. You live in this cave? Geralt asked with some skepticism. That's what I said. Harry confirmed as he kept rifling through papers. Why? Geralt asked. The privacy for the most part. I usually change caves every few years as people tend to find my abode and bother me nowadays. Unfortunate as I just moved here. Harry said. I don't suppose you've seen a dragon around since you've moved here? Geralt asked. Dragon? A big black one? Harry asked as he looked up at Geralt. Geralt's eyes narrowed as that was just as the farmer described it as well. He nodded. Never seen it before. Harry said, causing Geralt to look at him in surprise. You haven't seen it, you just described it though. Geralt accused. I just said big and black. That could be all sorts of things. I can think of plenty of things off the top of my head that are also big and black. Harry said as he laughed a little. Geralt just looked at what he now firmly assumed was a crazy person. He then tore his eyes off the man and looked around the cave. Something in the big empty part caught his attention. He quietly walked over and got a closer look. On the floor of the cave were large claw marks that caused Geralt's eyes to widen. These claw marks were much too large and spaced apart to be a slizzard or a forktail. These were actually some of the biggest claw marks he had ever seen. There was no longer any doubt in his mind. This was a dragon's cave. He turned towards the strange man. We need to leave now, Geralt said. The man just looked up at him. Oh, you're leaving already? Well, I wish you the best of luck on the road, Harry said as continued to quickly rifle through some pages. Geralt frowned and quickly walked up to the man, grabbed him with one arm, spun him around, and glared at him. Listen, I don't know who you are or why you're here, but you picked the wrong cave to move into. This is the cave of a dragon. We need to leave before it comes back, so grab what you can take and we're leaving now. Geralt said in as threatening tone as he could manage. Most would cave in to him at this point and do what he told them for fear of their life. Sadly, this man just looked at him with annoyance. Man, you are really hung up on this dragon thing. Though I guess I shouldn't really be too surprised knowing you and all. Alright, can you keep a secret? Harry finally asked him. Geralt just looked at the man, debating whether he would need to knock him out and drag him out of the cave. Okay, stop. I know that look. You're planning to hit me, aren't you? I never realized she got that scowl from you. Look, perhaps I should just show you, Harry told him. Geralt just furrowed his eyebrows in confusion more than anything else. The man was speaking nonsense as far as he was concerned. He opened his mouth to respond but found his hands suddenly empty with the sound of a pop. His eyes widened and he drew his sword at the ready. You are actually about as paranoid as I thought you would be, a voice said. Geralt spun and saw the man called Harry standing back near the emptiest part of the cave where he first saw the dragon. Claw marks. Geralt said nothing. He just readied his sword. He didn't know what to expect from the man, but he knew he was either really fast or had magic. One meant he was most likely a vampire, the other could potentially be just as troublesome as he more than anyone knew, mainly due to certain previous relations he had in the past. Do me a favor and try not to kill me or run away when I change, Harry said to the man. Geralt still said nothing as he prepared what could possibly a fight for his life. He expected the man to either charge him with extreme speed or use ranged attacks as most mages specialized in. What he did not expect was the man to fall onto all fours and start to rapidly expand and darken. He continued to expand until it was almost the height of the cave and as dark as the night itself. By now, he knew exactly what he was looking at. A dragon. You're a dragon? Geralt asked with some astonishment. You hit your head or something in the middle of my transformation. I'm clearly a black dragon, as you can see. The dragon said in a deep but familiar voice. I don't understand. How can you change shape if you are a dragon? Geralt asked the dragon while lowering his weapon but still keeping it out. I am not a dragon that can turn into a man, but rather a man that can turn into a dragon. I am a mage, and it is one of my many abilities. It shouldn't surprise you too much. I have heard of other mages who can do something similar even if it's not to this extent. The dragon/man explained. Geralt processed that information for a second. So you're not a real dragon then? This is just some fancy transformation? Geralt asked for clarification. That's hard to answer. When you take on another form in the way I have done, you do truly become the creature you turn into. You even gain some of the creature's tendencies, and if you're not careful, can fully lose yourself to it. To answer your question, yes and no. It is a transformation, but it doesn't make me any less of a dragon, Harry explained while Geralt listened. I see, and what tendencies have you gained due to this transformation of yours? Geralt asked, trying to see if he ate like a dragon or hoarded like one. Sharpened senses for the most part. That, as well as the want and ability to hibernate, are the main things, Harry said. Geralt scrunched his brow at that. Dragons don't hibernate, he said suspiciously. The ones here certainly don't. They are also not as big or as powerful as me either, Harry said to him. Geralt took that to mean that the dragon this man transformed into was either not native to these lands or a whole new one altogether. Both options would make sense, which made it harder to pick which theory to choose from. Well, I guess I can't complete the contract given to me then, Geralt said as he fully sheathed his blade and stared at the now shrinking dragon. Soon the man named Harry from earlier was standing in its place. Almost unbelievable. Yes, well, perhaps I can help with that. I have quite a sum of money. Perhaps I can repay your lost fee. How much were you getting paid? Harry asked as he moved over to one of his trunks. You don't need to. I'll be fine, Geralt told the man. Nonsense, I know how witchers live and how important contracts are. You were probably going to get quite a reward for a dragon. Go ahead and tell me, Harry told him. Eventually Geralt finally told him. 250 orens? That's it? For a dragon? Man, times must be tough, Harry said as he pulled out some coins. Well, I didn't believe you to truly be a dragon when I accepted the contract. There was not much dragon-type behavior from what was described. Still, the fact that there's word that a dragon is in these mountains will cause dragon hunters to come running, especially if the claims are verified. I would advise you to leave if you don't want trouble, Geralt said as he himself prepared to head out. Well, that's an annoyance. Here is the coin. 300 orens. Extra 50 for your troubles, Harry said kindly to the man. Geralt nodded. I appreciate it. I wish you well on your future travels, Geralt said, walking backwards towards the exit. And you, Geralt. I am sure that we will meet again. At some point, Harry said as he and everything else in the cave vanished before his eyes. Geralt's cat-like eyes widened for a moment before he shook his head and left the cave. 1252. Sintra Harry's POV. Harry stayed hidden in the shadows of the room where loud screams of pain were echoing in the dimly lit room. Harry wasn't paying attention to the screaming or the many handmaidens running around the room. Instead, he simply read a book and wait while hidden by charms in a corner of the room. He even had a sound charm up to lower the volume of incoming sound because the screaming was so loud. Harry was reading a book on portals and their usage by normal mages. They seemed so horribly medieval compared to apparating. You also could not use them in combat, which was a waste. Apparition could be used in combat with enough practice. Portals also seemed to work similarly in the fact that if you didn't know where you were going, you could potentially end up anywhere. Despite their faults, portals were much safer than apparating because there wasn't a chance to accidentally splint yourself if you did it wrong. If you did it wrong, then it would just not work. Harry raised his head from his book when he noticed the screaming in the room finally stopped. He looked over towards the bed in the room and noticed that most of the handmaidens had left with only one remaining. An additional man and woman had entered the room though. The new woman who had entered was familiar to him, especially since he saved her life not too many years ago. Calanthe Fiona Rhiannon was now the Queen of Sintra, as well as being a new grandmother as of just moments ago. One wouldn't be able to tell this from her face, as she still looked relatively young, as she was only 33 years old. The other man was apparently named Dooney and was the father of the newly born girl. Ciri had never talked much about her biological father, but he always got the feeling she wasn't exactly fond of the man. Harry couldn't see anything currently wrong with him. He seemed overjoyed by the girl resting in his arms, as did everyone else in the room. The woman who gave birth, Pavetta, seemed exhausted but still managed a smile as she looked on at her newly born daughter as well. "Well, what have you decided to name the girl?" Calanthe asked as she looked at her daughter. "Cirilla," Pavetta responded, looking adoringly at her new child. "It is a wonderful name, my love. One truly fit for a princess," Dooney told his exhausted wife. Harry just watched the family coo over the new girl. Harry was happy that there was a new life in the world and happy with the family's happiness over the situation, but it was not actually why he was here. It wouldn't make sense for him to go through all his work to avoid all things Ciri, and then show up at her birth just to see her. He was here simply to verify that this was the Ciri he knew. He already knew that he had changed history to some extent, so he needed to be sure that it hadn't changed to such an extent that his Ciri no longer existed. He waited for what felt like hours for them to take the baby and place her in a crib away from the bed to allow her mother to rest. Harry had to squash the healer in him to help them deal with the woman. They were using horribly outdated methods to ensure her health, and Harry just wanted to swoop in and show them how it was done. He was, luckily, used to squashing his natural tendencies at this point and waited patiently. Finally, they put little Ciri in her crib and vacated the room to allow the mother to sleep. Harry waited until the mother fell asleep before he approached the crib, still hidden under his charms. He stared down and looked at the child, who still was squirming a little in her sleep. Harry reached out with his magic to touch little Ciri's and see if it matched the way it used to be. Everyone's magical signature was as unique as their wound, meaning this was the only way he could truly tell if they were the same person. He waited a moment as he tried to really analyze the girl's magic and then smiled to himself. Perfect match. Harry smiled as he looked down with happiness at the girl. "I shall see you again soon, Ciri," Harry thought as he disappeared silently from the room with no one the wiser. 1255. Harry's POV. When Harry entered this particular inn at this particular nondescript village, he never expected to see a highly visible splash of ashen hair at one of the tables. A familiar form accompanied the splash of ashen hair that was too bulky to be who he first had confused it to be. It also wouldn't make sense if it was her, as she should still be a toddler, but his second thought seemed to be the correct one. He walked over to the table and saw that Geralt had 3 guests. 2 beautiful women and a man that sat in the middle of them across from him. "Evening, Geralt. It's been some time since we saw each other. When was it? The castle." "Oh no, it was in the cave," Harry said to the man. He had forgotten for a second that Geralt hadn't known that Harry had been there the night he had gone to Sintra to drive away Ciri's father by the Queen's command. That had been an amusing night. "Harry, what are you doing here?" Geralt asked him with surprise clear in his eyes. "Oh, you know me. I just pop in and out of places," Harry said as he sat next to the man, since there was no real room on the other side of the table. So you just happened to be traveling into the same town as me, no other reason?" Geralt asked with suspicion. Harry looked at him with a raised eyebrow. "Geralt, what possible thing do you think I could need your help with?" "Me?" Harry asked the man with a semi-serious, semi-joking manner. Geralt actually looked to be thinking on that. "I suppose nothing then," he said after some thought. "Exactly. So introduce me to your friends." "Haven't met anyone new in ages," Harry said with a smile as he looked across the table at the man and his 2 female companions. "That's Borch, otherwise known as the 3 Jackdaws. His 2 companions are T and Vea," Geralt said with a short head nod at each so Harry could tell the difference. "Pleasure. My name is Harry," Harry said to them all with a smile. It didn't escape his notice that the male smelt of a dragon, and he would know. Pleasure, Harry. Me and your friend Gerald were just having a discussion on dragons, Borch said with a smile as he poured some ale in a spare cup and handed it to Harry. Harry took it gratefully. Oh, do continue. I happen to have quite the fascination with the creatures, Harry said. Gerald snorted quietly into his drink at that. Well, to be specific, we were talking about golden dragons and whether they could be myths or perhaps mutants of the species. Again, if they were mutants, then they most likely died out by now, Gerald said, adding to the conversation. Well, you're both wrong, Harry said. Oh, so you believe in them then? Borch asked him with a curious look. Of course. Beautiful creatures. Insanely smart too, Harry said as he took a swig of his drink. Tasted pretty good to his surprise. You've met one? Borch asked with some surprise. Met is a strong word. I observed him for a while. Seemed like a pleasant sort. Just sort of flew around and ate things in a certain mountain range he inhabited. He tended to avoid people and went to great lengths to do so. I almost missed him when I first saw him, Harry said to them. The three new people seemed very interested in what he said. Fascinating. When was this? Borch asked. Harry tilted his head up in thought. Well, let's see. It's 12:55 now, so about 70 to 80 years ago, give or take 5 years. Harry said. 70 years ago. How old do you expect us to believe you are? Borch said a little too loudly. A century, I suppose, give or take a decade. Harry said with his mischievous smirk as he downed his drink. You have a wild imagination, my friend. Borch said. Harry smiled. One of the many things I have, yes. Harry replied. You also said we were both wrong about our thoughts on what a golden dragon is. So what do you think it is? Borch asked. A golden dragon is simply a dragon that got lucky off his parent's success. When a dragon is able to suck up huge amounts of magic in its body over its lifetime, it is then possible for it to give birth to a golden dragon. Normal dragons have no real other use for magic, so when they lay eggs, their body condenses all the magic they have stored up and presses it into the egg. The baby dragon then absorbs the magic into it to first strengthen its body as well as strengthen its fire. This is why the first-born dragons are usually stronger. Harry explained to the men. He saw he had the rapt attention of everyone at the table, including Gerald's. The problem is that usually dragons give birth to multiple babies at the same time. The magic then has to be distributed to all the babies, with the oldest getting the most and the youngest getting the least. The amount of magic required to even have a chance of making a golden dragon is so much that there can only be one baby to absorb it all, as well as an extremely large amount of magic stored in the parent. So you can see why they are so rare now. The circumstances to their birth are just very hard to accomplish, which is why only one, maybe two, are seen every century or two, Harry explained. Admittedly, he may have done more than simply observe the last golden dragon he had seen, but it actually had been no problem figuring out how they were born. Nundu's back on his home world were born in the same way but on a much more successful scale. As soon as he had found the telltale signs of that type of birth with the last golden dragon, he knew how they were created. A fascinating theory, one I had admittedly never thought of. How sure of this theory are you? Borch asked. Harry shrugged. Very sure, but not quite completely. I would bet quite heavily on it, but there is always room for failure no matter how much you try to change it. Harry told them. How fascinating. You still think it's mutants after hearing that, Gerald? Borch asked good-naturedly. Gerald gave a little grunt. If Harry says it magic that makes them, then I'm sure he would know better than me, Gerald said as he took another chug of his drink. You have much faith in this man. You must be quite something to impress such a witcher, Borch declared. Harry smiled almost politely. I only know what I know. So, you never told me what both of you are doing in this random pub. Are you traveling somewhere together? Harry asked them. Gerald shook his head. Just got finished with a contract. Basilisk. Some villagers wanted to help themselves to my things while I was taking care of it. Borch, however, stopped them until I arrived, Gerald said. Harry looked at the dragon-smelling man, impressed. Not many were willing to stand up for witchers. Well, that was nice of him. Smiling at the man, Borch just tilted his head in acknowledgement. Well, It was nice catching up with you, Gerald, and meeting your lovely acquaintances. Unfortunately, I am terribly busy these days and I must be off once more, Harry said as he stood up from his seat on the bench. Ah, are you sure, my friend? Me and Gerald still haven't ordered food yet. You should stay and eat with us. Borch said. Unfortunately, I simply don't have the time. I wish you all wellness. Gerald, I'm sure we'll run into each other again.
Au revoir.
Harry said as he disappeared with an almost silent pop. He didn't even give them a chance to say goodbye. Gerald's POV. Gerald sat around a fire with both Dandelion passed out on the ground near him and Yennefer sitting reading a book on the other side. They had just left the mountain peaks where they had encountered the golden dragon, otherwise known as Borch. That had been a surprise, even more surprising than when he had first met Harry. He had not slayed the dragon and had simply listened to what the dragon had. Idiot dwarves and king had almost got him and Yen killed after they refused to honor the deal of their knight. Borch had dealt with them nicely enough. Yennefer hadn't been in a great mood ever since they had left. She didn't seem quite as upset with him, but more disappointed about not getting the dragon parts she wanted. Gerald could understand as he knew that Yennefer really wanted to have a child at some point. He looked at her and against his better judgment, decided to talk to her. What are you reading? Gerald asked, trying to make conversation. Yennefer just looked at him with her patented, "You're an imbecile" look that Gerald was used to at this point. What am I reading? Why? What do you possibly get out of knowing? Are you going to engage me in conversation about it and astound me with your surprising knowledge on obscure magical people? Yennefer asked patronizingly. Gerald just shrugged and looked at her, waiting for her to answer. Yennefer looked at him for a moment before seeming to cool down. It was clear she might still not be in the best mood. It is a journal from a sorcerer I believe to be the Black Mage, Yennefer said. Gerald's eyebrows furrowed at that. Who's the Black Mage? Gerald asked. The Black Mage is an infamous mage who is said to be immortal and wanders the lands doing a mixture of helpful and frightening things. He is said to be an expert in magic as well as extremely elusive. He has been a topic of discussion in the magical community for almost a century now. Many thought he was an elf at first with some of his actions as well as his lifespan. That was disproved though, as any who have had the chance to glimpse at him have stated he looks nothing like an elf, nor does he have a single elven feature. Yennefer finished explaining. Gerald thought on that. Sounds impressive. You say you think you may have found his journal. What makes you unsure it's legitimate? Gerald asked. Several things, the most prominent being that I bought it off a merchant on his way to Vizima for just a few orens. He said he found it in a cave he had used for a camp one night. He knew it was the journal of a mage from reading it himself. It would have been too easy for him to write it though for a quick coin. Yennefer said as she looked down at her book skeptically. Yet you still believe it for some reason, Gerald observed. Yennefer turned to him and eyed him for a moment.
Ido.
Anyone who knows of the Black Mage could possibly recognize this as his journal, with how deeply it recounts some of the experiences that the Black Mage is known for. If he were trying to pass it off as real, then the merchant would have tried to sell it for a lot more, meaning he probably sold it not knowing about the Black Mage. Therefore, it is very unlikely he wrote it himself. Still, it would take quite a bit of luck for it to end up in my hands, don't you agree? Yennefer asked him. Gerald nodded in agreement. So is the book interesting at least? Gerald asked. Oh yes, if a bit unbelievable. He talks about healing and murder quite a bit. He also goes on and on about these plans for a girl he knows that hasn't been born yet. I believe he purposely leaves some things out though. He never mentions his own name nor the name of the girl. He also never mentions what plans he has for her. It all just sounds so unbelievable yet so interesting as well. He also talks about how he is supposedly from a different world and how our magic differs from his. It's almost so ridiculous that you can't help but believe it. Surprisingly fascinating. Do you believe him to still be alive? Gerald asked.
Ido.
He still appears every now and then. Many times he appears in hospitals and starts healing people. No sorcerer has ever caught him and gotten to talk to him though. He seems to have a sixth sense for avoiding us. I'd kill to have just a few moments to talk with him, Yennefer said almost bitterly. Gerald looked at her with some confusion before it dawned on him. This black mage sounded like an expert magical healer, and perhaps she thought he might be able to help her with her problem with birth. Perhaps you could try tracking him down, Geralt suggested. I doubt I would be successful. He is remarkably good at hiding and covering his tracks. Yennefer said. Well, you have to start somewhere. What do you know about him? Anything in that journal give a hint at something we could use to track him down? Geralt asked. Are you trying to tell me you want to come? Yennefer asked with a smirk. Geralt shrugged. I don't have any plans. He admitted. Well, there is one thing. In a recent entry that I have read, he mentions a particular ability he has. He seems to have found a way to turn into another creature through magic. Yennefer said. Geralt immediately thought of a certain mage he knew that happened to turn into a dragon on his off time. Still, turning into animals was an ability that other sorcerers could accomplish with enough skill and practice, so perhaps it was just coincidence. What animal? Geralt asked. Well, that's the thing. He claims that he can turn into a dragon. Yennefer said. Oh hell, sorry for the delay. I was on spring break and visiting my family. 1262. Cintra Harry's POV. Harry watched silently as Geralt and Ciri, as well as another man that he did not recognize, walked into the little hidden dryad village within Brokilon. Harry knew what was about to happen. Aiden would no doubt try to turn Ciri into one of her people, no doubt seeing the deep potential in her. Nothing Geralt would or could say would change that. Harry, on the other hand, was very different. He knew there were things he could and would say that would change Aiden's mind. Knew of this, and he knew she was thankful, though she had never said it out loud. They had a strange relationship that he was sure confused Aiden at the best of times. Harry paid back attention to what was said, something else about letting the group rest and stay for the night, and so they did. Harry did not sleep that night though. He simply watched Ciri and Geralt, for he didn't feel tired at all. When morning came, Harry was still up and still watching both Geralt and Ciri as they once again engaged in an argument with Aiden over Ciri. Harry continued to stare at the group and watched as Geralt seemed to be arguing harder while at the same time trying to still be polite. Aiden silenced him with a stern look and said something in return before pulling out a cup full of a strange liquid. That was when Harry interfered. He quickly cast the paralyzing then stasis charms on both Geralt and Ciri, so they would be frozen and have no idea that time was passing them by. Aiden looked confused for a moment before a scowl crossed her face. Harry, come out now, she demanded. Harry obliged her demand and stepped out of a nearby shadow looking sober. Hello Aiden, you're looking as beautiful as ever, Harry said politely and with a smile, hoping to warm her up a little, though he knew the attempt was futile. What have you done? I demand that you release them, immediately, Aiden said, raising her voice. Harry just shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot do that. At least I can't yet anyway. You and I need to talk, Harry said to her. Aiden glared at him but made no move to attack, though for a second she looked as if she was itching to go for her bow, leaning against a wall near her. What is it? She asked as she visibly restrained herself. Harry conjured a chair and sat in it while crossing one leg over the other. I know that you want this girl right here to join your little merry band of villagers for all eternity. I know you see the great potential as well as power within her. I also know that you know her true identity. So you will understand when I say that you may not have her. That she is not for you to take away from her destiny, Harry said seriously as he looked at Aiden. Aiden did not look pleased at that. You have no right to dictate who joins and who leaves my village, sorcerer. I am the leader here, and as the leader I decide who joins and who doesn't join, Aiden said icily back to him. Harry nodded. I thought you would say something like that. I once told you I would give you a choice, Aiden. I am a man of my word, so here it is. Either you let this girl and her witcher companion go freely, or I will burn this village and everyone in it to the ground. Then I will burn all of Brokilon to the ground, not because I necessarily want to see it gone, but because I will use it as a message in the future to all those who try and stand against me. Or you could let them go, in which case I will leave you and your people alone and, should you wish it, never return to Brokilon again. The choice is yours, Harry said with a serious look as he radiated power from every pore of his body. He could see that it had a physical effect on Aiden. So, that's what this has been about. You wish to control the prophecy? Aiden asked, though it sounded more like a statement. Harry shook his head once again. I could give two shits about the prophecy and what it says. I care nothing for it at all. The girl is all that matters to me and her happiness. There will be many in her life who seek to take it away from her, and I will be the one to make sure that all who oppose her will eventually be maggot food. None shall stop me or stand in the way of this goal of mine, Harry said. Aiden stayed silently and seemed to be thinking over what he had told her. She looked very displeased at the options she was being given, but Harry already knew that she would make the right choice. She loved her family too much to put them at risk against him. Fine, take them and be gone. Never return to Brooklyn. And finally spat out. Harry shook his head, surprising her. That's not how this works. See, I can't let them know about me interfering just yet. So here is what you're going to do. Instead of your little brainwashing juice, you will give them this, Harry said as he held out a hand, and a cup appeared out of thin air that mirrored the one that Aiden had in her hand. Even the contents appeared to be the same. Give them both this. It will cause nothing more than some hallucinations, but will ultimately leave them with their minds and you with the excuse that fate interfered. Do it exactly as I have instructed, or the deal will be off and I will kill you all, Harry said to her. He hated playing the bad guy, but also wouldn't feel too bad about it. Aiden and her little forest band killed many people, and lots of them were innocent of nothing more than stepping into the forest. Some not even on purpose. Aiden was not someone he would describe as a good or nice person, but rather some who fell into the shades of gray in the world. That wasn't even mentioning the fact of the destruction of many minds of the women who she recruited just so she could mold them into something more to her liking. Had this been Britain, Aiden would have been given a death sentence for all that she had done. As much as he liked her, Harry knew she was getting off lightly. Aiden took the cup from him and stared at the contents for a moment before looking at him gravely. After this you will leave? She asked. Harry nodded but said nothing. Fine, I will give them this and send them on their way with no mention of you. Now begone from my village, and I shall pray to the gods that I never see your face again. Aiden said angrily as she waited for him to leave. Goodbye, Aiden. I hope our paths never have to cross again. For your sake, Harry said as he once more stepped into the shadows of the room and disappeared from view before releasing the paralysis and stasis charms he had put on both Geralt and Ciri. He did not actually leave, of course. He would make sure that Aiden honored their agreement and would make good on his threat otherwise. Luckily, there seemed to be no need, as Aiden did honor their agreement, though she didn't look happy, and he had a feeling that Geralt had picked up on it, but decided to say nothing for his own safety. Eventually she gave Ciri the cup and saw that it had little effect on her. This was on purpose, as the concoction was dulled by magic and Ciri had spades of it. Geralt, however, was not so lucky and went through quite the unpleasant experience as he fell to the ground. Ciri looked over him but could do nothing. Harry was not concerned, as he had made sure there would be no lasting effects for Geralt. He watched the Dryads take both Ciri and Geralt and deposit them into the forest near the border, where Geralt finally awoke. Harry lifted the enchantments so they would be able to actually leave the place. He watched them walk out of the forest and once more set off down a road. He knew what was coming next, but also knew he could not interfere any further, so with one last look at the two companions, he disappeared into the night. 1262. Vengerberg. Yennefer's POV. Yennefer sat in her posh mansion with a nice glass of Evolus, and was once more reading the journal of the man who she believed to be the Black Mage. It had been years now since she had found it, and she had already finished it multiple times, but there was something that would always bring her back to it. Perhaps it was hope that maybe one day she would find the one detail that would finally help her track the man down. Perhaps it was the foolishness of a woman who no longer had any options left to her. No matter what it was, she still found a purpose to continue to read it every now and again. She remembered when she and Geralt had tried to track the man down together with little success and eventually splitting off after an argument or two. Her heart still ached a little when she thought about it. It's at least a good read, I hope? A voice said, startling Yennefer, who shot from her seat and had a spell halfway done by the time she looked at the man who was sitting down in a chair that looked very much like the one she was sitting in. How bold you must be to break into a sorceress's house and then foolishly announce your presence. What is it that gives you such bravery? And speak quickly, for you will find I have very little patience, Yennefer said as she glared at the man. The man didn't seem put off at all that he was being threatened by her. "Oh, I just came to pick up a bit of property of mine that you seem to have acquired," the man said. This caused Yennefer to glare even harder at him. "I have stolen nothing from you, so now it would be best for you to leave before the small patience I told you about wears out." Yennefer spat as she wondered how the man had silently gotten past the protections on her house. He must be a sorcerer and most likely a powerful one. Could he be trying to kill her perhaps? An assassination attempt? But from who? What king had ordered her head? "I didn't say you stole it, only that you had acquired it, and you do most definitely have it. In fact, unless my eyes are starting to go, you were just reading it right now," the man said as he summoned the journal that had fallen to the ground into his hands and opened it to the page Yennefer was sure she had just been reading. I see you were reading about the part where I was messing with Witcher mutagens. I had some success with that. I raised the odds 1 to 10 out of every child being a Witcher to 6 or 7. Not a complete success, but I had become busy with other things at the time, as I am sure you already know," the man said as he gently closed the book and looked at her. It didn't take a second longer for Yennefer to understand just who exactly she was talking to. "You're the Black Mage?" she asked, though she already knew the answer. The man just nodded. "My friends call me Harry, and I'd ask you to call me it as well. I'd also like you to not let that get around," Harry told her. Yennefer knew his real name from Geralt already, but it was nice to have confirmation directly from the source. "Have you come just for your book then?" Yennefer asked, wondering if he had possibly found out she was looking for him. Though I find it curious that it ended up in your hands out of all the people in the world. Could you perhaps tell me how you acquired my book?" Harry asked, though Yennefer got the feeling he was doing so only out of formality than anything else. "A traveling merchant claimed to have found the book in a cave he spent the night in and sold it to me for a few orens. I don't think he knew it was yours," Yennefer explained. Harry nodded at her explanation. "Funny how that works out. I suppose it was fate more than anything else, that bitch. Well, now that I have the book, I should be off. Thank you for its return," Harry said as he stood from the chair. Yennefer's eyes widened as she put her hands out to stop him. "Wait. I wish to ask you some questions if you would. After all, I did technically pay for the book you're now taking. At least allow me to ask you some things in repayment for my money that I spent on it," Yennefer said to the man. A ghost of a smile appeared on Harry's face as he stared at her in amusement. "You seek to be reimbursed for recovering my lost property that you feel you own because you paid a random merchant for it who found it in a cave where I left it. Is that correct?" Harry asked her. Yennefer looked him in the eyes and smiled alluringly at the man. "Yes, of course, you won't mind spending a little time with me, would you?" Yennefer asked sensually, trying to charm the man into staying. The man just threw his head back in laughter, which both angered and annoyed Yennefer. "You're a century too early to be trying to charm me into doing something, Lady Yennefer, but nevertheless, I suppose I can spare a few moments. Speak quickly and I will either answer honestly or not at all," Harry told her. Yennefer breathed a sigh of relief. At least she had gotten him to stay, despite the fact that he had practically insulted her. "Excellent. As you can imagine, I found many surprising things in your journal. Is all of it true?" she asked. She figured she would start off light, then work her way into what she really wanted. "It is," Harry responded simply. Yennefer had hoped he would elaborate, but he simply stared at her pleasantly and waited for her to ask something else. She had to stop from gritting her teeth in annoyance at the man. "What was the world you left like?" she asked, trying to remain civil. "Advanced, beautiful, and boring. I understand you're trying to butter me up before you get to what you really want, but I have to go soon, so could you just ask me what you desire so I may be off?" Harry finally said. Yennefer scowled but soon wiped the look from her face. "So be it. In your book you mentioned several times your ability to heal almost anything, and if you can't, you usually can find ways to. Is this true?" Yennefer asked. "It is," Harry said as he continued to look at her. Yennefer just realized the man hadn't blinked once as he stared her directly in the eye this entire conversation. It was almost unnerving, especially from one who looked so young. "Good. As you may know, sorceresses are infertile and cannot conceive children." Yennefer started. "Most, not all. There are rare exceptions to every rule, but continue with your point," Harry said to her. Yennefer wished she could scold him for interrupting but was currently in need of his help, so therefore would need to play nice for the time being. Yes, well, I wish you to heal my reproductive system if at all possible, Yennefer finally said. There was a moment of silence as the man just looked at her and Yennefer could tell he was surprised. You wish to have a child? Why? The man asked curiously. Yennefer's heart skipped a beat. Do I need a reason to want and try my hand at being a mother? Most women, it's expected of them, why should I be denied the chance? Yennefer said in an almost frustrated tone. Harry once more just looked at her. He sat silently as he seemed to be contemplating something in his head. I can unfortunately not give you what you ask for. I am sorry, Harry said to her. Yennefer felt her body fill with rage at the words but quickly calmed herself. May I ask why you will not help me? If it's about money, Yennefer tried. It is not about money. It is simply about me not being able to meddle in certain matters that might affect certain things. My hands are tied on this, my lady. I am sorry, Harry responded sadly. Yennefer looked down for a moment and did her best not to let tears escape her eyes at that moment. All these years thinking that he would be the answer only to find yet another dead end. Perhaps she was stuck in this lot in life. Maybe she just deserved it. I cannot heal your organs, but I do see a child in your future, Harry said calmly. Yennefer's eyes shot up and looked at him. What do you mean, are you saying there is something else that can heal me? She asked. No, but I do see a child. A girl. You will love her very much and she will love you. An unexpected child at that. She will be quite the surprise, I am sure. Remember to keep your eyes open for possibilities, Lady Yennefer, as they present themselves to us every day and in the most peculiar ways. I must leave now, but perhaps I should leave some parting words before I go. Always, remember that the wound of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. Harry told her as he stood and looked to be about to leave the room. Wait, hold on. What does that mean? Yennefer said. Harry smiled. It means the family that you choose will always be more important than the one your wound chooses for you. Goodbye, Lady Yennefer. Enjoy the rest of Beltane, Harry said, and with that he was gone. Yennefer just stood there staring at an empty room with surprise and then annoyance. The man had not used a portal to make his exit. He had simply warped and disappeared into thin air. She had never seen anything like it before. Yennefer sighed to herself after spending a few more moments in the room by herself. She went to her room and prepared for bed. That night she dreamt of Geralt. A wonderful dream for her. It was Beltane after all. 1262. Cintra. Harry's POV. Harry stood on top of one of the highest buildings in the city of Cintra and watched the horizon. He could see the Nilfgaardian army from here, and there seemed to be thousands marching towards the city. He watched the townspeople scramble for cover as well as leaving the city, while the city guard and what remained of the city army prepared to defend the city to their dying breath. They probably were only 1,000 men strong if Harry estimated correctly. Even if he didn't already know what was happening, he could have easily guessed. Cintra would be hurt. It was no longer a matter of if but when. Ciri had not told him how long Cintra had lasted, but if Harry had to guess, he would say that this would be over in 24 hours. Nilfgaard was coming from 3 sides, leaving only one side for people to escape. Sadly, there was a river that slowed down the escape of the townspeople. Harry wasn't concerned about that, though. He was only concerned about the royal family. It seemed that Calanthe was not going to let the city go down without a fight, and she seemed to want to lead that fight. Harry watched both forces finally meet just outside the city with a great roar. Harry sighed. To be completely honest, he was quite tired of wars. He had partaken in a few while he had been here for causes he had felt were just nothing major but involved enough that he was honestly tired of seeing people die to satisfy rulers' greed for power and land. Nilfgaard was no different, and he had a feeling that sooner or later he would come to blows with them. He didn't like their conquer-the-world attitude, nor did he like the Simhir var Emrys. He reminded Harry of Lucius Malfoy. He was glad Draco had eventually given up the whole wound purity thing and just stayed out of politics entirely. Lucius, however, had to die and had done so by his hand. Imhir would probably be the same. Plus, there was the whole situation of him being obsessed with Ciri. Couldn't have that. As he continued to stare at the battle, A crow flew down from the sky and landed on his shoulder. Harry didn't even look at the bird as it put its beak at his ear and, surprisingly, whispered into it. He has scouts in the city searching for her now. The army is a distraction. To the northeast. We are tracking them. The crow murmured as it hopped of his shoulder and took to the skies in the direction it had just told him. Harry looked into the direction and did indeed see a swarm of crows to the northeast, further into the city. He took one look back at the battle before operating towards a rooftop in the middle of the swarm of inconspicuous crows that no one seemed to be paying attention to. They also were not paying attention to him as he looked down into an alley and saw 3 men in a panicked rush to not draw suspicion yet they were moving towards the castle. His eyes never left the men as they ducked down an alley, probably not knowing it was a dead end. Harry operated once more into the alley entrance and covered it in charms to steer everyone clear of it. Hold up, Kalisk, this is a dead end, you twit. If you can't read the goddamn map, then let me read it. A man said with an accent. Hold on a moment, I know where we are. We're here, we just took a wrong turn, but we're close. The man identified as Kalisk said, pointing at a piece of paper he had in his hands. Harry said nothing as he waited for the men to turn around and notice him, and he didn't have to wait long. Wait a moment, who's this? The final man, who had not said anything yet, said as he finally looked back at Harry, who simply continued to stand there. The man named Kalisk turned to him. With all the men turned to him, Harry could understand why the king would choose them. They clearly weren't the smartest, but all 3 could pass for locals of Sintra. Evening, gentlemen. Wouldn't happen to be out and about for a kidnapping, would you? Harry asked them in an almost pleasant tone. They had an immediate twitch that confirmed his thoughts. Kidnapping? No, sir. We are just a little lost, you see. Trying to get out of town before Nilfgaard shows up like everyone else. Kalisk responded. Oh? How long have you lived in this city? Harry asked curiously. Oh, ever since we were little, Kalisk said as his friends nodded nervously. Yet you do not know how to leave, nor do you seem to be carrying anything to take with you. How strange. I'm afraid I don't believe you, gentlemen, which is quite unfortunate for you, since I am sure you can guess what happens next. Well, you can guess the end result. I doubt you would have guessed how we're getting to that end result. No matter. Try not to scream. Harry told them calmly. All right, enough of this. Let's gut the bastard and be done with this. The man to Kalisk's right said as he pulled out a dagger. His companions followed suit. Harry said nothing. He simply waved his hand and silently summoned the daggers from their hands to directly in front of him in the air. The man started to curse. Shite, he's a source, Kalisk tried to say, but Harry did not let him finish. He rotated the daggers in the air to point back at their owners and banished them with as much precision he could muster. He was rewarded with 3 simultaneous schlick noises as the daggers entered the men's throats. Harry smiled as he gave himself a mental pat on the back because of the precision he managed which he had been working. Harry looked at the dead bodies and decided to simply leave them there. The Nilfgaardians would eventually find them when they took the city, or they wouldn't. Either way, Harry couldn't care less as he operated away from the murder scene. The next day, listen to me, child. Jestin will take you to the river. You must cross it and get to the other side. Find the Witcher. He will take care of you. Do you understand me? Calanthe said as she was down on one knee in front of her granddaughter. Harry hated these type of scenes. Watching families get torn apart was the worst part of war. Especially when you knew the family, which Harry most definitely did at this point. I don't want a grandmama. I want to stay with you, Ciri said as she clung to her grandmother with tears leaking down her face. Calanthe wrapped her arms around Ciri for what was going to be the last time. I'll always be with you, Ciri. Inside you. I love you more than anything, always remember that. Jestin. Take her from here. Don't stop till you've crossed Yaruga. Protect her with your life. Calanthe commanded. A young man waiting in armor a few feet from them nodded his head. He walked over and picked Ciri up and literally dragged her away from Calanthe. It has been an honor, my queen. I will protect her to my dying breath. Jestin said as he bowed one last time and ran out of the throne room with Ciri, who still screamed in protest. And oh, grandmama, please don't make me go. Grandmama! Ciri screamed as the man took her out one of the side doors. Calanthe watched them leave with tears pooling in her eyes. A rarity as any who knew her could tell you. "My lady, what shall we do?" a knight behind her asked. Calanthe wiped her tears and controlled herself before turning around. There were knights and nobles now flooding the room. "Barricade all the doors. Sintra shall never bow to Nilfgaard. If they want the throne, then they will have to take it from our cold dead hands." Calanthe answered. The knight's face hardened, but he nodded. Harry had seen enough as he sat crouched in the rafters of the hall. He quietly apparat away to an alley where a horse was tied and hidden waiting for him. He hopped on the horse and waited for a few moments among the now burning city. He tried to ignore the screams of pain and terror he could clearly hear. After a few minutes, he saw a black horse with a man in full armor and a small person he was holding on to speed by as fast as their horse could go. It was the flash of white hair that gave away the final hint of who was on the horse. They sped by, but Harry continued to wait as they were not who he was waiting for. He didn't have to wait long either, as it was maybe 20 more seconds before a storm of horses went by, all with men in full black armor and all going the same direction as Ciri. When the last horse went by, Harry kicked his to get it running and chased after the black armored men. Apparating wouldn't be able to keep up with this, as it was a constant chase, and he couldn't simply wait ahead of them because he was unsure of their path, as well as not wanting to let Ciri see him. So he rode, and he rode hard. It didn't take them long to exit the city and start approaching the Yaruga. Sadly, it had seemed that Jestin's luck had run out. It seemed that one of the Nilfgaardians had a crossbow with them, and had struck the man's horse in the head, causing it to fall down dead. Jestin wrapped himself around Ciri as they fell to protect her. Harry slowed his horse to a stop and thanked whoever listened that they were in a small forest and he had some cover to stay hidden. He watched briefly what was happening. Jestin stood from the ground, clearly injured. He shoved Ciri in the direction of the river. "Go, princess. Run and don't look back. I will stall them as long as I can," Jestin said as the Nilfgaardians got off their horses and pulled their swords. "Jestin," Ciri said with tears. "I said go. Run and don't look back," Jestin yelled as he charged at the nearest man and surprisingly was able to catch him off guard and pierce through a chink in his armor at the neck. This time, Ciri decided to listen and ran as Jestin fought like a caged animal. As soon as Harry felt Ciri get far enough away, he moved in to help the man. He wasted no time. "Sectum Sempra," Harry said. The curse was basically an invisible sword that injured into a target multiple times. Harry had modified it for group use, so it would send more of a wave of swords in a direction, and when it found a target, it would only injure them once. So less power than normal, but with a sword injured it hardly mattered unless you were magical. You were either going to be dead or dying. And dead or dying the 5 men who it hurt were, as they all screamed and fell to the ground with their armor not helping a bit. This seemed to alarm the last 4 men as their commander, a man who was in heavy armor with black bird-like wings on his helmet. "Finish the man and go for the girl. I will deal with the sorcerer," the man said menacingly. "Shem. Not likely. You see, I happen to know that you caused someone I care for to have nightmares for years. That's a lot of suffering that I need to pay you back for," Harry retorted with a sneer. "We shall see," the man said as his boys went back to attacking the injured Jestin. Harry summoned a long branch and transfigured it into a long sword. Harry circled the man. Yes, he could have easily murdered the man with magic, but sometimes you just needed to get up close and personal in a way that magic simply could not replicate. That, and Harry had a lot of anger and frustration built up from the last 24 hours. The man took a step forward and swung with a horizontal injured with his broadsword. Ciri had once told him that he should never try to block a sword strike, that he was built more for speed than for strength. Remembering this, Harry swung his sword diagonally across his body to hit the man's sword upwards and giving Harry an opening to dodge under it. Harry was no witcher, but he did consider himself pretty fast, and this man was in heavy armor. Despite this, the man recovered quite quickly. Harry, however, decided to go on the offensive. He feinted right, but actually lowered his blade from a downward injured to a horizontal one, catching the man off guard. Sadly, the blade simply scraped against the man's armor. "You fought honorably, sorcerer. You chose not to use magic even when knowing it put you at a disadvantage, but even you can see this is the end." The man said in a deep voice. Harry nodded. You're right. It seems I am out of practice with the blade. Much too heavy. Problem is for you that I am a sorcerer. Harry said as he struck the sword into a ground and instead picked up a much smaller stick. A stick which was soon a beautiful dagger. I need more speed is the problem. Harry said. Speed is no matter. Skill is what matters. The man said. Harry nodded. I think we can both agree on that. Harry said and charged straight at the man. The man quickly lifted his sword and swiped at him only for Harry to drop to his knees and slide under the incoming blade and past the man's legs. Harry quickly spun and sliced right behind the man's kneecaps, causing him to yell in pain, drop his sword, and fall to his knees. Harry stood up and walked casually back around the man. The man looked downwards as he was on his hands and knees. I still didn't use magic. Does that mean I was being honorable? Harry asked rhetorically as he pulled his long sword from the ground and walked closer to the man, who was trying to get up but could not bring himself to do it. It would seem you made me underestimate your skill, the man said as he got off his hands and looked up at Harry. Harry could even see the dark brown eyes within the helmet. Call it what you want. You hurt someone I cared for. A fatal mistake. Any last words? Harry asked as he rose the sword above his head. The man looked him in the eyes but still didn't bother to take off his helmet. Long live the Emperor, the man said. Poor choice. I can guarantee he won't live as long as he would wish, Harry said as he brought the sword down hard, killing the man almost instantly. He left the sword in him and walked away back to Jeston, who was laying on the ground with the last 4 men dead next to him. He jogged over to the man to see him staring at the sky with glassy eyes. Harry sighed.
Sorry, man.
I hope you find the peace that eludes men in life, in death. Harry said as he closed the man's eyes and sent a silent prayer for him to whatever God may be listening. He sat down by the man and took a breather. Calanthe's POV. Calanthe stood in the tallest tower of her castle and looked out over her burning kingdom. She heard the screams of terror from down below as well as the loud banging coming from the barricaded door behind her as the Nilfgaardians tried to break through and capture her to do God knows what with. They would never take her though. She would not be taken prisoner to be either kept as leverage or worse. She looked down at the drop. You sure you want to do that, Calanthe? A voice asked behind her. She looked back swiftly but did not turn her body for fear of accidentally slipping. She saw a man with hair as black as night and eyes that shone like emeralds. It had been more years than she could accurately say, but she would never forget that face. Apollo? Or do you prefer the Black Mage? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Harry, actually. I once cured you of a deadly ailment, Calanthe. It was one of my prouder moments. Are you set on this path? Harry asked her seriously. That depends. Are you here to give me back my kingdom and beat back the Nilfgaardians? She asked. Harry shook his head. I am not. But I could take you away from here. You could stay hidden with no one the wiser. Just say the words and we will leave. Harry told her. Calanthe looked back over her kingdom and felt a tear slowly make its way down her cheek. I was born the Queen of Sintra. I wish to die as one as well, Calanthe finally said. Harry said nothing in response for a moment back to her. If that is truly your wish, I will respect it. Harry said. Wait. I have a granddaughter. She is making her way to Yaru. Do not worry. I have already made sure that she got across safely before coming here. I cannot say the same for Jeston. The man died making sure she had time to escape. A true knight, Harry said. Calanthe breathed a sigh of relief in hearing that her granddaughter was safe. Thank you. It seems you have a habit of helping my family, she commented. More than you could possibly know, Harry told her. She nodded but didn't ask him to elaborate. I don't suppose you know anything about death? She asked almost rhetorically as she once more walked to the very edge. I'd like to think so, considering I have died once before, Harry told her. She raised an eyebrow but did not turn around. And? She asked. It's quicker and easier than falling asleep, he replied. She smiled. Good. With that she stepped off. 1264 Deep Mountain Pass close to Caer Morhen. Triss's POV. Triss covered her eyes to shield from the heavy snow onslaught she was wading through. She couldn't be quite sure, But she was pretty the storm was getting even worse. She didn't ponder it long though, as she was currently focusing on keeping herself just warm enough not to freeze to death and shield herself with magic as much as possible. Sadly, even her magic had limits, and she was pretty sure she was closing on to its limits. Blast it all, she murmured to herself. She had been so close and thought she would make it before the storm hit. She had either timed it poorly or the storm had sped up. Either way, she was now stuck in it. She patted her mind-numbed horse on the side and urged it to keep moving forward, which it did, albeit at an extremely slow rate. However, just as quickly as the blizzard had come, it was gone. Triss looked around in confusion. The storm was still raging around her, yet there seemed to be some sort of dome she had entered that was keeping it at bay. She knew the spell that did this, though she wouldn't have been able to hold it for too long, and thus would not have been able to make it all the way to Kaer Morhen. She looked around to search for the sorcerer/S who put the dome up and looked back down from the dome's roof to the ground. Where that had once been snow-covered path, there now sat a man next to a fireplace which she was positive had not been there before she looked up. Nonetheless, she approached the man. If she were to be honest with herself, the first thing she noticed about him was that the man looked like the complete opposite of Geralt. Where Geralt had tough-looking and more of a roguish look to him, this man had softer and more boyish features. Where Geralt was built with muscle in every place that could have muscle, this man seemed to be much skinnier, though a closer look revealed him to have a more lean muscle type. The hair was probably the most obvious difference though. Geralt had shoulder-length ashen hair, where this man had short hair that was blacker than any hair she had ever seen on anyone save for perhaps Yennefer. After she had finished observing him, she decided to walk up to him. "Hello, stranger. Never thought I'd find another mage this far in the mountains. May I ask what you're doing this far north?" Triss tried to ask politely. There was nothing up here besides Kaer Morhen, and she wondered if this man had been summoned to check on Vesemir as well. The black-haired, young man looked up from the fire and smiled charmingly at her. Something almost familiar in his smile. "Hello to you as well. Oh, I just was in the neighborhood when I saw you slugging your way up this mountain through the storm. I thought I would give you a little rest stop before you keeled over." "Triss Merigold, am I correct?" the man asked. Triss's eyebrow twitched at his explanation, and she was instantly suspicious of the man. While the man sounded honest, there was no way a mage just happened to be up here for no reason. Could he be some sort of spy or an assassin? "You're giving me the 'is he a spy?' look. God, you wouldn't believe how many times I have received that look. That's why I like common folk. You tell them that you're doing something nice for them and they usually believe you. Do that with a noble or mage and they immediately assume you either want something or are planning to kill them. What a terrible way to live one's life," the man said in amusement as he pulled out an ornate-looking bottle and 2 cups from a snow pile next to him. She realized the bottle was a wine. That's because they are not educated enough to realize when they are being taken advantage of. Triss commented, though she decided to sit down, figuring the man didn't actually mean her harm, hopefully. Can't argue with that in the slightest. Their ignorance tends to be a double-edged sword. They tend to not be so distrusting of the world around them, giving them an innocent, almost sweet demeanor. Yet, I know firsthand the blackness that hides in their souls. I know how easily they can turn from farmers and merchants to a crowd cheering at watching a fellow sentient being lit on fire for no other crime than being different. Truly disgusting, the man said. While his topic got darker, his expression and tone did not change in the slightest. While he talked, he poured her a glass of what looked like red wine. When it was close to a quarter full, he stopped and handed it to her. She took it but did not drink any yet. She wanted to see him drink it first. Yes, well, they are simply products of their environment. They only know how to be what they were raised as, Triss said in a slightly defensive voice. She knew the common people weren't all great and could actually be downright despicable, but how could you expect someone to be better if you didn't give them the tools to be? That excuse can only go so far in my book. I don't expect it takes much to realize that killing innocents is wrong. But enough about that, let's talk about you. How have you been, Triss? The man asked as he sipped the wine. Triss looked at him in confusion. "I'm sorry, I don't recall us meeting before," she said as she finally drank some of the wine. "It was actually very delicious. It was a Beauclair, clearly. You don't?" Oh well, perhaps I should have expected that. You had been very disoriented at the time and had just had an extremely traumatic experience. Plus I had left soon after as well. The man said, almost seeming to talk to himself. Don't think I follow, Triss said with some confusion as she looked closer at the man. He did sort of look familiar, but she could not for the life of her say why. Maybe this will help. When we first met, you didn't look like this. You didn't have hair. Barely had much skin stuck to your body, either. You were covered in more burns and cuts than I had ever seen on another living person. Luckily, they were all fresh. I had to take stem cells from your femur, replicate them extraordinarily quickly, and then reintegrate them into your body. It was one of the hardest medical performances of my life. I think you could legally be declared dead, what was it, 4 times? Dreadful. I kept shouting at you embarrassing things like, I'm not going to lose you. And, come on woman, just breathe. Got a lot of strange looks. The man finished as he then drank the rest of his wine in one gulp before refilling his cup. Triss could do nothing but gape at the man in pure shock. You were the one who healed me? She yelled in shock as she stood up and spilled her wine. The man looked up at her in surprise. Whoa, calm down. Man, you spilled the wine. That cost me quite a pretty coin, you know. Oh, never mind. Sit down and I'll pour you another glass, the man said. Triss calmed herself as she sat down and picked up her fallen cup. Now, to answer your question, yes, I was the one who healed you. Took 5 days of my absolute attention to do it too. I remember the villagers told me they had no idea how I had survived. They claimed the black mage had come to save me, though others seemed to think it had been some sort of forest spirit that had nursed me back to health. Triss said quietly, well, I guess some of them were right and some of them were wrong. I have been known by the title the Black Mage or Apollo to some, the man said. Triss looked appraisingly at the man in a new light, the legendary Black Mage in the flesh. She could count the mages on one hand who have claimed to have seen him with any credence. So it's true. I heard you had come to Sodden after the battle and started healing many of the wounded, Triss said, though she had dismissed it at the time. Indeed. I healed who I could and then headed out. Speaking of which, I see you have healed quite well. If you don't mind me asking, did the scar on your upper stomach ever heal? The man asked. Triss looked down for a moment in sadness. No, it's still there, she said a little quieter. I'm sorry to hear that. It had cut extremely deeply into you and I also had to heal the intestines, stomach, and liver at almost the same time. I don't know what you were hit with, but it had been terrible. The man said, clearly reminiscing. Doesn't matter now. Regardless of the scar, I am thankful for what you did for me that day. Or days, I suppose. If there's any way I could ever repay you, please don't hesitate to ask, Triss said to the man with her head slightly bowed. He just waved her off though. Think nothing of it. I also don't charge people for healing. Don't feel the need to try to get even. You don't owe me a thing, the man said as he stood. Triss looked at him in surprise. Are you leaving already? She asked. She had hoped to talk with her savior a bit more. Yes, well, as I said, I only came down to give you a bit of a rest stop from the storm before reaching Kaer Morhen. If you take up your previous rate, you shall reach it in 45 minutes. The man, she was just going to call him Apollo, said. Wait, I didn't say I was going to Kaer Morhen, Triss said. Apollo just looked at her as if she was a simpleton. There is literally nothing else except forests and mountains in the direction you're going. Where else would you go in this blizzard? Apollo asked with amusement. Triss felt her cheeks grow slightly warm at that. Is all she replied. He just smiled at her. Have a safe trip, Triss. Tell Geralt that Harry sends his regards. Apollo, or possibly Harry, said as he walked away and gave a backwards wave over his shoulder. Thank you and I will, she said as she watched him disappear outside the door and disappear in a sheet of white. As she saw him disappear, it had just occurred to her that the man was wearing nothing but a black top and dark trousers. What's more was he didn't put up a shield against the cold when leaving. Interesting. 1264. Harry's POV. Harry stood back and watched as Geralt slaughtered 3 men and chased after the man named Rience. When Harry had first talked with Ciri, she had not liked to talk about herself much. She preferred to talk about the people around her instead, especially about the people she cared for. Of course, over the months, she had finally given up more and more of her life to him. Despite that, there were things that Ciri had simply not known about in the world around her. For example, she had told him how Nilfgaard wanted her but hadn't said why. He had no doubt she knew, but he got the feeling the topic was not one she liked, so he hadn't pressed her. He had no doubt that she didn't know about Rience though. She did not have the spying skills Harry had developed specifically to find out what Nilfgaard was up to. At this point, Harry probably knew more about this world than Ciri had. He had been in it longer than even his own world. Harry stopped that thought process though. He seemed to be going on a tangent. He actually seemed to do that quite often now. He wondered if it was a product of his old age. He looked down from the rooftop he was casually sitting on and watched to see if Geralt would kill the man. It certainly looked like he was giving it his all. Sadly for him, a portal opened behind Rience which the man was making his way towards. Harry watched as Geralt was thrown off his feet as power exploded from the portal. Harry was actually impressed at the amount. Whoever was behind that portal was probably one of the most powerful mages he had ever witnessed on this world. He wondered how the man or woman would stack up to him. He didn't think about it for long though, as it would seem he needed to intervene. He stood and launched a banishing charm at Rience that caught the man midair as he tried to jump through the portal and back to his master. Rience went flying to the side while Harry cast a dispelling charm at the portal, causing it to disappear completely. At this point, Geralt got back up on his feet and looked at the downed Rience. He didn't even stop to think for a moment as he charged the man with his sword. Harry's eyes widened.
No, Geralt.
Wait, Harry yelled, but it was too late. The Witcher was too fast to be able to be hit by a spell like Rience had to stop him. Geralt brought the sword down on the now terrified man's head and cut it clean off, freezing the terrified expression on the man's face. Harry just threw his hands up in the air in exasperation. Welp, guess we no longer have a lead on the mystery mage that was this man's benefactor.
No worries.
I can just pop over to Nilfgaard and ask him here Var Emrius who his secretive mystery mage is. Oh, wait a minute. No, I can't do that. Harry yelled out loud in frustration. Geralt sheathed his sword and looked at him. Harry, what are you doing here? Geralt asked with crossed arms. Well, I was trying to capture that man so I could find out who his mentor was so I could hunt them down and kill them, but it seems that plan has gone tits up. Harry said as he gave a light kick at the now beheaded Rience. Sorry then, but it was personal. Geralt said as he looked down darkly at the corpse. Harry sighed. It's fine, I suppose. I'll just have to find out another way to find the mage. Plus, how can I blame a father for protecting his little girl? Harry said lightly. Geralt looked sharply at him expectantly.
Calm yourself, man.
I mean your daughter no harm. Harry said before Geralt could reach for his sword. Let's go get a drink. It's been a while and I think we should catch up, Harry said as he gestured towards the town. Geralt looked at him for a second. Fine, but you owe me some answers, Geralt said with an air of finality. Harry nodded in agreement. They walked a ways but met up with Dandelion and a redhead medic by the name of Shunny. Dandelion, this Harry. Harry, Dandelion. And this is Shunny, Geralt said as he gestured to them both. Hello, is it done, Geralt? Dandelion asked as he noticed the fresh wound still on Geralt. Geralt nodded grimly. Harry looked at Geralt. Here, let me get that for you, Harry said as he waved his hand and the wound disappeared from the man's armor and clothes. Thanks, Geralt said appreciatively. Harry nodded. Geralt looked back at Dandelion and Shunny. We're going to an inn for some drinks and rest. You coming? I unfortunately must return to the academy, Shunny said, looking a little unwell. Harry had a feeling it had to do with the bloodbath she had just witnessed earlier. I will join you, Dandelion said. They said farewell to Shunny and headed to the nearest inn for some drink. It didn't take them long to find one and get a table. They quickly ordered some drinks. So tell me, Geralt started, but Harry shushed him. He looked around the bar to signal to Geralt that people might be listening. He cast some privacy charms as well as alarm charms to know if a mage dispelled them. Okay, now we can talk. Had to make sure no one could listen in on our conversation, Harry said as he took a sip of his drink. Fine, how do you know about Ciri? Geralt asked, getting straight to the point. Harry rubbed his chin. I was under the impression that you read my journal while Yennefer had it. Did you not? Harry asked the man. I did. We tried to track you with no luck. Even went back to the cave where we first met to try and find you with no scent or trail to follow. Geralt said. Harry nodded at that, then turned extremely serious. I can't tell you everything, but I can tell you some things. You may never repeat them to a living soul unless I give you permission, Geralt. Is that clear? You as well, Dandelion, if you plan to stay. Not a single tale or ballad. Clear? Harry asked. Both men nodded, though Dandelion looked put out at the reprimand he had received. The girl I talked about in my journal is Ciri. I have been waiting for her for about a century now. Ever since I first came to this world. Harry said. Geralt's eyes squinted in suspicion, whereas Dandelion looked shocked. Other world? You're from another world? Dandelion asked. Harry nodded. I don't have time to get into the specifics of it. Ask Geralt after. Harry said. I don't get it. If you came from a different world, how did you know of Ciri and how did you get to this world? Geralt asked. I know about Ciri because I met her before. We were good friends. She came to my world. I can't tell you why or how. She left after around 6 months. I actually didn't mean to come to this world. It was pure luck. Well, not really luck, but more of situations outside my control. When I realized what world I had entered, I decided I would wait around for Ciri. Unfortunately, I can't meet her or talk to her until she meets me originally first. This leaves me in an annoying predicament of trying to subtly change the world around her to be more friendly, without really changing much to the point where she no longer meets me. This puts me here with you, and God, does it feel good to finally tell someone what is going on in my life. Harry finally said with a smile and took a big chug of his drink now that the weight off his shoulders was gone. I probably shouldn't have told you all of that now that I think about it. Harry said as he looked at their stunned faces, or at least Geralt's version of a stunned face. So you know Ciri because she somehow ends up in your world for some time? Geralt asked. Well, yes. Harry confirmed. And then you accidentally came to ours but a long time before Ciri was born? Geralt continued. Right. Harry said. Now you can't let Ciri know you exist until she meets you sometime in the future? Geralt asked. Also correct. Harry said. Geralt said while looking at him. Dandelion seemed to be doing a fish impression in silence. You don't believe me? Harry asked. Ido. You've never lied to me, though granted we have only met a few times. I feel you're leaving something out though. Seems to me like you're going through a lot of work for a girl you were with for 6 months is all. Geralt said as he looked pointedly at Harry. Ciri. Ciri was something special. She was not only a friend to me when I needed one most. She helped me get through one of the most difficult points of my life. Despite not being in my life too long, she played a significant role in helping to develop the man you see sitting before you. Were it not for her, I'd rather not think about it actually. The point is, she was someone who I considered very important. Harry finished. I see. So just friends then? Geralt asked. Harry rolled his eyes at the man. We were close. If you're asking if I was in love with her, then I can't answer. I have never experienced a romantic love that I could safely identify. I'm not sure if what I feel for Ciri is actually love, nor am I going to say that I plan to become her suitor. I can say that in the months that I was with her, Ciri was closer to me than any other person on the planet, and I would have done anything for her. Harry said. He purposefully left out the part where she had kissed him because that would have ended well badly. If I find out you're taking advantage of her, dragon or not, you'll end up like Rience. You know that, right? Geralt said. Harry nodded. It would be kind of pointless considering all the work I have put into making sure that she will be happy and have a long life. Harry said. Regardless, the threat remains. Geralt said. Harry nodded. With that cleared up, I suppose I should leave. Harry said, though he made no move to get up. Where will you go now? Geralt asked. Harry smiled. Oh, don't worry about that. For now, you both look tired. Why not take a nap? Harry said while silently casting a strong sleeping charm on both of them. Geralt looked surprised for a moment and seemed to try and fight the charm but had no success with it. He quickly slumped over on the table and didn't move. I'm sorry, Geralt. I trust you not to reveal my secrets, but that won't stop a mage from picking through your mind and discovering it by chance. Especially your dear Yennefer. I thank you for giving me someone to talk to though, as the stress recently has been quite the hindrance. I promise to give you your memory back when this is all over. Still, perhaps a gift to apologize with. Harry said as he took out Geralt's sword and imbued magic into them both. There, that should help next time you need an edge on cutting someone up. Harry said as he put the swords back and started the removal of the memories and planting false ones in both of the men's heads. He withdrew from their minds and looked at them with a bit of sadness. He took a last gulp of his ale and silently apparat away, leaving the men to be found by the innkeeper as he simultaneously tore down his privacy charms. 1264. Then Ed Harry's POV. Harry flew through the air quickly. He couldn't remember the last time he had flown this fast as a dragon, but now, he was on a time limit. He had just returned from Nazir, where he finally decided to see if anything could be done about Imhir var Emreis. He had even thought about killing the man. However, meeting the man in person had changed all that. Imhir var Emreis, Emperor of Nilfgaard, was also Ciri's father. Harry did not know how the man lived through the storm all those years ago. Even Harry was forced to leave when following him and his late wife to possibly do something to help them, only to be stopped by the very forces of nature. Even in dragon form, he could not stop the storm from tossing him around like a doll. It mattered little how the man survived. All that mattered was that the sick fuck wanted to marry Ciri and had a powerful sorcerer named Vilgefortz in charge of getting her to him. This Vilgefortz character was planning to take out the chapter of sorcerers of the northern kingdoms in one night during a little get-together. A get-together that he happened to know that Yennefer, Geralt, and Ciri were attending. Harry had been so stupid. How could he have forgotten about the goddamn coup? Normally he wouldn't have been too worried. This was expected, and he knew no one died or got too badly banged up from this. At least no one who mattered to him. Unfortunately, he also found out that the hunter named Rience was this man's apprentice. There was no way to tell how Vilgefortz would react without the aid of his assistant. Of course, everything could still work out fine, but he wouldn't wish to test fate. Harry didn't have to fly long before he picked up a familiar scent. The scent of a man he had left just a few weeks previous. He tilted his head down and saw a gray tower standing near a road. With his superior eyesight, he could clearly see two forms that seemed to be clashing. He quickly realized this was Geralt and swooped down. He shifted from his dragon form to his human one and quickly descended through the air. When getting close to the ground, he cast a featherweight charm on himself, causing him to drift lightly towards the ground. He landed without even a thump and looked around. 100 yards away, the mage had Geralt on the floor while his staff seemed to glow. What was worse, he could feel Ciri's magic in that tower right now. If Harry remembered correctly, she would go through the portal and into a desert. He hoped that she would still remain okay as she had previously. Right now, though, he had to worry about Geralt. Harry whipped out the Elder Wand as he had a feeling he would need it for this battle. He ran quickly at the man. Confrigo Maxima, Harry said, and watched the large blue wave approach the man. Vilgefortz swiftly turned and used his staff to swipe at the curse and blasting it apart before it reached him. Well, what do we have here? A mage with quite a bit of power to him, though I don't think we have met. Vilgefortz said with a smile to him. Harry sneered. Harry had to be careful in combat. His specialty had always been taking out large groups of people or mages with uncontrollable spells that were almost impossible to spell. That's why Fiendfire was a personal favorite of his. Most people besides him couldn't counter it. Sadly, he could use none of his usual overwhelming spells because Geralt was currently passed out close by. Don't worry, we won't be acquainted very long. I guarantee it. Harry said menacingly as he jumped into action. Locomotor Mortis, Vox in Rita, Petrificus Totalis, Expulso. Harry said as he launched a chain of spells at the man. Vilgefortz used his staff and twirled it with clear expertise as he swatted the spells out of the air. Harry smirked as he expected the man to do this, which is why the last spell was an Expulso. As Vilgefortz hit that spell, it exploded in a ball of flames and covered the man. Unfortunately, he called out something ineligible and the flames disappeared, though Vilgefortz did look annoyed. You will regret that. Vilgefortz spat out at him. Probably not, to be honest. Harry shot back as he dodged an arc of lightning that sailed right past him. Maybe you should stick to stick-fighting, mate, Harry said to the man. That seemed to make Vilgefortz angrier. He chanted something else in elder speech and suddenly a portal appeared. Harry tensed, thinking he was calling for reinforcements. He was only partially correct. A giant golem appeared out of the portal. Harry had seen golems since arriving here, but he had never seen one that was this big before. Bombardo! Harry yelled and watched as the spell smashed into the stone creature. The creature took some damage, but it was still on its feet and trying to kill him. Luckily, however, Harry could use the big walking stone slab as a shield from Vilgefortz's onslaught as well, since it was between the two of them. Harry thought for a minute on how to quickly dispatch the golem when his eyes traced the glowing runes on its body, and a thought came to him. Omnia Perturber, Harry said as a green spell erupted from his wand and smashed into the golem. The effect was almost immediate. The golem seemed to take no physical damage, but the glowing green runic arrays all over its body seemed to flicker until they went out completely. The golem went out with them, as it no longer had magic holding it together, and simply crumbled to the floor. Impressive, Vilgefortz commented with a smile returning to his face. I aim to please, Harry replied as he jumped into action. Flammus Acrobus, he shot out as he moved forward at the man, pressing his advantage. The fire did not hit Vilgefortz but the ground right next to his feet. Vilgefortz tried to put out the extremely hot fire quickly, which Harry took advantage of. Maledictus Glacies, Harry said. A crystal blue spell came out of his wand and hit the arm of Vilgefortz while he tried to put out the fire. Vilgefortz screamed in pain, and for good reason too. Harry had hit him with the spell of Cursed Ice. A spell known to encase its victims in a thick layer of ice that was held together with dark magic, making it hard to combat on a normal day. If it hit you, you were most likely dead in 30 seconds, which explained why Harry was so surprised when Vilgefortz wasn't. The man seemed to recognize what the spell did almost immediately, despite the fact that he had never seen it before. Not knowing how to stop the spell that had been creeping up his arm to encase his whole body, he simply cut his whole arm completely with a spell. Harry almost grimaced, yet couldn't help at being impressed with the man's quick thinking. Vilgefortz, now missing an arm, fell down to one knee from the pain. It looks like this was my win. Shame we both couldn't go all out. I should have very much liked to know what some of your more destructive spells were. Too bad you couldn't afford to accidentally destroy the tower, Harry taunted the man. No matter what, Vilgefortz had lost a great deal with his arm. He would not be able to grow another for certain, even with Harry's terrific healing skills. The loss of his arm also gave him a major hit to his spell repertoire, since so many powerful spells required two hands to perform here. Not that any of that mattered. Harry wasn't letting him walk away from today. Ciri had told him that he would one day torture Yennefer for information, and Harry wouldn't allow that. Vilgefortz looked up at him with a smile. You think you have one, stranger? I may be disarmed, quite literally, but I am not so stupid to believe myself infallible. I always plan for everything, Vilgefortz said with a knowing smirk as he looked at him. Harry looked at the man closely with confusion and ready for any of his tricks. It took only a moment to realize that Vilgefortz was not looking at him but behind him. Oh shite, Harry thought as he made to turn around, but he was too late. The next thing he knew, something hit him on the back of the head. Hard. His world delved into an inky blackness. Take him to the hidden lab at Stygia. I am most curious to find out this man's secrets. Before he dies, that is. I'm back from my long break. Sorry for the wait, but I did legitimately get extremely busy around mid-March, which forced me to take a break from fanfiction. Now I'm back though, and hopefully be able to keep a more constant stream of chapters going out. I am back at school and also have a job though, so don't expect updates as fast as they used to be. Sorry. With that, here is the latest chapter. Harry woke up groggily. He blinked a few times before his eyes were able to focus in on the room around him. He seemed to be in some sort of lab. He had seen labs that the sorcerers of this world used before, but not this particular one. It looked like it was underground or possibly in catacombs. The walls were made of stone partially, but he could see some areas where it was just packed dirt. Judging by the underground smell, he was somewhere deep too. Across the laboratory, He could see a small staircase that led to a wooden door which seemed to be the only exit. He looked down at his body and saw himself covered in chains that looked to be silver with a small bronze tint to it. They wrapped around all his ligaments and his torso, with his arms being held up and chained to the wall. Harry growled softly at seeing the dimeritium chains on his body. Vilgefortz seemed to have gone over the top to make sure he didn't escape, and he had done a damn good job. Harry knew from experimentation that dimeritium could stop him from turning into a dragon if in large enough amounts. He had dismissed it though, as he doubted any sorcerer would ever think to use so much. Vilgefortz must have been convinced by the power he had shown him in their battle. Harry cursed himself for letting his arrogance blind him enough to let his guard down enough for someone to sneak up on him. It's not like he thought Vilgefortz could kill him, but Harry knew better than anyone that there were things out there worse than death. Harry heard a metallic clank, and he looked to the door to see the man of the hour enter. He stopped and made sure not to smirk when he could see that Vilgefortz was still missing an arm from their battle. "How are you liking your new accommodations?" Vilgefortz asked with a smile that Harry would almost mistake as pleasant if he was a lesser man. He said nothing to rise to the man's bait though. He simply stayed silent as he looked over at the man. "You would never believe that it's already been 7 months since we fought. Would you?" Vilgefortz said. That did catch Harry's attention. 7 months? How the hell had it already been 7 months? I can see the shock in your eyes even if your face doesn't show it. It was quite strange. I tried very hard to kill you, yet nothing I did seemed to work. At first, I tried to suck your life force out and use it to empower myself, but after weeks of struggling, I could not force it to leave your body. Then, in anger, I tried to cut off your head, only for it to reattach itself before my blade had even fully gone through it. Over and over, yet nothing seemed to work. It was then I concluded that you did indeed learn the secrets of immortality. I think you can see where I am going with this?" Vilgefortz asked. Harry heard him but could only think about how he was going to have to make sure he killed the man now. "I suppose this is where you ask me how to gain such an ability?" Harry asked as he looked at the man with amusement. "And I suppose your amused response means you won't tell me, which I'm sure you know means that I will have to find out the fun way," Vilgefortz said as he stepped back before walking over to a table. He picked up a rolled cloth and brought it over to him. He unrolled it to reveal a multitude of sharp objects. As a healer, Harry knew the use of almost every one of them. He raised an eyebrow. "You really think you're actually going to find something, don't you? You're a fool if you didn't think I made sure that no one would be able to find out my secrets," Harry told him before he zoned out. He knew how to deal with torture. With his skill in occlumency, he was able to retreat deep into his mind and pretty much ignore any physical damage his body sustained. He could still feel it, but he could definitely more easily ignore it. It wasn't long before he felt the chains on his body moving. Vilgefortz seemed smart enough to know not to take any of them off. He did, however, shift the ones on his torso. A moment later, and Harry felt something sharp go through his skin. Vilgefortz had just struck into him with a scalpel and was trying to open up his chest cavity. His body naturally healed, but anything that wasn't immediately life-threatening, like getting struck in the heart or getting his head chopped off, would take longer. It was annoyingly convenient for Vilgefortz. "Not even a peep. Your mental fortitude is even more impressive than I thought it would be," Vilgefortz said with a smirk. Harry said nothing in response. He knew it would just encourage the man. He wasn't sure, but he thought he saw a gleam of what seemed like insanity in his eyes as he cut into him. Vilgefortz waited for him to heal, then repeated the act multiple times. There was probably enough wound on the ground to create and fill a small pool. Harry had continued to say nothing. He could feel his pain receptors trying to tell his brain that he was in pain, but he simply ignored it and pressed on. It would seem that the cuts always heal, but the deadlier it is, the more quickly it heals. How fascinating. How does the body know what to prioritize? Further research is needed, Vilgefortz said out loud as he started writing in a journal of some kind. He continued his little experiment for what felt like hours before finally stopping. "Well, I think that's enough for today. We shall continue on the morrow. See you then, my little prisoner," Vilgefortz said with a grin before sweeping out of the room. As soon as the door closed behind him, all the torches and candles in the room were snuffed out. Harry frowned as his eyes got used to the complete lack of light. Well, Harry, how are you going to get yourself out of this one? As it turned out, Harry couldn't get himself out of his current situation. Vilgefortz was much more careful than he had predicted. He constantly made sure to have Harry checked in on and seemed to not rise to any bait Harry threw at him in order to get him to slip up. Harry had no idea how long he had been in this prison, but he knew it must have been a long time. It had taken a while, but enough verbal slips had given him the idea that he was under some sort of castle. One day, he had also found out that he was not the only prisoner in said castle, though he was the most hidden. He had heard a woman distantly screaming from what was most likely torture. Vilgefortz had talked about her and mentioned how he had caught a little raven and was trying to get it to speak on certain manners. Harry had said nothing in response, and the man didn't seem to be waiting on one either. Vilgefortz had just pulled out some tools before continuing on with his sick little experiments. That's what Harry's life was like for longer than he could keep count. He couldn't even accurately say how much time had passed, and it was starting to concern him. Sorcerers lived a very long time compared to humans, and he only had a couple years left until he met Ciri. He didn't know how long he had been down here, but he needed to really start thinking of a way to leave. The chains made it difficult for sure, though. If only there wasn't so many of them as well. His first thought was continuously trying to rip the chains out of the wall to free his hands and arms. Sadly, that had not worked. He had tried for what he assumed had been weeks with not even a loosening. The next thing he tried was somehow overpowering his magical restraints. That hadn't worked either. Harry was just thinking of what his next attempt could be before Vilgefortz entered the room. For once, the sorcerer didn't look to be smiling or have an arrogance plastered all over his face. Instead, he seemed to be scowling deeply as he rushed around the room but had yet to approach or even look at Harry. He watched as Vilgefortz started burning papers and research that he knew had at least partially been about him. He then rushed back to the door where he finally looked back at Harry, causing his scowl to deepen. Harry just raised a questioning eyebrow before he shut the door completely and locked it. After he did so, the door glowed a translucent green before disappearing. Harry assumed it was a protection of some kind on the door. That, combined with the fact that the man had just burned many precious hours of his research, led Harry to believing that someone or something was here that Vilgefortz wanted to make sure wouldn't find his notes no matter what. It didn't take long for his suspicions to be confirmed as he heard the sounds of very distant fighting going on. They must have been here for one of the prisoners or just to kill the sick fuck. He almost felt conflicted. On one hand, if they killed Vilgefortz, then there was a greater chance of him leaving here soon, but if they did kill him, then Harry wouldn't be able to do it himself. What a weird position for him to be in. The sounds of fighting lasted for a good long while before stopping. He waited and strained to hear if anyone would come down near his cell. He knew Vilgefortz had made sure no one outside the room would be able to hear him, so he didn't even bother yelling to get their attention. He just waited and hoped they would come investigate. After waiting for what felt like hours, he was forced to conclude that either Vilgefortz was triumphant or the intruders had got what they came for and not bothered to investigate near where he was. It was also possible that Vilgefortz had hidden any entrance that could lead to this room. That's what Harry would have done if he were honest. After what felt like days, Harry concluded that Vilgefortz was killed. He only had one arm after all, thanks to Harry, which was extremely bad for a sorcerer of his caliber no matter how powerful. Concluding this, he once again tried to escape his confines. He tried for what he assumed was days before giving up. He bowed his head in frustration. He could not afford to wait for someone to come and rescue him. He needed to escape now. Harry was so deep in his thoughts that he almost didn't notice the magic slowly gathering near him. Almost. He turned his head up to the roof of his cell and vaguely felt magic gathering quite high above his head. He wondered if a particularly powerful mage had come to investigate only for the power to keep on increasing. His eyes started to widen as he felt the magical build-up. Even fully suppressed, there was no way he would not be able to notice it. He kept feeling it. Whoever was doing this would have to at least be his equal in power with the huge amounts he was feeling. Just as he felt it hit a boiling point, he felt it stop, then come crashing down. First there was silence. Then the noise came like 1,000 roars at once. Finally, the shaking started. Harry had been alive for a long time, but he had never felt the ground move and shake as much as it was doing right now. The room itself was collapsing around him, and he felt frightened for the first time that he was about to spend the rest of his immortal life buried in the ground. Eventually the shaking stopped, though it wasn't much help. Harry was buried completely. He could barely move as most of his body had been completely hurt, and he needed to wait for it to heal. While he healed, Harry just laid his head down to rest. It was so quiet yet also peaceful in a way. He could feel the many life forms around the castle and felt them move around in a panic from the magical blast that had just been set off. He could feel 3 sorceresses in the distance as they opened their portals to leave. At least that answered what had caused the magical blast. He could feel. How could he feel? His magical senses were completely dampened by the. Harry looked down at his body. The dimeritium chains that had been holding him for so long were mostly broken and scattered around his body. Most only laid loosely on him. He was free. He smirked. Harry staggered into an inn quite loudly. He didn't quite know where he was. All he knew was that he was starving. He plopped down on a bench and waited for the wench to come take his order, which didn't take long. "What can I get for you, lad?" she asked kindly. "Everything. Make it quick too," Harry said. He plopped down a bag of coin he had acquired onto the table, which was heavy with coin. The wench's eyes widened before she bowed her head in understanding and quickly left. Soon, Harry was eating an entire table's worth of food by himself with no clear signs of stopping. Just because hunger could not kill him doesn't mean it wasn't something he wished to avoid deeply. He noticed that almost everyone in the inn was looking at him in either horror or fascination for how much food he was consuming. He couldn't bring himself to care about the attention he was getting, though. He was just so hungry. The wench kept bringing him food, and eventually, he was full enough to think about something besides his hunger. He ate slower as he thought of his next move. The first thing he had done when he got out of the ground was figure out how long he had been there. He was relieved to find it wasn't as long as he had thought. The next was figure out what had happened at Stygia Castle, which he had finally found the name of. He had done this by summoning the spirit of Vilgefortz, which also confirmed the man was dead. Harry gleefully made him recount his death over and over before allowing him back into the land of the dead. That was really the only true revenge he could get on the man now that he was no longer in the realm of the living, which frustrated Harry. His death was too easy. He wanted to fight him and tear him apart between his dragon claws slowly before roasting him alive. Sadly, Geralt had beaten him to the punch. The next thing to do would be planning how to kill him here for unknowingly causing him this setback. If the asshole wasn't so focused on fucking his own daughter, then none of this would have ever happened. He would need to talk to Geralt first. Sadly, he knew that Ciri was with him and Yennefer at the moment, which meant that he would need to get the Witcher alone. He also had the problem of finding him, but he knew they would most likely be back in the Northern Kingdoms by now. He finally finished the giant pile of food that the cook had made for him and laid down more coin for the wench to take. He was pretty sure he just gave them the equivalence of a month of food pay, but he didn't care. It was the first time he had eaten in who knows how long. He was still being looked at by the other patrons of this establishment. They were all part of the Nilfgaardian Empire, as Harry was still in Ebbing. So they seemed to dress a little nicer than peasants of the Northern Kingdoms. Not much of a surprise. He stood up from his table and walked out feeling a lot more satisfied than when he had come in. Now all that was left to do was go and vent some steam. He had seen a small Nilfgaardian outpost nearby that looked ripe for burning. He supposed he could go there. Harry stood outside Rivia in a small forest as he watched his favorite Witcher as he tracked something through the forest. The tracks were fake, of course. Harry had planted them to lure him away from prying eyes. Geralt thought he was tracking a basilisk. When he finally got deep enough into the forest, Harry approached him. "Hello, Geralt, it's been a while," Harry said as he appeared a few yards behind the man. Geralt smoothly turned around but didn't seem too surprised. "And where the hell have you been? Haven't seen you since that night on Thened," Geralt questioned in his usual gruff manner. Harry frowned at the memories of that night. "I didn't know you were awake when I had arrived, but yes, it has been a while. That night I was captured by Vilgefortz, or at least by an accomplice of his. I had foolishly believed I had won over the man and had him right where I wanted him. only to ignore the accomplice, sneaking up behind me and knocking me out. Quite the embarrassing bluster, to be completely honest. Harry said. Geralt was silent at the admittance, but Harry had a feeling he was surprised by the information. I was then put into chains of Dimeritium and left in a cell under Stygia Castle, where I stayed until it was destroyed by a power magical blast. Harry told him. Wait, so you were there when you stormed the place? Yes, I was. I had hoped you would find me, but it seemed it was not to be. Harry said sadly. Geralt looked slightly apologetic at that. I'm sorry, had I known you were there, it's fine. I don't blame you, and it was actually better that you left me there. It would have brought certain attention on me that I didn't want, but enough about that. I have come to ask you what has happened while I have been gone, as well as after your siege on the castle. Harry said to him. With that, they both sat down across from each other as Geralt began his long tale of what he had missed. Harry listened raptly but ended up breathing a sigh of relief. So far, the events didn't seem too different than what he knew was to happen, which was good. With Ciri leaving soon, he could stop messing around in the shadows and start taking an active role in this world's future. You mentioned the Emperor. What was you and your companion's opinion of him at the time? Harry asked. Geralt looked at him for a moment before continuing on. Man was a very serious type. Had a strategic mind. Had a strange notion of mercy, though it was still better than some other rulers I have seen. Geralt said. Harry nodded. He knew that Ciri never cared much for her father, and he just needed to confirm that Geralt didn't either. I see, Geralt, this may seem an odd question, but what do you think of the northern kingdoms and their rulers? Do you like the way they're run, or do you think they would benefit from Nilfgaardian rule? Harry asked. Geralt looked at him suspiciously. Harry, Geralt said warningly. Harry brushed it aside. Don't get it in your head that I like Nilfgaardians or would ever help their rule. I'm just asking a question is all. Harry said to pacify the man. Geralt stopped and thought before answering again. I don't like Nilfgaardians that much, but I can't honestly say I like many of the nobles of the northern kingdoms either. They're either idiotic or power-hungry, sometimes both. Would the people benefit from Nilfgaardian rule? Eventually, when they learned to accept it. There would be a lot of fighting before that, though, even if Nilfgaard does manage to overthrow the northern kings. Geralt said. Harry nodded. I agree. Though Nilfgaard has its own problems, I suppose. Too bad there is no such thing as a perfect government. That is all I wanted to ask Geralt. I probably won't be seeing you for some time after this. Probably years if I am honest, Harry said to him. Geralt raised an eyebrow. Going somewhere? Yes. For now, I am going to the far north. I have some plans I need to put into action. Harry said. Far north? Not much out there except untamed wilderness and wild beast. Not many live out there either except hunters and a few other craftsmen. Too cold for anyone else to really live there. Geralt commented. Harry rolled his eyes. I'm aware of what the far north is. Thank you, Geralt. I would like you to visit if you get the chance, though. Harry told the man kindly. You expect me to be able to find you in the far north. I can't even find you in a settled kingdom. Geralt pointed out. Harry rolled his eyes before reaching in his pocket and pulling out what looked like a bracelet. Here. Tap the rune carved in the wood piece and say my name. It will help guide you to me if you ever need me. Don't let anyone else take it, or they may not have a hand for long. Harry said as he dropped the item into Geralt's hand. Geralt moved it around for a moment before putting it on. I appreciate the gesture. Geralt said as he looked at the gift. Harry nodded. Well, I must be off. Plenty to do and very little time to do it. Harry said as he operated away from the Witcher, who just watched in amazement as he left him in that small forest. Harry stood atop the Dragon Mountains as he stared out into the wilderness of what was known as the far north. He had been into its depths only twice in his time on this world, and both times it was out of curiosity. It was a harsh place to live, and that was mainly because of the cold. It snowed all year round, and how much smaller populations of animals and people. Even most monsters refused to live up here in such conditions and lived further south. There were a few things that lived out here, though. White dragons were the most famous, of course. Many thought of them as a rare subspecies of dragons, yet Harry knew the truth. There were more white dragons past these mountains than there were regular dragons in the entire northern kingdoms. especially since no one came up here to hunt them. Sure, they started out with an extremely small population, but there was now probably close to 50 of them that called the far north their home. Harry inhaled deeply before exhaling a cloud of steam into the air as his hot breath met the cold air. This would be his new home for a while. Ciri was probably leaving any week now, and he had no idea when she would return. What he did know was that she was going to need allies. He had tried to do it himself but discovered that even he could not be everywhere at once. He needed backup to not only protect Ciri from the wild hunt but also the many empires of the continent who desired her as well as others who wished to gain power through her wound. With that in mind, it was time to get her some allies. Here would be his starting ground. He would start a new kingdom here and use it to strike down all the others who dared try and harm Ciri. He would also use it to keep her creep of a father far away from her. He couldn't just kill him sadly as he was still Ciri's father, but he could go against him in other ways, such as challenging his empire that he thought was so impressive. Harry stopped his thoughts on further plans and instead focused in on his current goals. While he could just go around forcing people under his rule, that would make him a tyrant, and that's not a label he wished upon himself. He needed to convince people he had a right to rule. Something beyond sweet talking and magic. Something that looked divine to others. He slowly started writhing and shaking as he grew bigger and scales started appearing on his skin. A moment later, he was in the form of a giant black dragon. He looked out for a moment before roaring over the lands he just claimed for himself. He roared louder than he ever had before and went even further as to enhance his roar with magic. His roar washed over miles and miles of land, and he was pretty sure he probably caused somebody to piss themselves in fright, but he didn't care. He waited patiently while his eyes scoured the horizon. A minute later, he heard another roar, this one much quieter but still very similar to his. His draconic eyes quickly zeroed in on where he thought he heard the roar before he raised his wings and started flapping. Soon he was in the air and soaring over the vast forest as quickly as he could. Within half an hour, he was in the area he thought he had heard the roar originate from. His eyes scoured the forest floor in search of any movement or heat signatures big enough to be his target. He had only a moment to sense the oncoming danger from above him. He quickly swerved right in the air just in time to watch a white blur shoot down past him, towards the floor before spreading its wings and flapping back into the air. Here it was a white dragon. Harry started to circle the creature as it did the same to him. He was impressed by what he saw. The white dragon was only half of his size, yet he could see an intelligence in it that was higher than other dragons except for their golden brethren. It also seemed to suppress its presence to a point both physically and magically. It might be why they were so hard to find. While he was sizing the dragon up, the dragon seemed to be doing the same to him. Harry almost wanted to smirk. It had been such a long time since he had battled another dragon. This is exactly what he needed to vent. With that last thought, Harry took a sharp turn and powered his way straight into the path of the white dragon. The white tried to dodge, but Harry had already predicted such a move from the creature and turned his body in its new path. He slammed right into its torso, causing it to stagger and briefly start to freefall before catching itself. Harry was on it, not giving it any chance to recover. The white dragon was smaller and most likely faster than him, which was why he needed to keep it engaged in combat so it could not fly away. The dragon turned to face Harry only to get a stream of molten hot fire straight in its face, causing it to roar in both anger and pain before launching its own stream, with the exception that it used ice instead. The two streams met between the dragons and successfully managed to keep Harry's attack at bay. Harry cut off his stream as he fully flew past his adversary. He banked right and quickly moved to continue to attack before it could try and escape. The dragon didn't seem to want to try escape at all as it too turned and made to attack. Harry shifted his body so his claws were in front of him and ready to dig into his opponent. He quickly shot a stream of fire into the dragon's face, forcing it to turn his head away, and therefore become unable to dodge as Harry ran into him once more and dug his sharp claws into its body. The fact that Harry wouldn't let go of the now injured dragon forced them to fall out of the air and crash those several trees before heavily running into the ground. When they hit the ground, Harry was forced to let go before he got stuck in a tumble with the other dragon. He steadied himself and looked at the other dragon. The white dragon was injured badly on its side from the deep claw marks Harry had left. It was struggling to get up as well, showing one of its legs had been injured as they crash-landed. Harry walked over to his opponent. The dragon watched him come with defiance and tried to shoot another stream of ice to force Harry away. Harry once more combated it with a stream of fire, though he enhanced it with his own magic this time. The white dragon could not hope to go against the magically enhanced fire that Harry was spewing, and was soon overwhelmed with it. When he heard the dragon start to roar in pain from the heat, he cut off the stream. The white dragon's entire head was blackened from his flames, and it panted heavily as its body stayed limp on the floor. Harry reached it and put one clawed foot to its throat. He leaned down and roared loudly into the white dragon's face, possibly scaring all creatures in a 30-mile radius away from him. He saw the white dragon flinch from the roar. Harry looked into the creature's eyes. Dragons didn't really form into packs of any kind, but they, even here, could be forced to submit to a much stronger opponent. Once they submitted, Harry could reach into their mind and cement a loyalty to him based off their own instincts. He had gotten the idea from legends in his own world about how Merlin had tamed a dragon. He had tweaked the concept and made a way for himself to use it. It was also much easier for a dragon to think it was submitting to another dragon, as its pride was a lot harder to get around when it thought a puny human could beat it. When Harry finished the submission of the creature, he morphed back into his human form. The dragon looked confused and weakly gave him a few sniffs before confirming he was still the same creature that defeated it. Harry smirked as he moved to start healing the dragon's wounds. It didn't try anything as it felt the warm glow of Harry's magic reach out and start to heal it. It took close to 15 minutes to fully heal the dragon to his own satisfaction. The dragon moved and weakly tried to sit up, which it did manage to do. It looked at Harry, and Harry looked right back at the creature. "I'm not going to give you a name. Despite your obedience belonging to me, you will still be you in a sense, so to rename you would be an insult," Harry said. The dragon showed no sign that it understood him, but Harry knew that it had, because he had also connected their minds so he could communicate with it. "You have no way of knowing this, but you will be my first step to achieving the greatest fighting force this world has ever seen. You and some of your other brethren, that is. I have a feeling I am going to need more than a few of you to get him here to back off," Harry said, almost talking to himself. The dragon growled at the name, picking up its new master's dislike for it. Harry smirked. "Hey, let's go build an empire." Far north, Harry's POV. Harry stared into the clearing at all of his latest conquests. 5. He had already taken control of 5 white dragons in the first 3 months that he had been here. He had been right about them having a higher level of intelligence than normal dragons. After he had taken the first one's mind and gotten it to follow him, the others stayed away from him and would actively try to avoid him as much as possible. The next one took him 2 weeks to hunt down, since it was constantly on the move. Unfortunately, in a full-out flight, the white dragons were faster than him, so if he couldn't get the jump on it, then it would fly off before he got a chance to do anything. He, of course, used trackers, but apparition didn't help that much since they spent most their time in the air except to rest and eat, and he needed to do both those things as well, which made it difficult to catch up. It didn't help that they could apparently also sense magic to some extent, which Harry should have guessed since he already knew they could suppress their presence to an extent. He hadn't confirmed it yet, but he also believed that they possibly had some form of camouflage ability that they utilized with the magic in their body. As annoying as it was also extremely fascinating. He had not studied white dragons in any real depth until now, and they were definitely fascinating. He was pretty sure that it was almost impossible for them to ever give birth to a golden dragon because they actually used much of the magic that they absorbed. It also explained why there were originally so few of them. They couldn't give birth to litters of dragons and could only birth 1 or 2 at a time because they did not have enough magic to birth anymore. Eventually, though, he finally caught up with the dragon and snuck up on it while it was sleeping. The battle had been quicker than the first one he had gone through, but just as intense. Casting magic beyond strengthening his fire was annoyingly difficult in his dragon form, so battle usually required actual force and skillful maneuvering. The third dragon had been the most ferocious and had also been the biggest white dragon he, so far, had faced. It wasn't much bigger than others of its subspecies, but he was stronger and just as fast. Harry also suspected that it might have been younger than the first 2 that he had conquered. Despite its physical strength, its mental strength was not as strong as the first two. The fourth and fifth were actually the easiest, as they had actually already fought each other when Harry swooped in while they were both weakened. They had been smart enough to set aside their dispute to try and tag team him, but it hadn't mattered with how weak they were. Harry was sure though that if they had both been at full strength, he would have had some actual trouble. Now, he had led them all here to this massive clearing. Harry had decided that this would be the place where he would build his first settlement that would be the start of his kingdom. His first and strongest enemy was the cold. The biggest issue with barely any people living out in the far north, compared to other kingdoms, was how cold it was. No one except the hardiest of people wished to risk freezing or starving to death just to come and live out in a barren wasteland. Now, making the entire far north warmer was a task greater than even his ability, but making this clearing where he would settle, warm enough to live, would be doable. The first task would be setting up a perimeter to keep the heat in and stop it from escaping. While his dragons lazed, Harry walked around the entire perimeter of the clearing, setting up a large ward. It was actually a simple charm for insulation that he was expanding into a full ward around the area. It took him several hours to slowly circle the clearing while mentally casting the spell. When he finished, he touched his magic to the ward to test its strength and made sure it would not collapse if some pesky sorcerer/sorceress tried to mess with it. He would put up protection wards a little later into his planning. One of the next biggest problems in the far north was the lack of food. There was plenty of game, but not enough to support a real population of humans. Especially not a settled population. There were two ways to fix this problem. He needed to make more crops, and he needed to make sure there was more game available. Harry knew better than any human in the world how dangerous it was to mess with ecosystems. So, he would have to carefully and proportionally scale the ecosystem without actually making it bigger. Trees and plants would need to make more produce for small animals and herbivores who ate them. This would help their population rise, which would, in turn, help the omnivore and carnivore populations rise as well. Of course, it wasn't that simple. He would have to use magic for plants to grow stronger, encourage the animals to fornicate more, but it was possible. Harry got started by finding a large stone and going to work on transfiguring it. He thought extremely hard about the shape and size of what he wanted and quickly started to sweat just from the sheer amount of concentration he had to put into the transfiguration. After nearly 10 minutes, he opened his eyes. In front of him, where there was once a stone, now sat what looked like a large, perfectly spherical container. At a close look, the container looked to be made out of a mixed color of copper and bronze. Running his hands along it, Harry couldn't feel a single imperfection in the surface. Despite its metallic sheen, the object itself wasn't made out of metal. It was similar to obsidian in properties and strength more than anything else. He had never made a name for the material and decided not to now either. The purpose of his new creation was to act as a body, in a sense, for a complex matrix of runic arrays that he would wrap over the surface. The material was impressively strong, but even more impressive was its ability to conduct magic. It was the second strongest conductor Harry had ever seen, right next to mithril. He pressed his hand to the surface and it sunk in as if it were made of a liquid rather than the solid it actually was. Almost immediately the sphere started glowing a teal blue, attracting the temporary attention of his dragons who were still lazing. Harry watched carefully as tiny glowing symbols started to slowly etch onto the surface of the sphere, glowing the same teal as the current aura surrounding the sphere. The runes were in several different languages and none from this world. Harry didn't ever want this to fall into the hands of his enemies, but if it did, they wouldn't be able to understand it, activate it, or manipulate it. The actual process was both long and tedious and even had a chance of not working. He had technically never attempted this before and had only ever researched the concept on his free time. He was confident it would work though, as his math was usually correct. After several more hours, the etchings were done and the sphere stopped glowing. Harry stood back and looked at the finished product. It was something else he had not yet named, but its function was the complete manipulation of biomes to a microscopic level. If he wanted, he could turn half of the far north into a desert with this device. It affected not only the floor but the air and even the atmosphere within a certain distance. Something that could end up being truly dangerous in enemy hands. Perhaps he should leave traps on it for anyone who attempted to use it? Yes, better to be safe than sorry. A few more moments and the sphere was complete. Now all he needed was to name it. Gaia's sphere? No, too long. Ball of creation? That just sounds lame. Razai? Not bad. Better than anything else I've thought of. Alright, it's settled. I will call you Razai until I can think of something better, Harry said. The sphere gave what looked like a pulse in response. Harry smiled at the action. Good. With that settled, I now need to start on the exoskeleton of the settlement. Harry looked down at the sun that just dipped below the tips of the trees. Perhaps tomorrow, Harry thought to himself. He moved closer to his dragons, who seemed to already be on their way to sleep. He pulled his shrunken trunk from his neck and retrieved his traveling tent. He entered it, breathed a sigh of relief. Truth be told, Razai was both magically and mentally taxing to make. Harry moved to his bed and immediately laid on it with relief at feeling its softness. Almost as soon as his eyes closed, he was in the land of dreams. Harry didn't dream often. Most of his experience in dreams were from his childhood, and almost all of them were nightmares. This was why he was pleasantly surprised by the current dream he was having. He was back in Potter Manor in the living room. He hardly recognized it, as he hadn't thought of the place in years. There was a lit fire in the fireplace, casting the room in a warm orange light. However, the thing that most gained his attention was the presence of another person curled up on his side. Harry could immediately tell who it was. He had memorized every feature from the time together after all. It was Ciri, his Ciri. Not the little girl who he had been protecting from the shadows, but the one who he had saved all those years ago. She seemed to sense his gaze, and she looked up at him. Her green eyes met his and she smiled softly. Harry returned it as he looked into her eyes. He felt a tingle go up his spine while looking at her. Eventually, she stopped staring and returned to nuzzling her head into his chest. Harry wrapped his arm around her shoulder and brought her close. He sighed in content. This was the reason he had done so much for so long. The peace, the contentment, it felt like it penetrated his very soul like the most powerful drug. It was a feeling he had never been able to replicate for more than a century now, yet even her presence in his dreams could accomplish it. He stayed like that in his dream, wrapped around her and her him. He blinked as he stared down at her, and suddenly it was over. He was no longer staring down at her short ashen hair, but at a faded tan cloth. The top of his tent, to be precise. The feelings of peace and contentment were gone like a whisper in the wind. Harry growled and shot of his bed. He threw a punch at the nearest wall in frustration and watched a wave of fire shoot out his fist and burn an entire wall of his tent to a crisp. He growled again, this time of annoyance rather than frustration. God damn it, he whispered to himself. Out of the new hole in his tent, he could see his companions looking at him in confusion before going back to whatever prey that had managed to catch that particular morning. Harry made work to repair his tent before eating some quick breakfast. After that, he bathed himself before packing the tent away and looking out into the empty clearing once more. The first thing he wanted to do would be to make a tower. It would serve the purpose of housing him and hosting any visitors he wished. It would also house Razai. It would be hidden in the tip with a conducting pillar going straight down the tower and double as a support beam. He would change the appearance of it to make it look less suspicious even to other sorcerers. The tower would also double as a symbol to his people, another thing that would assert his right to rule. That is why he would make it almost entirely of metal, something never seen or done before at this time. It would not look buildings from his homeworld. He had a sleeker idea in mind. It would like a thin, smooth pyramid that went 1,000 feet into the air. Unfortunately, he had no idea how to make such a complex structure in a way that would be structurally sound. He might be able to do so with magic, but he wouldn't even know where to start. Making the materials should not be a problem, though. He could quite easily make several forges and have them constantly pumping out metals with ease. He already knew where several iron veins were located, as well as some silver and even gold. He could use some miners and other craftsmen. Making all that metal into something usable would take time, effort, and ass loads of magic. With a sigh, Harry looked at his dragons and ordered them to stay put. He doubted any would be able to disobey his command, but just in case, he had trackers on all of them. With that, he operat away further south towards actual kingdoms. It wasn't long before he was on the Dragon Mountain's peak and looking down at the northern realms. There were tons of places he could start, but the first one would the small settlement of Duskband. Duskband wasn't a real settlement, to be honest. The 200 people who lived there were those who had nowhere else to go and used the far north as a means of income either through mining or carpentry, etc. The little shacks they called houses barely kept them protected from the elements and looked like they might fall over any second. They were currently on this side of the mountains because it was the middle of winter, making it harder to live in the far north, though they wouldn't be able to stay too long, otherwise bandits would find and rob them, or nobles would and try to tax them. They would be the perfect group to introduce first to his new little haven. They were already familiar with parts of the far north, and they would be more willing to start a new, more prosperous life due to the fact that they were constantly having to deal with unwanted hardship. Bandits and asshole nobles constantly trying to rob and take advantage of them. Harry operat near the camp and walked into it. People seemed to be busy working hard with crops and taking care of the animals they had. He saw he was getting strange looks from the people, but they didn't approach him or say anything. They just kept their eye on him. Eventually, a tall man approached him. "Welcome, traveler. I have not seen you in these parts before. What brings you here?" he asked kindly. Harry looked up at the surprisingly tall and beefy man. He had a thick red beard and bright brown eyes. Harry estimated him to be at the start of his 40s. As soon as the man talked to him, the entire settlement seemed to focus in on them. It was clear they were still pretending to not pay attention, but their subtlety was practically non-existent. "Greetings, I am Hadrian Black. I wish to talk with the leader of this settlement if possible," Harry said politely. It was very important that he not make anything sound like a demand, as these people would see it as him taking advantage of them. The red-bearded man eyed him for a moment before leading him over to a tent that appeared slightly bigger than the rest. Entering it showed it to be only slightly warmer than outside and mostly empty save for a bed, some chairs, a small table, and a small chest where he likely stored his things. "So, what brings you to me, little lordling?" the man asked as he eyed him. Harry's lips twitched upwards at the man's attempt to anger him. "I wanted to give you an offer, well, perhaps more of a deal that would be mutually beneficial to both of us. If you were interested," Harry said, not rising to the man's bait and continuing on politely. The man frowned and looked on suspiciously at him. Harry didn't let it bother him. He just continued to look into the man's eyes. "Let's hear it then," the big man said back to him. "I will not beat around the bush. I am attempting to start a new kingdom. A kingdom of equality where everyone will be given rights and treated fairly. I can do a fair bit of starting it up myself, but a kingdom is nothing without citizens. I offer you protection and a home for free. I can make your crops plentiful and your animals grow strong. All I ask in return is that you join my kingdom," Harry said. The man looked at him for a moment. "Are you sick in the head, boy?" "No, and I am not a boy, I am older than you are. I'm a sorcerer," Harry explained. Immediately on the admission of that, the man's eye became guarded. "A sorcerer? A sorcerer is trying to start his own kingdom now?" the man asked, as if the very idea insulted him. "I am. The nobles and kings of this realm don't seem to be doing the best job of it, so I will try my hand at it myself. Every kingdom that I have been to has some flaw with it that will eventually be its downfall. I want a kingdom of peace. A kingdom where people can come and not deal with prejudice and wonder if that day will be their last. Where they have to wonder if the kings and nobles will turn on them for profit. I don't care about all that. I don't care what race or species my people are. All I want is unity," Harry said, letting the passion he felt slip into his voice to help convince the man of his honesty. He didn't mention the building an army part, that would come later. "And how exactly do you plan to take this territory from the nobles who already own it?" the man asked incredulously. My kingdom is in the far north. I have already established buildings for settlements, areas for crops and animals, and walls for protection. I have also made sure the settlement will stay warm no matter what season it is. So what say you to this offer?" Harry asked. He already knew what the man would say even before he said it. "I'll have to think on this and talk with the others about it," the man said after a moment. Harry nodded. "I shall be back in 2 weeks' time. Do Do you think that's enough to think about what I have offered? Harry asked him. The man nodded. One more thing, do you have a name I can call you? Grojik. You from Skellige? Harry asked. I was sailing down the coast when a storm hit us. Woke up a week later here in this settlement with the most beautiful woman I have ever seen tending to my wounds. Grojik said with a huge smirk. Harry chuckled a little. Is it safe to assume she is now your wife? Indeed. She is. Best thing that's ever happened to me. Grojik said while standing up. Congratulations, then. I suppose I shall see you in 2 weeks. Harry said as he operated away from the mobile camping grounds, probably scaring the crap out of Grojik. 1 week later, Harry was watching with amusement as Huntress was shooting arrows into the side of his dragon to absolutely no avail. He had already warned the dragon not to do actual harm to the woman mentally, but from the annoyed expression on said dragon's face, it might not be too much longer before it succumbed to its base desires and ate her. Knowing this, Harry stepped near the woman. You're not actually damaging him, you're just making him more annoyed with you. Harry pointed out, causing the woman hiding behind the tree to jump in fright before turning and glaring at him. Be quiet and get down before it attacks you, you idiot. She hissed at him. Harry looked the woman over. She looked very fit, and although she was covered head to toe in furs to protect herself from the cold, Harry could tell she had quite a bit of muscle on her. She had dirty blonde/brown hair to frame her rather sharp face. He gave her a raised eyebrow. Unlikely, Harry said as he looked at the dragon who was glaring in their direction. Go back home. Eat some food and cool off a bit. The dragon let out a low rumble from his chest before raising his wings and pushing up off the ground and into the air before flying back into the direction of Harry's settlement. He watched the woman look at the dragon flying away with a look of awe before turning back to him and looking at him with suspicion. How did you do that? You some kind of sorcerer? She asked accusingly. Harry just stared back in amusement. I am indeed. And you are? Harry asked politely. Mary. She responded back while still looking at him suspiciously. Never heard of a sorcerer that could control dragons, she said. Harry started walking and Mary followed, keeping pace to his left. I am not most sorcerers. I am quite a bit more powerful, not to brag. And what about yourself? It's rare to see a half-elf this far north, Harry said. Mary snorted in return. You must be new around here then. Plenty of half-elves and other outcasts live up here. She responded back. Harry's eyes scrunched up in thought. He had not encountered that many half-elves or other outcasts here in the far north yet, but it wasn't like he had looked for them or anything. I had not noticed any settled populations within the far north, Harry admitted. We're mostly settled in the Dragon Mountains and venture down into the far north for hunting, Mary explained. Harry nodded. He had never spent much time in the mountains themselves, though he supposed there were spaces in certain parts that were big enough for settlements. Fascinating, Harry said as they stepped into his clearing and approached his own settlement. A few moments of silence, and he looked back to see Mary frozen in shock, looking at his partial created city. What is this place? She asked quietly. It's a new city I am making for all to be able to live in and enjoy. By now you should have also noticed the temperature rise as well. That's to make it more comfortable to live here. The walls at the moment are made of stone, as they were easy enough to conjure. The homes, building, and towers are made from a multitude of different material. Do you like it? Harry said. It's magnificent. It must be bigger than Novigrad, she said as she rejoined him and got closer to the city. In size, yes, it is. However, it currently can only house about 3/4 of the number of people as Novigrad. The houses I have made standard are bigger to help promote a higher standard of living, Harry said to her as they walked through the partially complete city. Who do you plan on having live here? She asked as she looked at the homes. Harry wasn't sure, but he thought he heard some longing in her voice as she looked around. Harry shrugged. Any who wants to. The kingdom I wish to make is for everyone who wishes to live in peace with each other, Harry said. That was not strictly true. He did want to make a kingdom where everyone was equal and none looked down on each other, but he also wanted a kingdom so he could raise an army to deal with all threats against Ciri, whether that be the Wild Hunt, sorcerers, or her own damn father. All enemies would be hurt before him. Anyone? Would you just let anyone live in this place you created and put all this work into by yourself? What's the catch? Mary asked. The conditions are you follow the law and contribute to society in some way or another. You will also pay taxes from your job but based on a percentage rather than a set fee. This is to lighten the load of those who are too poor to give much. The laws are very concise and clear for most situations to not only keep the peace but also to keep the society running and fair to everyone. There are several law books that will be available for perusal for any who wish to look into it. Harry explained. His society was a mix of both a democracy and a monarchy to try and balance out the two government systems' problems. What would you do for food? She asked. Simple, the grounds near the city are more fertile than any other in the far north and probably most in the northern kingdoms as well. There is also an abundance of animals that have made their way closer to the city that can be hunted for food now that the area is more fertile. I am working on getting cattle as well as chicken and sheep for food, leather and wool. I have all resources necessary here to start a full-on kingdom. How did you get the land so fertile? Magic, Harry said back dryly. Mary just glared at him, but Harry just stayed silent and continued to not elaborate. Roz, I would need to be kept a secret after all. Alright, so you're apparently trying to make some time of paradise then. What's in it for you? Nobody would do all this just to help others. Mary, sure, someone would. It only takes someone with the means and ability to finally get tired of the current status quo and wish for change. Anger and annoyance can be very strong motivators you know. Harry pointed out. He purposefully did not mention whether or not that was why he was doing this. He just gave her another explanation on why someone might do what he was doing. If she assumed that was why he was doing it, then that was her fault. This world, as he was from a similar world but heavily more advanced in almost all ways, allowed him to know the issues that were caused by governments of the past as well as some in the future. And was it who drove you to this point then? Mary asked. A man who thinks it's his right and destiny to rule the world. Harry said darkly. Careful in your conquest to best him that you don't become him. Mary warned. Harry looked at her and smiled. I will take your advice to heart, Harry told her. At that moment, a roar was heard close by. Mary tensed and whipped her bow out and had an arrow drawn in a blink of an eye. Her head tilted back and she was scanning the sky. Calm down, they are nothing to be concerned about. Here, come with me, Harry said as he walked away from the center of the city and towards the dragon area. Mary followed but seemed much tenser and cautious than before. It wasn't long before they approached what looked like moving snow pile. They got closer, before it got clear to be the white dragons Harry was currently using as guards. Oh my gods, Mary said as she gazed at them. No need to be afraid, as you can see. They just start to roughhouse when they get bored. Harry explained. Mary just gazed at the dragons. How? I told you I was the best, did I not? It was your choice not to believe me, Harry said. And you just keep them like pets? She asked incredulously. No, they roam around a lot and hunt for themselves. They act more as guards for my city, as I do not have any settlers or any army myself. Not that I expect to be attacked soon, but better safe than sorry. Harry explained. How did you even find all of them? It was easy enough once I learned how to track them down. They're not as rare as people think they are, just much better at hiding than their dragon brethren in the south. Harry explained. Mary said nothing as she looked on at the dragons, who seemed to be ignoring them despite their close proximity. There was silence between them before Mary burst into loud laughter. Harry was startled by the sudden response, and so were the dragons, as they were all now staring at the woman who had possibly gone insane. Mary had fallen to the ground, she was laughing so hard. Harry just continued to watch her with growing concern. After several minutes she finally managed to stop, and Harry watched her climb back to her feet and stare at him with continued mirth shining in her eyes. Harry squinted at her. You're a weird one, aren't you? Harry asked rhetorically. She just grinned in response. I should be saying that to you. You have built an entire city up here that looks to be some weird paradise, hidden in the harsh north like a diamond among coal. Not only that, but you have damn dragons as guard dogs for this city you have made in the middle of nowhere. To top it off, you don't care who joins in this new paradise you call a city, you just want people to have a place of peace. Do you not see how this is funny? This is one of those things that is too good to be true, and yet it is. Mary said as she started to laugh again, though managed to keep herself upright this time. Harry looked at her as he thought over what she said. Was he wrong to make a kingdom under such false pretenses? It's not like he wasn't going to do his best to make a paradise kingdom for all his citizens regardless of their race, but he did so in hopes of getting something in return. Perhaps he should look at in a different. What if he made the kingdom but the army chose not to follow his orders and fight the battles he wanted them to fight? What if they decried his actions and turned on him? Would he regret creating an entire kingdom where everyone was to be accepted as equals? No, even if it didn't work out the way it hoped, he would still feel pride in accomplishing something that no one else had been able to accomplish. Well, maybe not exactly true. Zerrikania was pretty liberal and accepting, but it wasn't perfect and had problems of its own. Mainly the dirty and underhanded politics that took place between its lords and ladies. Despite all that, he still had to try. If nothing else, Ciri was his friend, and he would do everything in his power to help a friend in need. He would do it even if it meant getting his hands dirty a little. He stopped thinking about his moral dilemma and focused back in on Mary, who was just looking at the dragons in wonder still. Feel free to enjoy the dragon pit as long as you like, just don't antagonize the dragons or they might try and eat you. If you need me, just listen for loud noises in the city and you should be able to find me. It is getting late as well, so feel free to stay the night if you would like or move in. I don't care. Only the houses in the center of the city have any sort of furnishing in them at the moment, so you may choose any of them to live in. Harry told her as he started to walk away and get to work in his city. Roads had to be created with stone and houses needed to be furnished. He also had to start splitting the city into separate districts. Ugh! I have so much more work. 6 months later, Harry looked at his city that now seemed to be sprawling with inhabitants. Oddly enough, he had not yet done anything to even try to recruit people since he had talked to Grogic. Duskband had initially denied his offer, and he had respected Grogic's decision. It was hard to simply give up your freedom to someone you didn't even really know. Sadly, for Grogic, his nomadic village had been attacked a month later by bandits. They had driven them off, but not after they killed off over a quarter of the population. Most of their houses and supplies had been burnt to ash. Duskband would eventually bounce back as it always did, but Grogic seemed to be smart enough to try and stop history from repeating itself and had seeked out Harry once more to see if his offer still stood. Harry had not minded at all and welcomed him and his people with open arms. He explained how living here would work and explained the pros and cons as honestly as he could. They had agreed and seemed to be settling into life here easily. They had started growing crops and taking care of livestock. Of course, Mary had also been helpful in getting people, though more in a passive way than Grogic. Mary seemed to go back to her old settlement every week or so and seemed to come back with more and more people each time. Harry was actually impressed. He would be the first to admit that he probably wasn't the easiest person to trust, and his charisma could definitely use some work. Mary was the opposite, it seemed. A lot of people seemed to get along with her and trust her word, which made her currently invaluable to Harry. Not that he was using her or encouraging her to bring more people here. She seemed to want to do that on her own. I've considered Frederick to get started on those mines with some of his guys for you. Harry looked up in surprise and saw Mary walking into his office that was still located at the bottom of his incomplete tower. He raised an eyebrow. I don't remember asking you to do that, Harry said, the question clear in his voice. Mary just shrugged. They were happy to get back to what they love doing. Plus, people need to understand that living here isn't free. They need to contribute, Mary said. Harry thought it odd for her to say such a thing. He would not consider Mary a friend yet, but after 6 months, she was the current closest thing. That being said, he didn't see a benefit in her going out of her way to do his job for him. Why are you helping me make sure people start working? You already do your part, so you would be in no danger of being kicked out of here. Harry asked her curiously. I'm the one who brought them here. It would look bad on me if they just tried to mooch off you. Enough about that, though. Mines have been started and that's it. What are you doing? She asked as she approached the desk. Harry kindly transfigured a chair for her, which she gladly sat in. He then looked back down at his papers. Boring logistics for the most part. I'm comparing how much it takes to feed our current population and comparing it to how much more we will need if the kingdom continues to expand at this rate. I also factor in any unexpected large population increases for whatever reason. We do fine now, but soon I will have to make sure we have more livestock. I have a potion to help increase fertility in most animals and plan to slowly introduce it to livestock. Harry said, Why slowly? Wouldn't it be faster to have them all take it at the same time? She asked. Harry nodded. Faster, sure. However, it would be much harder to control a livestock that increases so quickly, plus we need to make sure all of the animals are healthy before we let them add to the gene pool. Don't want to spread any unnecessary disease. I also need to make sure the potion has no adverse effects on the creature. Harry explained. I thought only sorcerers could take potions. Mary pointed. Harry observed her for a moment before nodding. He had been taken aback by her knowledge of potions. Some potions, yes. That being said, I know how to make some that can be used by others or creatures if I want. Harry told her. Mary nodded, though she still looked like she didn't understand something. Is that all you have been doing over here? I mean, you have been shut in here for almost a week, Mary told him. Harry frowned at that tidbit. He had not realized he had been away for so long. Then again, he rarely slept long unless he was hibernating, so time kind of just faded into the background for him. No, I have a problem I have been trying to solve with magic, and it has yielded very little results as of yet, Harry admitted. You want to explain it? I hear talking to someone else can often reveal obvious mistakes we overlook, Mary said with an amused smirk. Harry smiled back. I suppose it couldn't hurt. I have been trying to use magic to help find useful places to mine for precious gems. So far, I have not made much progress, Harry admitted to the half-elf. Mary was silent for a moment. Well, you were right. I have no idea how to help you with that, Mary said back after her pause. Harry just laughed at her, and she just glared back as her face went a little red. Fine, see if I try to help you again, Mary said as she stood up with her chin in the air. Oh, come now, Mary, you know it was funny. You know I meant no offense, Harry said as he tried to calm himself down but couldn't. Seemed to, as he burst into another fit of laughter as he looked back at the glare on her face. I'll get you back for it, sorcerer. No one gets away with laughing at me, Mary struck back. Harry avoided looking at her because he knew with her crossed her and raised chin she would just cause him to laugh again. Okay. I am done. No more laughing, I promise. So, besides getting my minds up and running, thank you for that, by the way. What have you been up to the last week?
Harry asker her politeli.
Mary smirked back. I have been hunting, of course. I've almost single-handedly killed enough for everyone here, Mary said proudly, unconsciously puffing her chest out. Harry just leaned his head on one of his hand planted on the desk with his elbow. You're a humble one, aren't you? Harry asked rhetorically. Mary just stared back with resolve. There is nothing wrong with taking in pride in one's accomplishments. I worked hard to become this skilled, you know, she said back. Harry gave a single nod in acknowledgement. To an extent. Everything in moderation, after all. Make sure your pride does not blind you in the future. I have seen it be the downfall of many of my friends and allies as well as my enemies, Harry told her seriously. Mary stopped puffing out her chest at his words and seemed to deflate a little before gaining a look of contemplation. Have you ever fought in a war, Harry? She asked him curiously. Harry looked at her in shock from the question. What caused her to ask such a thing? I have, he responded back with an obvious lack of emotion. Obvious even to himself. Which war were you involved in? She asked. Harry waved his hand dismally at the question. Not one you would have ever heard of or have ever seen before. It took place a long time ago and was a war that only involved sorcerers and sorceresses, he told her. Mary seemed extremely intrigued after he said that last sentence, which was unfortunate since he would rather not talk about it. A war of only magic men? I can't even imagine what that would be like. Did you win? What was it about? She asked eagerly as she moved closer to his desk almost on instinct. Harry scowled slightly. I will answer, but no more questions about it. I did win the war, and it was about those who felt magicals should rule over those who did not have magic, and they were against those who believed magicals should live in peace with their non-magical counterparts, Harry told her. Mary's face portrayed her surprise quite well and vibrantly. Her eyebrows then scrunched up. Which side were you on? She asked. Harry just raised an eyebrow at her and proceeded to give her a look that showed he thought her to be an idiot. He then gestured to everything around him. She looked confused before her eyes cleared in understanding, and she blushed in what he guessed was embarrassment at her obvious answer. "Ah, yes, of course," she said before turning around and walking away stiffly, still feeling the embarrassment. Harry waited for her to close the door before he started laughing at her again. 2 months later, Harry sat in his office chair and looked expressionlessly at the man in front of him. The man himself was wearing a sharp, impressive robe showing he had wealth as well as glasses, which was uncommon in this time period. He was a sorcerer, to be sure. Harry could feel the magic contained in his body. He was nothing impressive power-wise, but he seemed to have a good amount of control which Harry could respect. It wasn't always about power after all. Surrounding the man were several of the new guards he had officially hired last month for the city. All were glaring at the man and had their hands on their swords. Harry almost smiled at the thought of them trying to take this man down. These men had a month of actual training at most, courtesy of Grogic. They wouldn't even be able to lay a finger on the man. The sorcerer must have realized this too by now, so Harry assumed the man was being so cordial because he either did not know yet his power or he had some idea and knew not to piss him off. "One more time for me. Why are you here?" Harry asked the man. If the sorcerer was annoyed by Harry yet again asking the question, he did not show it. He just nodded before starting on again. "Of course, my lord. My name is Asal. I am a sorcerer, as you can tell, and have come because I heard of a strange city that had been started in the far north. My curiosity has urged me to come and see this new city for myself. I have explored your impressive city for a week now and have come to offer my services if you will have me, as is required for new members, I hear," Asal said as he bowed slightly at the end in respect. Harry blinked once at the man's explanation. He was a spy, that was clear to Harry. The only question was for who. He immediately knew it had to be someone with some magical ability, as they would have to use some scrying or divination to be able to find his city. The question was if they were working by themselves, a convention of magicals, or a kingdom. From what his little crows had gathered, the northern kingdoms seemed to have started to turn on their magical brethren as well as non-humans. Geralt also seemed to have been busy with no memory. Perhaps Nilfgaard? No, Imhir would no doubt dismiss his little kingdom, even if he had heard of it purely on the fact that the man would be arrogant enough to believe himself untouchable by something so small. It was clear he would not find out now, but perhaps he could take advantage of the situation. Ever since his run-in with Vilgefortz, he had made precautions to prevent himself from simply being knocked out, or rather a defense for when he was knocked out. It had actually been a rather painful defense to create, but worth it in his opinion. With that said, he did not necessarily fear having another sorcerer here, and it could even be beneficial. Mainly to further promote the fact that anyone could be accepted here. Plus, the sorcerer could do the minor things he was too busy to do himself. How convenient. Harry finally said to the man who seemed to microfidget at his words, "What services exactly could you provide me?" Harry asked, trying now to sound politer. It seemed his attempt worked too, as the man seemed to breath out a little easier. "While not an expert in spellcraft, I am quite accomplished in alchemy and have brought with me many of my tomes which I would be willing to share, of course," the man said. Harry held himself back from scoffing. If this man was lacking in spellcraft, then he was a baby bunny rabbit. The man was trying to make himself look weak but still useful. "Very well. You are welcomed into our growing little city. As long as you follow our laws, you will continue to be welcomed," Harry said warningly to the man. Asal smiled in relief and nodded. "Of course. Now, how is it you sign up for lodging here?" Asal asked politely. Harry didn't respond immediately. Instead, he waved his hand and signaled his men off. They took their hands off their blade reluctantly and walked out slowly, throwing glares the entire way. "Come here," Harry said as he reached into his desk. He pulled out a big, rolled-up piece of parchment. He unrolled it, and it covered the whole surface of his desk. On it was a complete map of the entire city. The buildings were separated into several colors consisting of red, blue, green, and yellow. Asal approached confidently and peered down at the piece of paper with interest. "The buildings that are red and blue are homes. The ones that are red have already been chosen, and the ones that are blue are the ones you can choose from. When you are done choosing, Place your index finger on the house you would like and I will have it registered to you. Harry told him. Asal nodded as he looked around with interest in his choices. May I ask what the benefits are? Asal asked. Harry thought for a moment. I guess most people just choose based off where their jobs are. Hunters and farmers tend to live closer to the wall. Miners tend to do the same. Most craftsmen tend to live closer to the center of the city though. The roads in place make it much easier to get anywhere in the city, especially with its grid-like pattern, so where you live hardly matters. Your alchemy ability allows you more flexibility since you can contribute in more ways. Harry told the man.
Asal nodded.
Can you commission your own type of house if you have the money? Asal asked. You can, although there are regulations on sizing. I'm not going to be letting anyone build a manor within city limits. If you want to in the countryside, that's fine if you have the money. Harry explained, giving a pointed look. It was known that sorcerers with any actual skill tended to like the finer things in life, or at least used to. Asal seemed to nod at that. I was simply curious is all. I have seen the model house you have set up and I am sure your houses will be fine space-wise for me.
Asal assured.
Good. Feel free to take your time with your decision. Harry told the man. Oh, no need. I think I have made my choice. I suspect at some point you plan to have these yellow zones be set aside for merchant use, but what are these green areas, if I may ask? Asal asked. They will be government property and buildings to be used how I decide at a later date. Harry said vaguely. He already knew what he was going to do with most of it, but not yet. Not for 700 people. Asal nodded at his answer nonetheless. I see. Well, I was thinking here if that's okay. Asal said as he pointed to a specific house. Harry was unsurprised to find it was in close proximity to both his house and the tower. I think I might set up a clinic nearby so this would be... Asal started, but Harry didn't feel like hearing whatever convenient excuse the man managed to make up. Done, Harry said. Immediately the house turned from blue to red on the parchment, seeming to surprise Asal. It is now registered to you. Enjoy the property. Craftsmen can make you most of the ordinary furniture you need to furnish your house. They have simple pre-made if you're in a hurry, of course. You said you have been here for a week, so I'm sure you know where to go. I look forward to you being part of our community. Now if you will excuse me, I have an important project to get back to and need to get started. Harry said in a clear dismissal of the man. Asal bowed again. Of course, thank you, my lord. I look forward to getting settled in. He said as he turned and walked away. Harry was sure he was going to send a report to however he was here for. You're just going to let him walk right in here? You do know he's just trying to get close to the new lord, so he can get a cozy position like every other sorcerer. A voice said to his left. Harry didn't even bother to look as Mary stepped into the room behind the side door in his office where he knew her to be hiding. You are unfamiliar with the term, I am sure, but that is called stereotyping. Besides, that's not why he is here. He's here to spy on me, Harry told her. Mary frowned. So, you let a spy in your city? Is there a reason why? Mary asked. She sounded angry, almost like she was going to yell at him. She might in all honesty. Mary seemed to have no fear of him, and it amused him more than it bothered him. She'd go and yell at him if she thought he was wrong about something, which was impressive since Harry knew that she knew that he could kill her if he wanted by blinking. All the more impressive on her part. Spy or not, I can make use of him. Also, it would be much harder to find out who sent him to spy on me if he wasn't here. Harry said to her. That really didn't seem to help Mary's opinion on the matter from the glare she was now sporting. What if he hurt someone? She asked him accusingly. Harry frowned at that. I doubt he would, but if he did, I will personally introduce him to what hell on earth is. He would pay with every fiber of his being and then some. Promise. Harry said as he finally moved and looked her in the eye for the first time since she arrived there. He stared at her and she stared back with neither of them saying anything. Eventually, she nodded. Fine. It's your city. I can't tell you who you do or don't let in. Mary said as she turned to walk away. Mary, Harry called after her, causing her to stop mid-stride. Never be afraid to tell me your opinion on something. If you have a concern, then bring it up. I can't always promise to give you the answer or result you want, but I do always promise to listen at the very least. You have done a lot for this settlement. More than anyone other than me, probably. You kick-started it in a way that I probably never could. Mary didn't move for a moment before she turned back towards him. She wasn't glaring or frowning anymore, which he took as a good sign. I don't want him here. I think it's an unnecessary risk to everyone except you for just something you want. Mary told him. Harry thought for a moment on what she was saying. She was partially right in a way. Unfortunately, she was still thinking like a civilian. She was making a decision not considering how it could come back to bite them. The enemy you knew was always easier to deal with than the one you didn't. If he got rid of the spy, they would send more, as they would assume he had something to hide. They would try harder and eventually do something more forceful. He would not underestimate anyone the way he did Vilgefortz. He flinched just thinking about the embarrassing and totally avoidable situation. He still wasn't sure who had knocked him out for the asshole to be able to lock him up. He assumed it was an apprentice of some kind, but if it was, then he was likely as dead as his master by now. An unnecessary risk, maybe you're right. Maybe I would look at it differently if I didn't have a way to contain him. So what if it wasn't just me then? Harry asked as he looked at her. She just looked back confused. What do you mean? She asked, with her face taking on its usual scrunched-up appearance when she was confused or angry. What if I taught you how to kill sorcerers? That way, if this guy does something, you can kill him yourself. Don't have to even ask for my permission. Harry said to her as he leaned back into his chair, locking at her reaction to his offer. Mary opened and closed her mouth multiple times. You, yes, are going to teach me? Also, yes, how to kill sorcerers. Mary, I am sure you understood what I offered the first time I offered it. Do you want the lessons or not? Harry asked her as he enclosed his hands together and laid them on his lap to show he was waiting for her to answer. I can't use magic, she said back.
I'm aware.
Your reserves would knock you out in exhaustion with even the simplest of magic. You won't need magic to do what I will teach you. Sorcerers aren't that hard to take down. Most of them are as squishy as everyone else. They have the power that benefits them in a fight for sure, but that doesn't mean they are unstoppable. Witch hunters exist, and they seem to be growing in number every day. They use numbers and knowledge to take out sorcerers. I will train you to be better than an entire squad of the best witch hunters. I'll give you the knowledge to be better than anyone at what you do. Maybe even me. If you can't trust me, then I'll give you the means to trust just in yourself. Harry told her seriously as he leaned forward on his desk. I don't know. What would I have to do? Mary asked as she shifted from foot to foot nervously. Harry stood and looked at her seriously. Mary, I want you to think about this carefully. I was a general once. I made decisions that caused hundreds to die. I trained people who would later become good enough to topple kingdoms if they wanted single-handedly. Magic or not, anyone who I have trained either cop out quick or becomes a force of nature, but that's not an easy road. It'll hurt, and every day more than anything else you've probably felt. However, you will be able to do things no one else can do. Harry told her, trying to stress the importance of this as much as he could. Mary stayed quiet after as she contemplated what he told her. Inside, Harry was getting more and more used to the idea. Mary had a good head on her shoulders. She was nice to almost everyone until they gave her reason not to be, and she could get people to listen. He had been playing with the idea of who to make his right hand for a while now. He had thought maybe Grogic at first. He had proven himself to be strong and knew about sacrifice because of his previous warrior lifestyle. Sadly, the man had expressed no interest in a command of any kind since he had gotten here. He had stepped up to be a leader only because he needed to, but now he didn't. Mary was still naive in certain aspects, but he was sure if he could train her and show her the real way of the world, she would be someone he could count and depend upon. Running a kingdom was impossible to do alone, even for him. He needed to start delegation, and he needed to start it soon before he became overwhelmed. She looked at him and then at the ground with a frown on her face, clearly thinking hard about the offer she had been given by him. I want to think on this. More than just right now. It sounds like you're offering me something more than simple training, and I want to make sure I make the right choice, she said finally. Harry almost smiled at her answer. Not rushing blindly into the unknown was a quality many did not learn until it was too late. He was also glad that she seemed to grasp how serious this was. Very well, 1 week. After that, come to me with an answer. In the meantime, Please alert the guards that no civilians are allowed to approach the dragon pit without my express say-so. Anyone found doing so will be brought straight to me. Harry commanded as he sat back in his chair and looked back at his paperwork.
Okay, fine.
1 week, Mary said before turning around and slowly walking away. Harry watched her go. He had a feeling this would be a long week for her.
Asal POV.
Asal smirked in self-satisfaction at putting his new furniture in his home. Well, some of it anyway. The bed, a table, and a few chairs. He had used some of his money to commission more intricate ones that befitted someone of his station. For now, these would do though. He started moving the last of his cases from his cart outside and putting them into his home before giving a few silver pieces to the men that had helped him bring it. They smiled and thanked him before departing. He smiled as he watched them go. It would do to endear himself to the locals as much as he could. It would help cement his status as a citizen just in case anything in his mistress's plan went awry. So far though, it seemed to have gone off without a hitch. Though he thought he had been made when had come before the Black Mage. The locals said his name was Harry Potter though barely any used it. Most called him Lord as was befitting of him. When he had looked at him for the first time in the eye, Asal felt sure that all his secrets had been laid bare before this man. He had to make sure his mental defenses were still up just from the look he had received. He had sensed not a smidge of power from the man even right before him, but he knew it was there. One only had to look into the man's eyes to see how powerful he truly was. Asal could not stop fidgeting no matter how he had tried before the man. Luckily, the Black Mage must have been used to people being uncomfortable in his presence and had let him gain citizenship and property here. Boy, was that nice as well, free property to live in as long as you gave a contribution via work to the city and you still earned money on top of it. Sure, there were taxes, but it was nothing like the kingdoms. That was strange in itself, as was how the Black Mage financing his new kingdom if he was giving so much away and taking in so little. He was sure magic had something to do with it, but no one seemed to know what except the man himself, so he was stuck. Asal shook away his thoughts and went to one of the chests he owned. He opened it up and smiled at the golden stands he saw inside. He quickly got to work in setting them up in his spare room upstairs after making sure the windows were covered and magical protections were up. He finally got them all situated correctly and prepared himself. He went over to a mirror he set up in the room and looked at himself. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He released the breath after a moment and reopened his eyes. Gone was the middle-aged sorcerer with shoulder-length scruffy black hair and a slightly broad face. In his place stood an elf with a slightly lighter complexion and pointed ears. His cheekbones seemed to have risen a ways and his face became more narrow and defined. He smiled as he looked at his true face without the glamour he had been wearing constantly. Once finished, he moved back to the megascope he had set up and activated. He waited for the recipient to respond and got on his knees as he did so. Within a few moments, the crystals seemed to light up and project the image of a woman. This was not just any woman. It was clear she was of high birth of influence simply by her clothes, but what really stopped many in their tracks was her face. It was beautiful beyond compare, with not a single flaw or blemish to be seen. Asal felt like the luckiest man in the world just being able to see the face of his mistress. Enid Angliana, or Francesca Findabere as she was also known as. She was both his queen and his mistress. She looked and smiled at him gently, which he was sure caused his heart to skip a beat.
Ah, Asal.
It is good to see you again. I trust, by you contacting me, you have had success? She asked in Elvish, which made her voice sound like the sweetest of bird melodies. I have my mistress, the Black Mage, or Harry Potter as he is called, has granted me citizenship to his kingdom. I already have a permanent lodging which I have strategically picked to be both near his home and his place of work. Asal responded, eagerly giving information to please her. His queen smiled down at him. Good. I knew I was right to trust you with this. Now, what is your first report? She asked him in that same polite and gentle manner. The city is everything the rumors say and more. It is more beautiful and magnificent than any other human settlement I have ever seen. It is ordered and structured, yet everything looks as if made by an artist. The people here, while not yet numerous, are happy and kind. Equality is law here, and those who try to break it are punished. Not that it happens often from what I hear. There are multiple races from humans to half-elves to dwarves. An update though, they do now have a guard system. I believe it is only made up of near 50 to 75 men, but I am sure it will grow. Asal finished and stopped to momentarily take a breath. His queen waited patiently for him to continue. I met the one who you have said to be the Black Mage. I believe it after meeting him. He radiated no power and I could feel nothing from him, yet his eyes were like twin storms being held back waiting to consume me. I am sure he is the Black Mage. Asal told her. What did he look like? She asked him softly. Unhumanly human, if that makes sense. He has no characteristics of any wound but human in him, yet all his traits seem almost magnified, if that makes sense. His hair is blacker than the night itself. His skin, while not pale, still seems to reek of a perfection I have yet to see a human achieve. His eyes, though, more emerald than their gem counterparts and, as I said earlier, glowed with power. Asal finished with a slight shudder just thinking of his meeting with the man. He did not seem suspicious of you when you arrived? Enid and Gleanna asked in almost disbelief. I believe he was at first but dismissed it and continued to let me settle here anyway. Asal admitted not wanting to admit he might have almost been caught. What services did you offer him? I told him my spellcraft was lacking, but I was an expert in alchemy which I would be sure to use to help aid his city if possible. Asal answered quickly. His queen nodded in approval at that. Wise. Finally, what of the dragons? She asked him. Asal hesitated before answering. I was able to confirm their existence through the locals, but yet to have seen them myself. I have heard them on occasion though. It seems they have skill at stealth. I have yet to find if it is a natural trait or something the Black Mage gave them. Asal told her. Bowing his head a little in the shame, he had not managed to bring more information on one of his most important tasks. His queen just waved her hand in dismissal at that. You have done well, Asal. Do not doubt that. You have brought me valuable information I will be able to use. For now, I shall take my leave, but I hope you will give me regular updates on you and your mission. His queen said to him.
Asal nodded vigorously.
Of course, I shall call as soon as I find something. Asal said to her, which made her smile at him. Excellent. Until our next chat then. She said before fading out of existence in front of him. Asal took a breath. He loved talking with his mistress, but it certainly caused him stress in his effort to please her. Not that he minded too much. His greatest wish, after all, was to serve her. He turned away from his megascope and started to head downstairs to continue to unpack, totally unaware of the little crow hiding in the rafters of his house that had been watching him and his meeting the whole time. 1 year later, Harry's POV. Good day to you, King Harry. Harry looked up from the book he was writing in. Asal was approaching with a warm smile on his face. Harry said nothing at the approaching man/elf. He just gave him a slight nod. Asal, I'm surprised you're not brewing potions at this time of day. I hear you have been quite busy these days. Harry commented lightly. He knew why Asal was here. He just needed to wait for the fake man to ask. Oh, I decided to take a break for the rest of the day. I have not caught you at a bad time, have I? Asal responded as cheerily as he could, clearly trying to hide his discomfort caused by Harry's presence. No, just going over some of the population statistics. Harry replied to him.
Asal nodded.
And how is the population then? We must have passed 2,000 by now. Asal said, looking to him for confirmation. Harry nodded. We are at 2,600. Growth has slowed down as there are less people in the mountains as well as the far north to come and join us. Hopefully that problem will be fixed soon. Harry said, trying to segue into the topic that he knew Asal really wished to speak of with him. Yes, speaking of, I heard you made a path directly through the Dragon Mountains with magic. I was wondering if you would be possibly able to tell me how you did it. Was it a spell? I have never heard of one being able to do so much damage with so much precision before. Oh, I'm sorry, this is so rude of me. I don't mean to pry if it is private. Asal said, backtracking immediately. It was possibly because halfway through Harry had begun to give the man a chilling stare that had caused him to pale. Asal, do you know how vast the Dragon Mountains are? From one side to another in a straight path is 3 miles. I made the path 100 yards across. 3 miles and 100 yards across, and I leveled it completely. If I tell you how I did something like that and it gets out, what do you think will happen, Asal? That amount of destruction in the hands of any two-bit sorcerer that thinks they are entitled to something that they're not really entitled to. I appreciate your curiosity, but curiosity is something that should be tempered with caution. Harry warned as he eased on the pressure he had put on the now terrified spy. Asal seemed to ponder his words before seemingly relenting, and then shakily nodding his head in agreement. I understand your point, my king. Forgive me for any insult I may have accidentally given you. Asal said with his head bowed. Harry looked at the sorcerer's bowed form unimpressed. The man tried too hard to please him and was too clearly trying not to get on his bad side. He had heard of Francesca Findabair before, though he had never seen her in person. She was supposed to be very powerful, beautiful, and intelligent. Despite knowing this, he had to question her intelligence when sending Asal here as a spy. Perhaps she simply hoped that he himself was not smart enough to notice the man's rather obvious spying ability. There was also the other possibility that she had sent him knowing that he would be discovered as a test to Harry himself. It made sense. If he killed the man, then Francesca would know to be more cautious and use more subtle methods when dealing with him. Or perhaps testing if Harry would allow a foreign presence in his court as long as it did him no harm and possibly benefited him. Why though? What was she trying to gain through him specifically? Still so many questions he had no answers to. He would send more of his birds south to the Nilfgaardian Empire to watch her. Was there anything else you wished to discuss with me today, Asal? Harry asked the man. No, my king. I will take my leave now, Asal said quietly. Asal, I am not mad at you for being curious, I just ask that you temper your curiosity with caution. You may always ask questions, but I may not always answer for reasons that may only be clear to myself. Have a good day, Harry said as eyed the man. He didn't know if Findabair was up to, but if she was looking for an impression of him, he would give her one. Asal seemed to relax at his words, and his smile returned. Thank you, my king. I shall keep that in mind for the future. By your leave? Asal asked. Harry nodded and watched him leave. As soon as the door closed behind the man, Harry sighed. Have you just been following him around all day, or have you decided to watch all meetings from now on? Harry asked. Silence met his question for a moment before a body landed on his desk in a crouched position. He looked up to see the hooded face of Mary, to see her gazing back at him. I almost regret teaching you how to do that, Harry said as Mary hopped off his desk and turned to him while giving him a look. Harry sighed and summoned a chair for her to sit in. So, how are you healing then? Harry asked her as he reached into his desk and pulled out some Mahakaman mead. He summoned 2 cups and poured into both before offering her one. Mary tilted it back. It almost doesn't hurt to walk at this point. Mary responded with a small glare directed at him. Harry just smiled in return. Now don't give me that, you agreed to it, and look at you now. I bet there isn't a sorcerer alive that you wouldn't be able to put into the ground, Harry commented. Indeed. Mary had just finished the intense training Harry had put her through in order to learn how to take down magic users. He taught her things like ambushing, tracking, hiding without magic, and weapon usage to permanently put down sorcerers. To teach her all that, he had to train both her speed and her strength. Her reaction time was also very important as well. Harry had given her the outfit she was now wearing as a gift for completing her training. A hoodie and trouser combo all in black. He had charmed both to have resistance to magic and mundane means of attack. It had hidden compartments for all her new little toys and gadgets. On her back was a quiver charmed to never run out of arrows, which was good since she now went through them faster than most kings went through gold. Except for you, she said with annoyance. Harry's smile widened at that. Well, never say never, I suppose. Now, I have a few tasks for you. 1. I will be leaving soon for the rest of the day, and you will be in charge while I am gone. 2. Compile a list if you can of others that you may one day need to train to form a squadron. 3. Keep an eye on the dragons. Asal hasn't stopped snooping around them since he got here. I know he is curious on how I managed to get them under my control, and I would rather that remained a secret. If he tries to pull something while I am gone, then you know what to do. Harry finished as he stood up from his chair as he got ready to leave. I just got here. Mary said with indignation. Technically you got here when Asal got here. Why were you really following him around, by the way? Harry asked. Mary frowned. It's one thing to be taught something, it's another to put it into practice. I wanted to make sure I could actually track him without him spotting me. She shot back. Harry nodded at her. A wise move then. An interesting and correct observation. Well, with that out of the way, I best be off, ciao. Harry said before apparating in front of her. Dragon Mountains. Harry looked at the massive road that stretched on for 3 miles in the unnatural valley he created in the Dragon Mountains. No matter what others said or thought, Harry knew it wasn't actually as impressive as it sounded. Over the last year, he had been coming here and setting up a massive runic chain that would cause a controlled explosion within the Dragon Mountains. He had to set up power runes and set the boundaries properly to make sure he got it just right. He then of course had to come back systematically to power all the rune arrays correctly. Connecting literal thousands of small arrays over a distance of 3 miles, while not exactly hard, was extremely time-consuming even with his ability to pretty much teleport. Mapping the mountains and putting them in the right spot even more so. Despite all the trouble, it had been worth it. Now that Harry's little kingdom had expanded, there needed to be a way for some of the local merchants to sell their products in places other than here, otherwise there would be no way to ever make his kingdom financially independent of himself. So he needed an ease of access route to get to the other kingdoms. Sadly, he knew that both bandits and possible armies could take advantage of this new route. Bandits, by waiting to rob merchants, and armies could use it to invade, of course. So he was going to make 2 gateways, one on each end of the new mountain pass. Harry turned behind him and looked at all the trees. He decided to use stone as the basis of each gate/outpost he was making, and that, luckily, did not take as much magic to transfigure as metals. Harry raised his hand and his hand started glowing a nasty green for a moment before he released it in front of him. Instead of a traditional condensed spell form, his spell came out as a crescent, thin wave. It seemed to pass straight through the trees. After going through a few rows of trees, the spell seemed to disappear. A moment passed before, one by one, the trees slowly started falling on their sides. Another wave of his hand, and then now fallen trunks floated into the air and slowly floated their way over to him. As soon as he finished getting his source material, Harry started transfiguring them into large amounts of stone blocks and setting them to the side. He did this over and over until he had an amount that he was confident would make the gate. It wasn't just a gate though. It would be a military outpost for protection as well as keeping track of who entered and left the country. He waved his hands and watched as the stones started floating up in the arm. Watching it was amazing even as a sorcerer. He watched as the stones slowly stacked themselves to match the blueprints that he had in his mind. Keeping the proper concentration for the length of time needed did cause him a slight headache admittedly, but he would apply a numbing charm when he finished. You seem tired, young man. A long day perhaps? A silky voice said from behind. Harry jumped to his feet and spun around. Harry came eye to eye with a beautiful woman. She was a vampire clearly. The pale skin and silky black hair was a dead giveaway. Shapely figure and an athletic build only helped to enhance her unnatural beauty. Strangely, that was where the classic vampire looks ended. Instead of long flowing hair, hers was cut short and didn't even reach her shoulders. Where most high vampires seem to wear high-class clothing to show off their status, this one wore simple, black trousers and a white blouse that was only buttoned up to her navel. He briefly wondered if she used magic to make sure it didn't blow open and expose her chest, or perhaps she simply did not care if it did. The whole look gave her quite the tomboy appearance. He had only met 6 other high vampires before, but maybe they weren't as similar as he had originally thought. Harry cursed himself silently. He could normally take on a high vampire through simply overpowering their speed and strength with magic. He still could probably, the problem was that the battles usually ended up being about stamina. Vampires would tire even if he couldn't kill it. He had yet to figure out how to put one in the ground permanently, as he had too busy for the last couple of years to continue that train of research. I have not met one of your kind in quite a few years. May I know your name? Harry asked as he made sure he was far enough away from her to react if she tried anything. The woman seemed to smirk in amusement as she watched him take his steps backwards. My name? Isadora. "And what is your name, little sorcerer?" she asked as she started to walk in a circle around him. Harry matched her actions, and soon they were walking in a circle, keeping themselves the same distance away from one another. "Harry, what can I help you with, Isadora? Is it safe to assume you have crossed paths with me, not by pure coincidence?" Harry asked, trying to get straight to the point. A quick apparition back home would keep him safe for now, but she would be able to track him down easily enough. He could go to a southern kingdom, but that would take a lot out of him, and he would have to spend even more time recovering, leaving him vulnerable. A high vampire's top speed was between 90 and 100 kilometers an hour, he estimated, and it didn't take long for them to accelerate up to that level. Quick estimates in his head revealed he could probably not apparate far enough to stay out of her reach long enough to get back his magic. "Yes, well, you see, I have this little problem. It happened a few days ago. There I was sleeping peacefully in the little cave I called home when suddenly I feel my body being ripped into nothingness. Painful process that took me 7 hours to fully heal from. When I awoke, I find my home completely destroyed and a new valley in its place. I would have found it amazing had I not been so angry that my home of 1500 years was now gone. My gate, destroyed," Isadora said as her eyes started to glow. "Oh fuck. I blew up the home of a motherfucking unseen elder," Harry thought as he looked at her. He had never seen an unseen elder before, but he had heard about them. Some of the most powerful vampires on the planet. Most lived in caves in isolation where they protected gates that separated the human world from the vampire world. Ancient and powerful vampires. Could they kill him? No. That said, he did not want to be killed over and over again for the rest of eternity. And now I find a sorcerer, the only for miles in any direction. He's very powerful, or at least I think he is. I haven't met many to compare. So, I come to the conclusion that he may have had something to do with the new valley that went right through my home. Can you imagine what I am feeling as I look at him?" Isadora asked him. Harry stopped and looked into her eyes. He wondered if this what normal people felt when they looked at him. He felt small, like he was at complete liberty to the person in front of him. "I see," Harry said. Okay, now it was time to play damage control. He was pretty sure he was supposed to bow, but it was probably past that point. He had to give her a reason to keep him not in 1,000 pieces for the rest of his unnatural life. I admittedly did have something to do with it. I had checked for life signs before doing it, but I never imagined a vampire to be living there. I sincerely apologize. If you would allow, I would like to make amendments. When Harry finished, he bowed slightly to show his respect to the higher being. Damn, his hands were sweating. He couldn't remember the last time he had been so nervous. He hadn't even felt this way with Vilgefortz. The man barely knew what to do with him and couldn't even properly torture him. He was also mentally unstable. No matter what, Harry always knew he would escape. It wasn't a matter of if, it was when. This being was none of those things. A being of sound mind and patience, who would be able to keep him alive and on the verge of death for all eternity. Now that was something he was afraid. Oh, how do you imagine to be able to do that? Harry jolted as the vampire was now right next to him and stroking his cheeks in a fake loving manner as she smiled at him. Harry felt her nails slightly scraping his cheek. He hadn't even seen her move. She was just there. His whole body tensed at the extremely close proximity they were in. Judging by the smirk on her face, she enjoyed how nervous he was. He could see it in her eyes as they glinted in the waning sun. They seemed to invite him in an almost hypnotic manner. Harry steeled his mind and resolve as he looked at her. Your gate and home were destroyed by me. It is only fair I find or build you another one, Harry said. As soon as the last word was out of his mouth, he found himself sailing quickly through the air backwards head first. He flipped his body around quickly and just managed to land on his feet. He made to stand, but before he could, he felt a fist get buried into his diaphragm. All the air in his lungs quickly got expelled by his body and he fell to his knees. He started rasping as he tried to get as much air back into his lungs as he physically could while at the same time trying to heal his broken ribs. What a foolish mortal you are. The home is one thing, but the sheer arrogance to even imply you could rebuild my gate annoys me more than anything else, Isadora said from towering above him. Her voice, which had been so smooth and almost addicting to the ear, was now sharp and pierced them like knives. Harry opened his eyes but didn't look. He concentrated on one thing only, fiend fire. He spat out. Instead of the normal bestial fire spirit that would normally appear and begin to disintegrate everything in its path, the dark red flames simply formed a protective ring around him. He sucked in a few more breaths before shakily getting to his feet. Harry looked and saw Isadora standing just a few steps outside his ring. He was just in time to watch her cut off her own left hand with her right, which now had claws on it. As it fell, Harry saw it covered in the harsh red flames of his spell. He had gotten her, but only barely. She was now glaring at him through the flames and circled him as a predator would its prey. You have only prolonged the inevitable. You will not be able to keep this up forever, and when you drop it, you will be mine. She hissed at him. I was not lying to you. I think that given enough time of research, I could rebuild your gate. It acts as a portal to the vampire's home world, correct? I have experience with the manipulation and creation of portals with similar attributes. With enough time, I should be able to lock onto your world and create another doorway there. I promise I have not lied to you, and I know you can listen to my heart rate to be sure. Harry pointed out as he blocked out the pain of his body. Isadora stopped her stalking and gazed at him. It had lost some of its edge, but she still looked unhappy. It was quiet for a moment except for the cackling of the angry fire protecting him. He had to make sure his concentration did not slip for a moment or it would run wild. Very well, we have a deal. You find me a new home and build me a new gate, and I will not slice your body into 1,000,000 pieces after I suck you dry. Isadora said. The angry stalking animal she had become was gone, and the beautiful tomboy was back and smiling at him. Harry looked at her in shock. Could it really be that easy? He had expected a lot more convincing and perhaps even a demonstration of the skills and knowledge he claimed to have. She couldn't possibly just trust him with just his word backing him up. Was this a trap she was trying to set so he would lower his guard? How do I know you won't kill me the second I make the fire disappear? Harry asked her. She smiled and once again disappeared. Suddenly he felt a cool pair of arms wrap around his neck in gesture that could almost be seen as a hug from behind. Harry jolted and tried to move, but the arms kept him in place. He felt a presence next to his left cheek. Because I already figured out how to get past your silly fire a few moments ago. The voice whispered seductively into his ear. This is not how he had expected an unseen elder to be. He heard that they were cold and accepted nothing but the highest respect. A word out of place and you were dead. Isadora acted more like he expected normal high vampires to act. Almost like they were playing with their food constantly. I see, Harry said tensely. It would appear she was not about to try and kill him yet. That didn't seem to be helping his nervousness. A moment later, Harry killed the fire ring and felt the arms around his neck disappear. Now then, you will take me to your abode, and I will stay there until you build me my new home. I pray for your sake you do it quickly, Isadora said as she smiled, now in front of him. Harry looked at her and processed her words. Right? His mind raced. Could he bring her back to his settlement? Mary wouldn't be happy for sure, and may try to stupidly kill Isadora, which would only result in her own death. He could try to hide her in his home perhaps, but he doubted she would comply with that. He had a feeling she was going to try and make his life miserable while she stayed with him. He could trap her perhaps. He was confident that given enough time that he would be able to do so with some time and planning involved. Then again, unseen elders had their own magic and he had no experience with it, which could back to bite him if he tried something. Well, Isadora's impatient voice dragged him out of his thoughts. He looked her over for a moment. For now, he would just take her to his home. He reached out his hand and gestured for her to take. She looked at it for a moment before proceeding to do so. I will transport us there. May I ask where you got those clothes you are wearing? Harry asked he as he took another look at her attire. They weren't new for sure, but the fashion of it was probably too new for her to have experienced with her living in her cave all the time. I needed a meal after I woke up and she was wearing this. The look appealed to me, so I took it from her since she didn't need it. If you are ever hungry, drink from me and me alone. Do not prey on my citizens. Harry told her seriously. No matter how powerful she was, he would not risk bringing her into the heart of his city just so she could go on a rampage. Very well. Isadora agreed easily. Harry's eye twitched. There was something wrong with this situation, he was sure of it. There was just no way a vampire of her level would be this agreeable. Could she be plotting something? If so, what could it possibly be? Vampires did not care for the world of humans more than occasionally using them as a food source. What could she possibly want that she was not already getting? He pondered it no longer as he thought for a moment more before concentrating on his home and felt the familiar twist of apparition. When he opened his eyes, he was in the living room of the house he barely used. His magic was now almost completely exhausted and he could already feel his eyes drooping to a close. I need sleep. Please try to remain in the building, Harry said as he plopped heavily onto his couch and immediately drifted off to sleep. Harry was immediately off in some sort of dreamscape. He sighed to himself in annoyance. Recently he had been dreaming of Ciri, though he was convinced that they were less of dreams and more of visions on what she was up to. He wasn't sure at first. He was always pants when it came to divination, but they matched up with some of the stories she had told him of her travels. This seemed to be similar. Ciri was smiling at a table in what appeared to be a medieval castle. She was sitting and laughing next to a young man who seemed to be in a tunic with a sword on his waist. He had dark blonde hair and light brown eyes. Harry squinted his eyes for a moment in thought before he figured out what was happening. This must have been where she had met Galahad, one of King Arthur's Knight of the Round Table. He had found out this was actually an alternative Earth where magic was not present or most likely did not exist, as Ciri had mentioned. She could feel no trace of it there. Ciri had also told him he was a warm young man who was more honorable than any other she had ever met. He had been impressed at the time but was less so now. They looked both happy and cozy as they talked and laughed together. Harry was getting annoyed. Harry was happy to be able to keep an eye on Ciri's progress, but he didn't want to have to sit here and watch her get cozy at a table with this man. It was weird and he couldn't place his finger on it. Watching the scene made him feel a burning sensation in his chest though. It wasn't like a fire or acid though, unlike anything he had felt in a very long time actually. He tried to think about it, but he could only remember that it had something to do with Gabriella. It had been so long though he could barely even remember what it was about. That whole relationship was kind of a blur for him. He looked back at the scene and tried to force himself out of the vision to no avail. He didn't exactly have control of magic during these out-of-body experiences. Harry sighed and just leaned against the wall and waited. The longer he was there, the more annoyed he got. Why the hell was he still here? Ciri was safe and still traveling, and that's all he needed to know. He didn't want to just watch her private time like some sort of creep. Harry looked around and noticed something. This vision looked much clearer than any had ever had in the past. The edges of his vision weren't fuzzy, and it actually seemed to be getting clearer. Something wasn't right here. He started looking around and eyeing everything in the room to find some kind of clue as to what was happening. He barely noticed it, but he suddenly realized he could start feeling actual physical contact again. He scowled and looked at his hand. What the hell is going on here? Was he being dragged into the vision? He looked at Ciri as she smiled and talked with Galahad. Was she doing this subconsciously? How would that even be possible? He had not even met Ciri yet. That being said, he had never heard Ciri mention anything like dragging people to her across dimensions and worlds. A flicker caught his attention and Harry looked behind Ciri. There was something there. It almost looked like the air had moved behind her. As he noticed this, he felt the familiar tingle of his magic return to him. That confirmed it. Something was dragging his physical form to this place, and he didn't think it was Ciri, at least not directly her. He walked around the table and moved behind Ciri. He needed to figure out what the hell was going on. He coated his hands with magic and reached out behind her and moved his hand in a waving motion to try and see if he could feel anything. He felt his hand land on something and he wrapped around it on instinct. Felt solid yet not so. Almost like water that he couldn't sink into. As soon as he felt it, the tentacle-like object in his hand tensed and became harder. It was going into Ciri. It felt like it was sucking something out of her. Her power and magic, maybe. Either way, it needed to go. He tugged on it hard and yanked it back. He felt it move away from her. He smirked, but his victory was short-lived. He felt something wrap around his waist and yank him backwards. It dragged him right through the castle walls. Luckily, he was still not solid, so he went straight through. He landed on his back on the hard dirt. He got up and looked at whatever had grabbed him. It was weird, he couldn't see it, but he could see its outline in the air. It was see-through yet still left a sort of impression. He tried to estimate and guessed it was probably the size of a large fiend and seemed to have large wiggling protrusions on his back. Perhaps then tentacles he had felt. So, you're the one messing with my friend. Impressive, you even managed to mimic her power. Unfortunately for you, you accidentally dragged me here. Harry said, stalling slightly as well as trying to see if the being was intelligent. He tried to feel out if he could recognize this creature, but nothing came to mind. It was likely not of his world or series. It felt pretty powerful magically, and judging by the fact that it was partially invisible, then it might be related to a fiend. Fiends had no tentacles and could not suck the magic out of other beings. That means this creature was something even more powerful. Harry looked at it as he heard it growl deeply at him. He then noticed that the being wasn't physically in this plane but close to it. He was something in between, like Harry. That meant he could travel through different planes of existence. Harry squinted for a moment. A demon, then. Demons were a pretty broad definition for creatures that could be either summon or travel on their own through different planes of existence. That being said, this was a true demon. Harry still remembered when Voldemort had summoned a low-tier one in the middle of the Ministry to kill him. He had beat it then when he was much less powerful, but this one felt stronger. Probably a mid-tier demon if he was feeling it correctly. They didn't get fully sentient until they reached high tier, and anything above that could cause major troubles even for him. Harry was cut from his thoughts as the being suddenly charged at him, tired of simply staring at one another. He tensed and got ready as the being quickly charged at him. He threw his hand and started his spell. Abraxo Zentil, he said as a golden spear of light materialized in front of him and shot towards the charging creature. Unfortunately for it, it was already too close to dodge, and the spear went right through what Harry presumed was his head. Its legs collapsed under it as it died and slid closer and closer to him. He reached out his hand again and conjured a shield of magic which the body collided into, stopping it from running over Harry. Soon the creature's invisibility dropped and its true body came into view. Harry's face scrunched up in disgust. It was black with gray injured all over its body that Harry quickly concluded were battle scars. Lower-level demons were usually very savage and only cared for causing misery and gaining power. Its face looked like it was similar to some weird hybrid of both a lion or tiger mixed with a wolf or bear. All its teeth were all sharpened, so it had no canines, and they appeared blackened. Harry looked at the wound next at the top of his head and saw it was getting wider as all the tissue around the wound started dissolving. Celestial magic was literally the complete opposite to that of demon magic. Not because there was something holy about it, and more just that they were what was known as opposite species, and their bodies reacted badly when interacting with each other's magic. As far as he knew, both species chose to stay far away from each other since it was so easy to kill one another. Mutually assured destruction, as it were. Even humans had what was known as an opposite species somewhere out there, though he never had met them or heard of them. He wished he knew this magic the first time he had dealt with a demon, but it didn't matter. Soon the creature was almost done dissolving completely as Harry looked at it. He noticed his vision returning fuzzy and the familiar tingle of his magic was disappearing. He was becoming more astral. That must have meant the creature had been the one dragging him to this world and plane of existence. If it was sucking Ceres' power, then it probably didn't know how to properly use them, which explained why it had accidentally dragged his astral figure onto a more physical plane. He didn't know that his visions actually meant he had some sort of presence in the place he was observing, but he supposed it sort of made sense. Harry felt his vision become blurrier until all he saw was light. This was the usual sign his vision was ending. He opened his eyes and came face to face with glowing orange ones. He blinked a few times until his vision cleared. "Hello, Isadora. May I help you with something?" Harry asked as calmly as he could to the powerful vampire. "Something tried to drag your body to alternate plane while you slept. I held it back for a time, but it seems you were able to deal with it." "It must have been a powerful being to be able to do so," Isadora commented. Harry shook his head. "The opposite, actually. The being was a low-level demon that stumbled on a power he could not fully control and accidentally dragged me onto the plane it was residing on. I killed it easily enough though and returned the power from whence it came. Harry explained. Isadora smiled at him and Harry felt the shivers creep up his spine once again. Most impressive. For a human, even with magic, it is impressive that you were able to kill a demon. Isadora commented. Harry gave a slight shrug. I don't know about that. I know some celestial magic, so it was not a true battle. The demon was little more than an animal. Harry told her. She could hear his heartbeat, so lying was a no-go. Hiding the whole truth was easier. She didn't need to know about Ciri. I once fought several high-level demons during the vampire-demon wars several thousand years ago. It is how I earned a position as an unseen elder. I am the youngest one in all of history, Isadora explained with pride. Harry raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Maybe that was why she was different from what he had heard of. Do you have something to say to me? Isadora asked smoothly, though Harry could hear the edge in her voice. Harry pondered how he should respond. I hope you don't take this as an insult, but are you the standard of what unseen elders are like? I have heard some stories that painted them as more strict. Harry asked her politely. I suppose not. Most are so old all they want to do is sleep and eat. If you bother them they try and kill you almost immediately. To be honest, they're annoying. If they weren't so powerful I'd say it would be better to kill most of them. Especially Raphael. God, the man was so annoying. He looks like a walking corpse. Honestly, take a little pride in your appearance, you goddamn slob. Isadora trailed off as she scowled at the thought of the other elder. He sounds unpleasant. Harry replied to her little rant as he sat up on his couch and started to look around. He is, but at least he stays in his hole most of the time. I like to come out every 100 years or so to see what has changed with the world. Only way I don't just kill myself out of boredom. A few other elders do the same, I think. Isadora explained. Harry thought about that. So most unseen elders were old stuck-up pricks, but a few were more like Isadora. He guessed it made sense that there was some that were more unique. Thank you for telling me. I will start on your home sometime this week and your portal within the next month or so. Is that fine with you? Harry asked politely. Isadora smiled. You have 1 year to complete both. In the meantime, I think I will see this city that you've apparently made. It looks different from any I have seen before. I suppose it'll be like a vacation. Isadora said. Remember what I said about eating? Harry said, giving her a pointed look. Isadora just smirked at him before leaving the room. Harry watched her go for a moment and sighed. His mind returned to his dream or vision. A creature had found Ciri and had tried to siphon off her magic and power without her even knowing. If one could do it, then others could too. He needed to find a way to stop it, and he needed to do so soon. Geralt was with Triss with no memory still from what Harry had heard, so he would be no help. That left only one person he could discuss this with. He needed to find Yennefer of Vengerberg. Demon appearance is similar to that of a displacer beast in D&D, except much bigger and more muscled. Oh my god. Feels like forever since I was able to update anything. Sorry about the delay. School's been throwing shit at me rapid fire and I have just been trying to keep up. Hope. 5 months later, Harry's POV. Harry looked down in annoyance at the sorceress Yennefer in this small village in the Empire of Nilfgaard. It had been annoying to track her down only to find that after 4 months of work, she was in the same boat as Geralt. He supposed that it made sense. Geralt had his memory destroyed, but he for some reason thought Yennefer would be in a better position due to magic. If Harry suddenly lost his memory, he had ways to restore it through magic and potions. Of course, he could probably do it for Yennefer and Geralt, but he would either have to kidnap them or find a way to convince them to come with him and let him experiment for possibly a year. Wasn't easy to sync potions to a new user after all. Besides, as far as he could tell, their memories did seem to be coming back, albeit slowly. He turned his eyes from Yennefer and over to the Nilfgaardian soldiers talking together. It was strange that there were soldiers here in this small village without there even being an outpost nearby. They built a small barracks when they had arrived and now lived there. The village didn't seem to mind, but it did seem suspicious to Harry. Why was there a random barracks with 10 soldiers here except to possibly watch Yennefer? Sure, she didn't know who she was really, but anyone who knew of her would possibly recognize her. She still seemed to prefer black clothes and she still had her offsetting pride. Very recognizable. He couldn't imagine why they would be keeping an eye on her if they were interested and not simply arresting her. Nilfgaard had a better relationship with magic users than the northern kingdoms at the moment, but they tended to force them to do their bidding. Harry sighed and let it go. He had put alert wards all over the village and on Yennefer herself. He had also made an international portkey to make sure he could get there instantly without having to use loads of energy like operating would. Ever since his experience with Isidora, he made sure he had exit strategies that didn't rely on his current amount of magic. Although he did genuinely feel bad for Isidora, and would not have made the dragon pass through her home, had he known it was there. With that, he activated the portkey back to his tower, feeling like the last few months of research on where Yennefer was had been a waste of time. 1 month later, Harry stared at the little entourage standing in front of him. All serious men staring at him and one smaller nervous one in fine clothing. The rest were soldiers and all were in heavy armor. Harry was unimpressed with the group. His soldiers who were surrounding the room for his protection didn't seem that impressed either. Harry wasn't the strongest swordsman, but he had a pretty heavy skeleton who trained them. They were both skilled and savage in combat. Harry also made sure all his soldiers received standard equipment and training, unlike most kingdoms who would only train men at arms but not their peasant soldiers. You want me to give my land and holdings as well as the dragon pass to Velhad because your duke thinks that despite never having access to it, all land beyond the Dragon Mountains should be his. He now also sends a pathetic little envoy to try and intimidate me. It sounds like you're declaring war on me. Is that analysis accurate? Harry asked calmly as he continued to both chill the room and put a heavy magical pressure into the air around his guest. The soldiers were better at hiding it, but the messenger was not. He seemed to unconsciously shiver every few moments and wipe his forehead with a handkerchief. A little mousy man with black string-like hair and a small build. Not war, my lord. Duke Lamcast offers you vassalage under him. You will gain a lordship and, you mean King Esterad. I am no fool. I am aware the man simply wishes to have plausible deniability in case his little plan fails. He wishes to test me and my capabilities. I have expected this. There will be no arrangement. Go back to your duke. Tell him I will be there in a week from today and we shall have war. Harry said to the messenger. Immediately the man paled and the soldiers behind him started shuffling around. The messenger gulped and bowed his head before quickly departing. Harry watched him go. Mary had stood silently at his side during the whole exchange. As the group filed out of the room, she moved in front of him and stared at him with questions clear in her eyes. He made a gesture with his hands and the soldiers in the room left as well. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a seat for her and she took it.
I'm confused,
she stated. About what? Harry questioned, though he was pretty sure he had a good idea. Why are we going to invade Velhad? We control the Dragon Pass, we know the mountains and the lands on this side of it. It would be easier to defend than attack, would it not? Also, we only have 300 men at arms now. That's not enough to go against Cover and Povis. She pointed out. I will use the dragons. That's why I have them in a first place. You would not be scared of an enemy who had a weapon but did not know or want to use it. I need to show I am willing and able to use them, and this a perfect opportunity. Although I doubt they even believe we have them. They came one of the few times the dragons were out hunting, so they probably did not see them. Still, invading will not be a problem. Do you know what the true issue will be? Harry asked. Mary thought on and stayed silent for a time. Holding it? She asked. Harry smiled and was pleased she got it correct. Indeed, dragons are an amazing conquering tool, but once you have the land, they are practically useless. 300 men can't hold Velhad, and even if they could, that would leave Avalon defenseless. So, if you were in my shoes, knowing what I could do and my resources, what would you do? Harry asked her. Again, Mary dipped her head down in thought as she tried to imagine what he could do. Threaten, maybe? You don't need to actually have the dragons there, but if you show them the dragons and threaten them to follow, I'm sure they would. She pointed out. Yes and no. That would work for many of the common folk, but there will be some that are smart enough to realize the dragons can't be around forever. They will scheme and plot and possibly even turn to guerrilla tactics against me. I can't have that, nor would I want it even if I could. There is a simpler option that you are not realizing, Harry said to her, her eyebrows scrunched up in annoyance. Well, stop keeping me in suspense. Tell me already, she demanded. Harry just rolled his eyes. Look around you. Look at what I have already built. Why do you think so many people chose to come here to live? Why do you think we have already started getting a flow of immigrants from the northern kingdoms? It's because I treat them better than anyone else. They live elsewhere and pay ridiculous taxes to some lord or king for protection that they barely provide. Here there is more. Their lives are easier. They don't have to worry about their next meal. They pay taxes, but they're paying taxes for services I give in return. Housing, land, crops, livestock. All this I gave them. I treat them with a kindness they have never been given. Harry finished. So, you're going to give them things then? Mary asked for clarification. Harry nodded. In a manner of speaking, yes. I prove myself a more benevolent ruler and the peasants won't need to be controlled. They will prefer my rule to that of their previous rulers. Harry told her. And if they spit on your kindness? She asked. Then they no longer receive it. I give all a chance but never ask me for more than that. Harry said as a noticeable frost entered his voice. What a vampiric way of thinking. A sweet voice floated into the air. Despite its sweetness, both Harry and Mary tensed upon hearing it. Harry looked to the door and watched as Isadora glided over to them. Isadora, Harry said as a welcome. The vampire just smiled back at him. Mary's eye twitched upon seeing it, but she said nothing. I hope I am not interrupting. I came to simply inquire on the status of the little project you were doing for me, she said innocently. Harry calmed himself. It is going well. Your home has been built and the physical structure of the gate has been as well. All that is left is for me to find a way to link it back to your home world. Harry told her. In truth, that was the hardest part. Portal gateways were easy enough. Getting them to go to a specific world was a lot harder, especially as he had never been there before. He didn't want to admit it, but he had been delaying the project. He was probably going to need some of Isadora's wound, and he wasn't exactly keen on asking her for some. She might kill him before he could finish the question. He really needed to figure out a way to hold his own against her. That's good to hear. I look forward to seeing it soon, she said before disappearing before their eyes. I hate it when she does that. When are you going to teach me to kill one of them? Mary asked. Soon as I figure out how to do so myself. Harry grumbled in annoyance. He then looked at Mary. Gather 150 of our men and start heading to Velhad. By the time you get there, I should be done uprooting the local nobility. We need to show we have an actual army. You will basically go village to village and let them know they are under new management. Harry said. Mary frowned. King Esterad isn't going to like that. Then he shouldn't have decided to target my kingdom. Harry shot back. You're planning to take over all of Cover and Povis then? She questioned with uncertainty. Yes, only because I doubt Esterad will let what I have done stand and will want to strike back very quickly. We will have to move faster than him. Once we take Velhad, I will go to each village and gather their leaders. I will then have them vote in an administrator for their province who will represent their kingdom on my advisory council. Then the integration process will begin. We will be surrounded on all sides, so I will strike hard to send a message after Velhad if Esterad pushes me. Harry finished. Sounds like a lot of work. Will the other kingdoms not retaliate? Possibly if Esterad calls for help. He did help them in the northern wars when he didn't have to, and some of the other rulers may seek to pay him back should he ask, but I do not intend to give him time to ask. Esterad is smart, but he is also proud. He will not ask for help until he is sure that he needs it. Hopefully by then it will be too late. Harry explained. Either way, prepare the men. 1 week and we march on Velhad. 1 week later, Harry stood on the back of the biggest white dragon he had with a sticking charm as it flew in small circles several thousand feet above the ground. Had anyone looked up, they probably wouldn't even see them, considering the dragon was making use of its natural camouflage abilities. Harry looked down and saw the small castle he would be destroying soon. Just outside the castle were probably around 200 men at arms waiting to move out on their duke's command to attack his home. They all had colors, so he assumed there were no mercenaries in the small army. Harry made a small grunt as he looked at the target. He would have to keep a strong hold on the dragon's actions, as he only wanted to destroy the keep and not the small village surrounding it. He would try to avoid the army as well. They would possibly submit easily once their lord was dead. All right, time to go to work, Harry told the dragon. Immediately, the dragon closed its wings and started a controlled freefall towards the keep. Harry made sure to dive bomb as a well-placed ballista shot could injure the dragon, and he had forgotten to check the keep for them. He conjured a shield to block the wind blowing into his face as his dragon dived down towards the keep. With the dragon in freefall, the keep approached insanely fast. It was a bright sunny day, so the dragon's shadow eventually started covering the keep, forcing those in it to look up to see his large reptilian companion. Close to when they approached the ground, the dragon reopened its wings and immediately slowed its fall and entered into a glide. As it glided past the keep, it unleashed its first breath of its freezing breath. Harry heard yells of panic that turned into brief cries of pain. The dragon performed a sharp turn and unleashed another torrent of ice onto the keep, almost covering the entire thing in it. During this turn, Harry jumped off and slowed his momentum until he landed softly on the floor. He looked around and saw what looked like frozen statues of people all around the small courtyard. They were stuck in various positions, ranging from cowering in fear to trying to run in a certain direction. Most of them appeared to be soldiers, but some appeared to be civilians. He sighed. Harry walked up the stairs to the noble quarters and blasted the ice-covered door wide open. The inside was just as frozen as the outside, probably due to the open window the room had. He saw two statues and approached them. With a wave of his hand, the ice melted off and two bodies fell to the ground, clearly dead. Both were dressed in noble wear, one a female and one a male. He kicked the male body over so Harry could see his face. He had only seen Lamcast once before, but this seemed to be him if his memory was correct. With that, he grabbed the body and threw it over his shoulder before operating outside the castle and near where he saw the small army earlier. Once on the hill, he calmly walked up to the encampment where he saw the men looking on in horror at the castle before spotting him. 5 men stood at the front of the crowd and watched his approach. When he got 10 meters from them, he dropped Lamcast's body on the floor. The men looked down at the lord. 3 of them had to look away at the sight. Your duke is dead. Surrender, and there need not be more death today. You cannot defeat my dragon, and even if you could, I have my army marching here ready to finish what I started. I shall not punish you for rallying against me if you declare yourselves under my rule, Harry told them. One of the men stepped forward and glared at him. You kill our duke and expect us to just give you our loyalty just like that? You're a fool. Even if you have killed our duke, King Esterad will never let this stand unanswered. He will rally his armies against you. The man who stepped forward said to him, and they will fall as well. I have 5 dragons and an army. I will win against them, this I promise. The man you served tried to take something that wasn't his just because he thought he could. He paid for his greed. There is no reason you must also pay for it. I give you this chance, and that is all I will give you. You do not have to answer now. My men arrive in 3 days. Give me your answer then. If you choose to flee, I will assume you have chosen to stand against me, Harry said to them before turning around and getting ready to make his way to the village. Wait. Harry turned and looked at the man. The man drew his sword and pointed it at him. Harry raised an eyebrow. I have heard tales of you. You are supposedly some sort of sorcerer. Let's see if the sorcerer has any honor. You and I duel right now. If you win, I will accept your terms and submit to your rule. If I win, you leave these lands and will not return, the man said with a scowl. Harry stared at the man for a moment. He knew he was not the most skilled fighter, but he had also taken steps to make sure he had a distinct advantage in fights by using the new enhanced Witcher potions he had made. He could move faster and was stronger than most men. I will need a sword, was all Harry said in response to him. The man turned and nodded at a younger boy who was probably his squire. The boy ran over to him nervously and pulled out his sword to give to him. Thank you, Harry said kindly as he gingerly took the sword and started to weigh it in his hand. It wasn't as heavy as he remembered it being, and it looked well made and taken care of. He nodded in satisfaction. "Shall we?" Harry asked as he raised the sword to his opponent. The knight raised his sword above his head and moved slowly towards Harry. Harry simply started to circle the man. For a few moments nothing. They simply stared at each other. Finally, the knight moved to strike. He got in close with the sword raised above his head, but just before he got into striking range, he moved it down to try and strike upwards at Harry. Harry took one step back as the sword came in and took a step forward as soon as it passed and went for a struck. The man didn't have time to bring his sword to block it, so he stepped to the side just fast enough to dodge it. Harry had moved faster than he did predictably, but the man clearly had experience with combat and was ready for retaliation. Harry continued to say nothing as they went back to circling each other. A few moments passed before the knight lunged again. This time, though, Harry stepped in to meet him, throwing the man off balance as he was going for a swipe. He raised his leg and kicked the man in the chest, knocking him backwards. The man stumbled and looked to be about to fall over before catching himself and getting his feet back under him. This time, Harry moved to strike. He pushed forward towards the man and tried a series of strikes. The man blocked the first three, but it clearly wasn't easy with Harry's strength. Harry switched to a struck and watched his blade smash into the man's armor, pushing him to the ground. The man fell back but went into a roll as he hit the ground to gain some distance from Harry. He stood up and charged Harry. Now, Harry was back on the defensive as he had to make sure to block all of the man's strikes since he was not wearing armor himself. One strike would hurt him quite a bit. As Harry blocked a strike to his left side, he didn't see the knight getting close and slam his helmet into his head. The blow knocked him back several feet and dazed him. The next thing he knew, he felt a sharp pain coming from his shoulder. His vision cleared and he saw the sword buried into him. Harry snarled and kicked the man back, forcing him to pull the sword out of Harry's shoulder. Harry looked at his shoulder and silently cast a numbing charm on it. The pain subsided, but he gritted his teeth in annoyance anyways. He had no more time to think about it as the knight came charging at him once more to take advantage of his weakened state. Harry growled quietly as he saw this and decided on something unconventional. He waited as the man approached until he got in striking distance. He then dropped to his knees and dove at the knight's knees. It worked perfectly as he collided right into the knight's legs and forced the knight into the air. He did a full flip before landing heavily on his back with a groan. Harry got up quickly and had a blade at the man's throat before he could even think about getting up. "Yield," Harry commanded as he looked down on the man. The man looked up at him but said nothing. He was clearly thinking on his options. "You fought honorably, and now it is time to keep your word honorably," Harry said as he lowered his sword and offered the man his hand to help him up. The man looked at his hand for a moment, then back up at him. After a moment of silence, he took the outstretched hand. Harry pulled him up back to his feet. "Never thought I'd meet a sorcerer fight with honor in my lifetime," the knight said begrudgingly. "I never thought I'd let a knight put his goddamn sword through my shoulder, so this has been a surprising day for all of us," Harry said to the knight. The knight couldn't help himself as he let out a soft chuckle at Harry's words. "Too true, I suppose. Well, I am a man of my word. We will accept your rule. Velhad is yours," the knight said, though he still did not sound happy about it. "Do not worry, in time you will see this is a good thing, that I promise. I apologize we had to meet in such circumstances, though. I know it's never easy to lose a ruler. I will treat the people fairly, I promise," Harry said to the knight. The knight at least seemed pleased at his words. "Only time will tell if you speak the truth. Duke Lamcast was never the best ruler, but he didn't take advantage of his people, which is a hell of a lot better than most," he said as he moved back to his men. With that, Harry moved back to go to the village. He needed to implement the second part of his plan. 2 weeks later. "You're an absolute idiot," Mary said as she looked at Harry's newest scar. Harry just smiled at her words. "Perhaps, but it worked. I got the army from the one battle, and that's worth a little scar. It means less resistance, and now the size of the overall army is doubled," Harry told her. "How do you know you can trust them?" "I am currently monitoring their attitudes and plans through magical means, of course. They live here so they don't really have a choice but to work with the person who currently has control over it. They could go and support Esterad, and some of them will, but many will stay and see how this plays out. I did show up on a dragon. That tends to stick in one's mind. I would never just trust a former enemy. Technically speaking, Lamcast had no heir or relatives as he was appointed, so they have no other they are required to be loyal to after his death. Besides, it was not like he was the best ruler anyway. High taxes and pretty much let bandits do whatever so he could drink and whore his way to an early death. Many are probably glad for his death. Harry said back, "If you say so. I dealt with those captured spies today. You were right. Esterad has heard what has happened here and is gathering his forces to attack us. While the various keeps have currently declared themselves for you, they will jump ship as soon as they see Esterad's forces on the horizon. We need to strike soon if we don't want to fight on multiple fronts." Mary told him. Harry nodded at her assessment. He reached onto the desk he had been using for the past 2 weeks in the keep that Lamcast used to use and pulled out some papers. Here are the various decrees that will be going into effect now. Lower taxes, improved farming, etc. Make sure it's spread to all the villages as quickly as possible. Also, make sure the village leaders pick a representative before the end of the next week. My patience is wearing thin with their petty arguing, Harry told her. Mary looked over the various decrees for a moment before nodding. As you wish. After that, I'm going back to Avalon. I don't trust us all alone without either of us there. Mary stated. A good idea. He has already tried break into my private quarters twice while we've been gone. He hasn't succeeded, but still. Plus, you need to take charge of the administrator duties while I am away. Make sure there is no discontent between the people. Harry told her. Mary was the official representative of the people of the far north, even when that really only meant Avalon. That would probably change soon, though, as some of the settlers wished to go back to a village lifestyle as the city was not for them. Harry had allowed, and they were currently in the process of building structures for housing and work. Harry would go at some point at ward the villages once they were finished. I hate desk work. Mary groaned. Do you think I like it? Of course I don't, but it needs to be done to keep the kingdom running. With Velhad now added, we have close to 9,000 citizens present day, and it's probably going to keep rising. You can be sure those new citizens are going to want to go somewhere and start complaining about their problems, and I have a war to fight, Harry told her. She sighed and shook her head in exasperation. Fine, I'll head back. What are you going to do in the meantime? I know you're not actually going to fight a war the whole time. I'm going to go to the villages and start casting wards on them. Then I am going to start developing better roads. Next is to develop outposts along the roads to allow for patrolling to discourage bandits. So, I will be keeping myself busy while I wait for Esterad to gather his forces. Harry told her. Mary stopped leaning against the desk and stood fully before downing a shot of alcohol that Harry had completely forgotten was even there once she had originally entered the room. All right, I am out of here, Mary said as she walked out with the papers in hand to go get her work done so she could leave. Harry dropped his smile as she left and immediately conjured a map that showed all the northern kingdoms and even parts of Nilfgaard. The true problem with conquering Velhad and probably Kovar and Povis was that he would now be considered a northern kingdom, and things in the northern kingdoms weren't going so great at the moment. His main concern was the Church of the Eternal Fire. Religious zealots would be annoying to deal with, and he had no idea how he would have to deal with them. They viewed their beliefs higher than law, and that made them dangerous. Even if he didn't know about all this from his spies, he could feel it in the air. Something was going to happen soon, he just knew it. He needed to finish this petty feud with Esterad quickly and get settled and ready. Silently, he called out a summoning to the remaining dragons he had left in Avalon. He hadn't meant to use them all against Esterad, but he would need them to stomp on the conflict in one move. Either Esterad would submit or he would die. The soldiers would be given the same choice. Harry stood on a hill in thought. Esterad's forces were finally gathered and would start marching on him tomorrow. He was in Velhad, though. Reaching Esterad would be no issue on Dragonback. No, the real issue was a problem he had not yet considered. The armies of Esterad were from all his various territories, and if he burned them, many of said territories would be undefended. He didn't have the forces to supplement the dead. Of course, he could assassinate Esterad, but then there would be the issue of the man dying right before he showed up. As a sorcerer, he would already be viewed with suspicion, and the death of their monarch said suspicion would only increase the mistrust. Harry sighed as thought further on the matter. Perhaps, if he made the death public and made it look natural, then there would be less suspicion upon him. Maybe he slipped while drunk and then knocked his head against a table. If it was at a feast among all his lords, which he would probably be doing tonight with the various lords under him, no one could rightly say he had done anything. He could apparate there tonight and do the deed. Then he could show up tomorrow on dragon back and force the nobles to submit to him. With their king dead, many if not all the lords would be willing to submit to him. Of course, Esterad had a son, Tancred, if he was remembering the boy's name correctly. From what he heard, he was a studious young child under the teachings of a mage known as Shiala de Tancarville. Harry had liked what he had heard of the woman. She was devoted to research and her own studies rather than trying to manipulate rulers. Perhaps she could be useful to him. "Your Grace," a voice behind him said. Harry calmly turned around and looked at the man who had entered his temporary office. It was Sir Stephen. He was the man who Harry had fought several weeks ago to win the loyalty of most of Velhad's men-at-arms. He had been true to his word, and his men followed him loyally as well. Of course, there had been some deserters, but that was expected. "Sir Stephen, I take it the preparations to move out are done?" Harry asked the man. Despite the dragons, Harry was also taking 300 of the men against Esterad. Mainly for show, he didn't expect them to actually fight or anything. By the time they got there, everything should be over. "The preparations are done, and we will move out tomorrow. I take it we will only arrive to secure your rule after the dragons go in?" Sir Stephen asked him. He could hear the tinge of nervousness from the man, though he hid it well in his gruff voice. "Correct. I don't plan to have the men actually fighting, the dragons should be good enough. Anyways, it is starting to get late. Make sure you and the men are well rested for tomorrow. I will see you in the morning, Sir Stephen," Harry said as the man nodded at him. They both exited the room, Sir Stephen to the barracks and Harry to his private chambers. He quickly locked the door behind him and blew out all the lights. With that, he closed his eyes and started to concentrate. Within a moment, he felt the pull of apparition and the sudden stop as he landed on his feet. He opened his eyes and looked outwards. He stood inside an alley in the Cover winter capital, Lawn Exeter. It was the city/castle that Esterad would be launching his forces from. Him and his various lords would be in the city's keep. The city itself was actually quite beautiful. It almost reminded him of a more primal, medieval Venice from his home world. Small rivers weaved through the town, and it certainly had a beautiful charm to it. It also had the fact that it was a winter town, which combined with the river city's other qualities gave it a winter wonderland feel to it. Harry waved his hand over his face, and if anyone looked then, they would have seen his face turn rounder and his hair turn to a sandy blonde. His clothes changed to simple trousers and a plain long-sleeved shirt. The final touch was the random splotches of dirt he put on his skin. Now he would blend in with any other peasants. With that done, he started walking through the peaceful city. It was night and barely anyone was out tonight. Despite this, you could almost feel the tension in the air. It was probably due to the army of 5,000 men sitting outside the city walls waiting to march out tomorrow. Harry ignored this and kept moving quietly through the streets and started to suppress his magical presence both physically and through various charms to make sure Shiala did not get a sense of him. He knew she was powerful, and anyone who researched magic as much as she did, most likely, knew a few ways of detection. Eventually, he entered to where the keep was and was forced to cast a Notice Me Not charm to make sure the soldiers patrolling would not see him. It seemed to work as he was able to walk right across the courtyard. When he finally reached the door, he cast a simple Alohomora on the door and entered inside the keep. At this point, Harry had to be very careful on how he continued. One slip-up and Shiala would be on him. It seemed she was currently in a tower and not joining the various lords and her king for the feast. Harry put such thoughts to the side as he continued to travel through the unknown hallways, following the loud noises coming from the main hall. He closed in on the hall and finally found the entrance. Instead of going into it though, Harry pushed past and decided to find the kitchen. It would also have an entrance to the hall, except it would be much closer to the head table, which meant less chance for Harry to be detected. It wasn't hard, as there was quite a bit of noise coming from the kitchen as well. He slid into the room silently and saw that there was still a lot of work going on. It still wasn't too late into the night, barely 7:30 if he remembered correctly. He made sure not to touch anyone for fear his charms to keep him hidden would fail. He paused for a moment and looked at all the food and wine in the room constantly moving around. It was so tempting to put a curse or two in the various items, but if anything too suspicious happened, then it would be believed he had some sort of hand in it, and that would certainly not endear him to the lords he wanted to conquer. He moved to the door. He saw several servants going through with food and beverages. He stepped through it when no one was coming and was now in a wide-open room that was most definitely the main room. The room was full with tables and men cheering and laughing about something or another. Harry looked to the head table but surprisingly found the head table's main seat to be empty. Where the hell was Esterad? He spent several minutes trying to listen to conversations from a corner to see if one would spill where their king was. Unfortunately, Harry did not once hear any mention about where he currently was, only some mentions of his possible plans to go up against Harry. There seemed to be a few who were actually thinking on it, especially since it had been confirmed he had dragons. Not exactly something an army could fight conventionally. Harry finally tuned out and stepped back out of the room with annoyance. He was not familiar with Esterad's signature yet, so he couldn't personally track down the man. He could try to use a tracking charm, but Shiala might be able to block it or even pinpoint his location if he cast it. It was, after all, a charm that worked by sending magic outwards instead of on his person like his own charms. He grunted before wandering about around the castle. Maybe the man had gone to bed early. That wasn't ideal. He wouldn't be able to kill him then, but perhaps he could do something to weaken him physically for the battle tomorrow. He moved down a hallway and towards a stairway before quietly climbing up. He walked around until he found where he thought the bedrooms would be. He looked under the door and saw only shadows. He then unlocked the door and opened it quietly. He slid silently inside and closed the door behind him. He turned back and slowly moved towards the bed. He only took 4 steps before suddenly a snapping noise broke the silence of the room, and suddenly there was light. Several candles as well as a fireplace suddenly set themselves alight. What really caught his eye was the man sitting in a chair by the fireplace with a woman standing behind him. Both were looking directly at him. Harry hurt down all feelings and shock and surprise as he looked at them and simply raised an eyebrow. Well, it seems I need to learn a few more tricks to hide my presence. Harry commented lightly as he thought of several ways to salvage the situation. Perhaps a memory charm on both? Of course, he would have to overpower them, and he doubted Shiala would go down easy or quietly. On the contrary, I set up several wards to try and detect your presence, yet I only knew you were here when you finally entered the room. I know very few sorcerers who could get past such protections even if they were hastily put up. The woman who he assumed was Shiala based on her youthful appearance and strange yet slightly provocative outfit. Harry looked at her. She didn't look she was about to attack him. The man sitting finally decided to speak. My sorceress Shiala advised that we talk. She has expressed the thought that should I go to battle with you, me and all my forces will be vanquished with ease, even if I could defeat your dragons. Though I have to say, I expected something different as far as your appearance went. Esterad said calmly, yet had a firmness in his tone. Harry rolled his eyes before waving his hand over his face and dispelling the illusion. Ah, was all Esterad said once greeted with his true appearance. So, you wish to negotiate? I must be honest, I never thought you would be smart enough to. I have heard you to be wise as far as kings go, but the fact you chose to try and seize my kingdom from me seemed to go against such rumors. What do you wish to offer, knowing that I can basically destroy you and your army with a snap of my fingers? Harry asked after finishing his observations. Esterad frowned, but Shiala put her hand on his shoulder, and this seemed to calm him. You are correct. It was foolish of me to attempt take on a man who single-handedly created his own kingdom, including the Dragon Pass. I should have, at the very least, better researched you. Unfortunately, I thought you an easy target and would be willing to submit to my rule. I completely discounted your dragons as hearsay and barely knew anything of your power. Shiala tells me you're something of a legend among sorcerers. Esterad said as he eyed Harry warily. Harry smirked slightly before biting it back. I see. Well, here is my point of view. Your subjects walked into my kingdom and basically tried to take advantage of me. My first instinct was to hurt you completely to make sure no other kingdom would ever try. However, on further thought, I decided to conquer you instead. I felt there was no need to kill all those under you for your mistakes. If you do want to talk negotiations, then I am still walking away with control of Cover and Povis. Come to terms with that. Harry told him with a bored expression. He knew the man would not accept. It was a lot to hand over an entire kingdom to your enemy. As he predicted, Esterad glared at the demand and made to stand from his chair, but, again, Shiala put her hand on his shoulder and stopped him. She looked at him with a calculating gleam in her eye, before looking down at Esterad. My king, I would remind you that you attacked one of the most powerful sorcerers in the world, and the fact that you and I are alive at this moment is only by his mercy. Besides, he has given us a chance to salvage this terrible situation. Shiala pointed out smartly. Harry tilted his head at her curiously. While the legend part from earlier may have been true, it was not known his own true power level. Yet, despite the lack of knowledge, Shiala seemed quite sure of her words. He wondered why she would think such a thing of him. It was most likely the truth, but he was curious how she came to such a conclusion. You seem quite well informed of me, Lady Shiala. For someone who goes through such lengths for secrecy, it is quite curious that you do. Harry commented, though tried to keep any threat out of the question. He was more curious than anything else after all. I have done my fair share of research on you. It was one of my main cases of study before settling in Cover and Povis under King Esterad. You are quite well-traveled, King Hadrian, she said, using his official title. Harry eyed her and thought on what she said. It was rare to hear of sorcerers going to such lengths to find information on him, but he supposed it was only a matter of time before someone did. I see, impressive. Your king sees no benefits to my conditions. What do you think? Harry asked, now questioning her. Esterad seemed eager to see how she would salvage the situation as well. Well, I would like to clarify, what do you mean by control of Cover and Povis? Shiala asked. It means Cover and Povis will be part of my kingdom and ultimately submit to my rule. Harry responded back. He was pretty sure he could already see where she was going with this. Ultimately? She asked again with a raised eyebrow. Ultimately, Harry confirmed with a nod. I see. Well, what about a solution where everyone gets what they want? King Esterad can still rule over Cover and Povis, but the kingdom itself will be a margraviate that is under your rule. Shiala offered. Harry smirked internally but said nothing. Esterad did not seem happy about the suggestion. That is your plan? That I give this man my entire kingdom? Perhaps I was wrong to listen to your advice after all, Shiala. Esterad shouted as he finally stood up. Shiala did not seem too upset by the way the conversation was going. In fact, she hadn't moved even with Esterad now glaring down at her. My king, my goal is to keep you alive first and in some form of power second. If you cannot agree with this man, then the ones who suffer are not just you but your wife, Lady Zuleika, and your son Tancred. King Hadrian will most likely have to kill them to stop any of your future progeny from taking back control. This way keeps you both in power and your family alive. Shiala explained both calmly and smartly to the man. So I just roll over to this man? Is that what you wish? Esterad demanded, still glaring down at her. It was at this point that Shiala finally glared back. If you recall, I advised you not to try and threaten the man in the first place. Despite my advice, you did so anyways, and we are now in this situation. So yes, if you want you and your family to live, I advise you to roll over, as you so eloquently put it, and not let your pride be the death of your family. Or don't listen to what I have to say, again, and simply face the consequences. Shiala said as she stepped back and looked at the man. Harry was impressed with the way she talked to her king. It took a strong person to stand up to someone of authority and tell them that they were wrong, made a mistake, or both. Shiala seemed to show her ability to do all three. Such a trait could be useful to him. Esterad looked at her for a moment before seeming to back down as he realized the situation he was in. He turned around and looked at Harry. Harry simply raised his eyebrow at the man. Would these terms be acceptable for you then? Esterad asked begrudgingly. Harry smiled. Just a slight tweak. Cover and Povis will be a protectorate of the Avalonian kingdom. That's the name of my kingdom, by the way. Ties it more than Margraviate does. It won't mean that much difference. Esterad, I will leave you to run Cover and Povis. The more loyalty you show, the more control I shall give you. The less loyalty, well, I'll let you figure it out on your own. Harry told him as he looked the man in the eyes. Esterad said nothing before nodding slowly and stomping towards the door. Harry watched him open it and leave before looking at Shiala, who still stood and stared at him. Well, that was anticlimactic. I was expecting much more resistance from the man. You wouldn't have had anything to do with that, would you? Harry asked as he looked at the woman. Mind magic was not something very well practiced in this world and was oftentimes messy. It did, however, seem strange that Esterad seemed so ready to cave to his demands. It is not you or I who truly made the difference. It is his wife. She also counseled him to not poke a sleeping dragon that they knew nothing about, and he did not listen. Then, in one day, you took over an entire territory and seemed to manage to win the allegiance of much of the people there. Esterad regrets letting his own ambition cloud his judgment and hates himself for not listening to his wife when he had the chance. Now, so close to combat, he will do anything he can to keep her and his line safe, even if it means bending the knee to an enemy. Shiala explained to him. Harry thought on it and nodded. He supposed it made sense, though he was surprised by the love Esterad had for his wife. Most marriages in this world with nobles were arranged and oftentimes loveless. That he cared and considered her opinion so highly spoke volumes of their relationship. And the whole waiting in the room bit? Harry asked as he sat in a chair opposite of the one Esterad himself had been sitting in. Shiala smoothly took the other. The motion caused her already tight dress to cling to her even tighter. He wondered if the move was on purpose. I figured you would wish to try something tonight and properly prepared for such a thing. She spoke evenly. Harry raised an eyebrow but said nothing further on it. It's quite impressive, this ability of yours to appear somewhere else. Even now, I sense you in the tower across the keep, yet you stand here in front of me. Harry said, letting his question hang in the air. Shiala smiled with pride. She reached down her cleavage and pulled up an amulet attached to a thin chain he had not initially seen. It was golden and circular with a beautifully cut amulet in the middle of it. The gold band had several runes in Elven, and Harry would be lying if he said he wasn't impressed by the complexity of it. I made this rather recently. It projects my presence in a designated location of my choosing to help me avoid those who would try to track me through magic. Not that many try such a thing, but I was curious if it were possibly to do so, and achieved it. Shiala explained proudly. Harry nodded as he listened. That must have been some complex magical. More impressive due to the fact that the projection did not seem to have a traceback to its caster. That was something he had not yet encountered before. Very impressive, Lady Shiala. You know, if I didn't know any better, I would say you looked familiar. We haven't met before, have we? Harry asked as he took his eyes off the amulet and back to her face. He had a very good memory, and something about her face had a familiarity to it. More likely he knew someone related to her than her herself. Yes, we've met before, she said matter-of-factly. Harry's eyebrows shot up. He immediately tried to rack his brain, trying to remember if he encountered Shiala before. It's not like he ever really interacted much with other sorcerers and sorceresses. After racking his brain, he could still not remember where he had seen her, even with the help of occlumency. I am afraid I don't recall. Can you refresh my memory? Harry asked politely. It is not surprising. When we met, I was just a little girl, long before I became a sorceress. No, at the time, I was just the poor daughter of a farmer who just watched her father and mother killed in front of her by common bandits looking for gold that we didn't have. They were going to rape me. I remember them speaking of how they were going to take turns with me. That's when you showed up. I remember thinking you some sort of vengeful god with the way you simply appeared and seemed to almost glow with power. You killed each one of them painfully, if I remember correctly. You used spells that I don't recognize to this day. Shiala explained as she gained a faraway look in her eyes. Harry frowned as she recounted her story. He did vaguely remember doing such a thing many years ago. In truth, he had done similar things many times back in those days. It was before he had truly started manipulating and making plans. He had nothing to do except go around and try and help people. That's how his reputation first came about. The incident with Shiala in particular wasn't special in his head as one might think. He remembered simply coming upon the scene and murdering the bandits in anger for what they had done. He did remember the girl and could see the similarities in the woman now in front of him. I took you to an orphanage in Oxenfurt after that. You couldn't have been more than 7. Once I dropped you off, I remember going back to bury your parents. I remember burying them together under the large tree next to their home. Harry said as he reminisced sadly on that. Another incident where he was just a little too late. He knew better to blame himself, but such a thought could only help so much. He had long since stopped paying attention to what he couldn't save and instead on what he could. Yes, Shiala said slowly with a nod. You knew the caregiver there and left several coin bags to help support me at the orphanage. I used it to help get an education. I then eventually got an apprenticeship with another sorceress and was trained in the mystic arts. I wish to one day be as powerful as you. Shiala said with a smirk as if remembering something amusing. Well, you didn't do too bad for yourself in that regard. You are one of the most powerful sorcerers known in the Northern Realms, if not the world. Harry responded easily. Yes, and yet I have a feeling I still have not even scratched the surface of your power and knowledge in magic. In fact, I doubt I ever will now that I know what you are capable of so many years later. Shiala told him slyly. Harry said nothing, he simply stood up. I suppose it is time for me to take my leave then. I will arrive tomorrow officially to obtain Esterad's surrender. I will be bringing all my dragons, so make sure Esterad is on his best behavior. Harry said, and with that, he apparat away, not waiting for her to answer. Avalon. Harry appeared silently in his office and saw Mary asleep at his desk on top of papers she was probably working on at an earlier period. He walked smoothly up to the desk and gently knocked on the wood with his knuckles. Mary sprang up from the sudden noise and looked around widely for an intruder before her eyes settled on him. Hadrian, oh, sorry, I was just doing paperwork and must have fallen asleep. She apologized before rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. Harry shook his head at her. Don't kill yourself doing this work, Mary. Go to sleep when you're tired, in your comfortable bed at home, not my uncomfortable desk. Harry gently chastised. Yeah, that was the original plan. Anyway, what's wrong with you? You seem troubled by something. Wait, has the assault against King Esterad already ended? She asked as she looked at him with sudden suspicion. No, and it doesn't look like there is going to be one. Harry said as he thought on his meeting with the king and the sorceress. And, is that not a good thing? She asked with confusion. Harry thought about that for a moment before hesitantly nodding. I suppose. It is not that, it is something else. I met his sorceress and she seemed amicable to helping me. Harry admitted. Mary seemed even more confused. Is that not a good thing? She asked again. Harry shrugged. Maybe not a bad thing, but I don't think I would consider it a good one. Strange. First Findabair seems to take a random interest in me, and now Shiala de Tancarville. Both of them are members of the Lodge of Sorceresses. There's no way that could be a coincidence. Harry said darkly. Mary frowned. Harry knew she wasn't very familiar with magical community workings yet, but she probably recognized the name. The Lodge of Sorceresses was a group of only female magic users, and not just any users either. They were some of the most powerful known sorcerers in all the lands. He met some of them, of course, in the form of Yennefer and Triss. He wasn't actually aware of all the members though, only most of them. It wouldn't be hard to find out, but until now he hadn't really cared or been concerned by them. He didn't like their sudden interest in him. How did she help you? She asked. Esterad acted strange. There is no way he would simply give me his kingdom, and I am not buying the whole spiel of wanting to please his wife. I suspect she used some weaker mind magic on him to make him less resistant to the idea of my rule. That in itself is strange. Shiala has never cared much for politics and rulers, which means she is most likely doing these things for the Lodge. If she's aiding me for the Lodge, then that means the Lodge has some vested interest in seeing my success. Not that I need their help. Harry confided while thinking of possible benefits the lodge might get from either his rule or establishing themselves as friends to him. Well, just kill them, I say. I don't like scheming sorcerers anyhow, Mary told him blandly as she laid her head on the wood of the desk. Harry chuckled at the faux suggestion. I am not so cruel to kill for no reason, especially if all they have done so far is to aid me. As long as that's all they do, then I see no reason to attack them. Plus, many are in advising positions. It would be much harder to fight all the northern realms if they decide to convince their rulers of my true danger. I suppose I can stomach their annoying habit of trying to manipulate me. Harry told her. You know, Isabel wasn't happy when you didn't come back with me, Mary told him. Harry frowned. We haven't had any mysterious deaths or disappearances, have we? Harry asked with a coldness. He had fed Isabel before leaving, and she didn't actually need wound that often as an unseen elder. No, I check often. Still, when do you think her little hidden hole in the mountains will be done? Mary asked. Soon. I'll finish it as soon as I finish dealing with Cover and Povis. I discovered a way to link the gateway back to her home world recently, so I just need to apply the magic and it'll be finished. Though I am a little concerned. Isabel seems so like the city. A concerning fact, Harry said almost to himself. You can't think she would choose to stay here? Mary asked/demanded. Harry shook his head. I don't know about that, but I'm scared she might try and visit. She is relatively close to here. Then again, she will hopefully be too busy guarding her gate. She has killed quite a few vampires who have tried to come up north. Apparently, she doesn't wish for it to be discovered her gate was destroyed. Harry told her. He found the thought a little amusing. He may not to be able to stand up to her in a fight yet, but he did cause a potentially very embarrassing situation for her. At least she is good for something. Last thing we need here is more wound suckers. Mary's muffled voice said as she still laid on the desk. We've been lucky when it comes to monster habitation. Most don't live this far north, save for the dragons. I am sure we're going to have to deal with more now that we will control Cover and Povis. The air there is warm enough that several creatures could probably call it home. I have already encountered an insectoid nest while down there. I should get some witchers to move up here. Not enough at Caer Morhen. Harry said, fully realizing he was talking to himself by the end of his little speech. He was pulled from his thoughts when he heard a soft noise originating from his companion. He looked back down at Mary and realized she was snoring softly. He rolled his eyes before magically picked her up and apparating into her home. He walked slowly to her bedroom, followed closely by her floating, slumbering form. Once entered, he quietly pulled back the covers and placed her softly down into the bed. After he placed her, he moved the covers over her. Seriously, Mary, take better care of yourself. I need you to run things here while I am gone. Harry chastised. She snorted in her sleep as if responding to him, and he almost smiled. With her in bed, he disappeared from her home and made his way back to Velhead. It was time to prepare for tomorrow. Year 1272. It's strange how some things seem to just come together perfectly yet also seem to be extremely problematic at the same time. For example, Nilfgaard seemed to finally make its move on the northern kingdoms. It was rather obvious too, though not many seemed to see it. I mean, who else would benefit from the murders of various northern kings well besides him, of course? Mary, it's time to go conquer Kedwin. Are you all packed? Harry called out into the woman's house. No, I am not ready. Why are we doing this? Mary shouted back. Harry sighed. Well, King Henselt is dead, and I hear some interesting rumors that Radovid is about to take advantage of such a fact. We are going to do so first. Last thing we need is that freak having more room to spread his hate. Besides, if he decides to attack me, then it gives me an excuse to also attack Redania. 2 kingdoms for the price of 1. Harry explained. Yes, but why? What's the point of expanding our kingdom? We have over 200,000 citizens to deal with now. Why do we want more? Mary asked as she finally appeared at the door in her custom leather armor. Exactly. People keep moving here, especially with the wars, and we're running out of room. We've had to build 7 towns and countless villages in the past year alone. Harry explained patiently to his second in command. So we just waltz in and take over the place? She asked him with a raised eyebrow. Harry smiled. Of course. What else would we do? Their army is weak and their king has just been murdered. We do this or Radovid does. Plus, Kaer Morhen is in Kedwin and having control of that kingdom would give easy access to the Witchers if needed. Harry responded. He didn't mention how Ciri considered Kaer Morhen home, and having it in his territory would no doubt make it easy to go there. This seems a little much in my opinion, but if you say we need to do it, then I am willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. You haven't steered us wrong before, she said begrudgingly. I feel like you wished I had failed at least once so you could tell me to stop. Harry said with a smile. Yes, well, we don't always get what we want in life, do we? She asked rhetorically. Harry shook his head in amusement. No, I guess not. Let's move out. You want a dragon to ride, or do you want to go by horseback? Harry asked her. She glared at him. She couldn't really ride one without magic since there weren't actually saddles for the beast, and letting anyone else ride them would probably not go very well. He was alpha, so they listened to him, but it only went so far unless he did a mental assault on them. Stop making fun of me. I'll be there with the reserve force in a week to stomp out anyone still resisting. Not that there will be, of course. Mary told him as they walked through the city. Many passing civilians were walking past and greeting them, which they would return. He hadn't hidden his invasion from and his people seemed to still support him. Being such a well-respected ruler did that for you. I'm sure you will not disappoint. What about Assaul? He is becoming braver in his attempts to gain more knowledge that I have. It is becoming annoying. Harry admitted. We should just kill him then. If any potential enemy becomes more trouble than they're worth, then you dispose of them. Was it not you who taught me that? She hissed. Harry considered her words for a moment as they made it to the walls surrounding the city. Outside the city was an army waiting for her and him. Over 6,000 men. An impressive number compared to what their army had started as, and this wasn't even half of it. You are right. When we return, arrest Azal and send him to dungeons. If he does not go willingly, then use lethal force. Let him know you are authorized to use lethal force before you actually use it. Be nice about it if you can. He has technically not done anything harmful. He has just become more of a pain than I wish to have around. He has, however, served our city in many ways including healing, and I will give him some credit for such service. Harry told her with a pointed look. Mary scowled, but her smile returned and she nodded. This better be quick then. I can't wait to arrest a potential enemy of the kingdom, she said, just catching herself. Harry smiled and rolled his eyes. Well, I must be off to the main force now. I shall see you soon, Harry said as he turned and whistled, not waiting for a response. Immediately, a roar answered back and a giant white shape came soaring down from above the tree cover and landed right in front of him. He smiled and easily mounted his dragon. He looked back over at Mary, who rolled her eyes while the rest of the men seemed to gaze at him in awe. He gave a slight wave and spurred the dragon back into the air and was off again. Time to get off to conquering, but just a quick stop along the way. Dragon Mountains less than an hour later.
Hello, Isabel.
Harry greeted the vampire warmly. Said vampire scowled when seeing him and pouted. I hate it when you look at me like that, she told him as she lounged on a couch he had gifted her for her new home. What? Do you mean the same way you looked at me for several months when you had power over me? Harry asked rhetorically. Exactly. She responded as she sipped something from a goblet that looked like wine, but he had a feeling it was something a little more gruesome. Well, that's what happens when the tables turn. You did not really think I would let you have an advantage over me forever, did you? Though I will admit, your advantages certainly weren't easy to overcome. I think countering it is the most complicated magic I have ever created, Harry said softly as his mind drifted into the biggest experiment he had ever undertaken. A way to fight off creatures such as Isabel who had immense superior strength, speed, or both. It had not been easy nor had it been fun, but the payoff was immense. Of course he could only use such power so much, but she didn't need to know that. How lucky for me. Is there a reason you are in my home? She asked, bored. Harry knew she was actually excited. She usually got something out these visits after all. Although he may now have the upper hand in battle, he had not lorded his power over her, and he certainly still treated her as an equal. Their relationship would be described more as respectfully playful. I need a favor. I am about to leave for a little while and it has reached my ears there might a potential assassin or two who is going after my head. Regular men do not concern me and likely will be stopped at the Dragon Pass, but there are those who are more resourceful. I do not ask you to kill them, but when I return, if you noticed anything, I would like you to tell me. Harry said seriously as he finally faced her. She smiled at his words and took another sip of her drink. And what is in it for me? She questioned softly. What do you want? Harry asked. It's awfully dark in my home, don't you think? Candles don't seem to burn as bright as I remember. Harry smirked. In his home, he had magical light devices that served similarly to light bulbs, much brighter than candles. She had seen them when she had temporarily lived with him. You want my light, then you can have it. In exchange for your services, of course. Harry replied back. She nodded, and with that, they had an agreement. Thank you, Isabel. I will see you in several weeks or a month or so. We will see how long this takes, Harry said as he walked calmly out of the cave. He saw his dragon waiting patiently for him and he hopped onto it. All right, let's get to Kedwin, Harry said to the beast, and they were back up in the air. 2 weeks later, Harry walked slowly through the now destroyed and flaming gates into the city of Ardkarai, the capital of Kedwin. He saw the army waiting inside for him in a half-circle around the entrance with shields up and spears out. Please, surrender. I have an army and 2 dragons here. The result of this will not change no matter what you do. Please give up before more wound is spilt on this day. Harry urged softly. Silence was all that met his request. He sighed. Fine, we can do this the hard way, Harry said. His hand flashed out just as they charged. A seemingly telekinetic blast powerfully erupted from him, blasting several rows of soldiers backwards and into their own companions. His own forces rushed in and immediately fell upon the downed and disoriented men. Harry made a noise as he walked through the city towards the keep. Occasionally, a group of soldiers would find him and he would have to blast them to pieces. Such needless bloodshed. You don't have a monarch, an army, or even sorceresses left to combat me. You are just wasting your lives, but if you wish to keep pushing this, then I will oblige, Harry said almost to himself as he continued to push through. He saw several civilians looking down from windows and hiding in alleys as he walked by. He sighed as he reached the keep. Whatever lords were left here would bend the knee or die. With silence, a red light came out of him with a crack and smashed into the keep's gate. The gate blasted open and Harry found it surprising to find barely any soldiers on the other side. He walked in slowly as he saw several soldiers with weapons ready as they surrounded a middle-aged woman who was looking at him sternly. She had black hair with streaks of gray and it was braided as it went down her back. I take it you are the current ruler of Ardkarai then? Am I going to have to kill you as well, or will you be reasonable? Harry asked calmly. I am Cassandra, the wife of the late King Henselt. I have been ruling in his place since his death. Seems you have killed your way through my city, she said with disapproval. Strange, I could have sworn I asked your men to surrender and end this without bloodshed several times. They seem to refuse to do so at every turn. So yes, because your men kept hopelessly charging at me, I reluctantly had to kill my way through them. Am I going to have to do that here, or are you going to finally surrender? Harry asked with slight venom at her accusation. The woman frowned at him and his words. For a moment all is quiet and her men shifted uncomfortably. Very well. I surrender. Ardkarai is yours, King Hadrian, she said as she bowed slightly. She nodded at one of her men and he pulled a horn off his side and blew into it. Harry let him. He knew it to be a signal to surrender. He could already hear his men starting to cheer. He looked at Cassandra. How noble to finally surrender once it is your life under threat. Harry shot at her as he walked up to the woman who seemed to tense at his words and movement. Her men tensed back up as well. He ignored it and walked right past them and looked at the keep. It was still in good condition, which was a good thing since one of his dragons was still flying overhead and they like to swoop in and eat or breath on things. The city is beautiful besides the parts that are broken, Harry commented as he looked back at the former queen. Cassandra nodded cautiously at his assessment. As you say, Your Grace. Ard-Carré is one of the major cities in the Northern Kingdom and of course one of the biggest. I am sure you will find it to meet any of your needs, Cassandra replied. He watched her guards shift, clearly not sure what to do in the situation. Harry said as he moved back over to the exit of the keep and watched his men arrive. He raised his hand to signal he was fine before they assumed the former queen was trying to attack with her men. The queen has surrendered. Please escort her and her men to their chambers until we fully secure our hold on the city. Harry ordered to the platoon of men in front of him. They immediately snapped into action and executed the orders. The queen held herself up straighter as she was surrounded by his men. Too proud to show any far, Harry had to bite back a snort. He had no love for King Henselt. The man was both proud and annoying, and had tried to bully Harry when he had first taken Cover and Povis by assembling his armies at his borders in a show of force. In response, Harry flew several dragons to the man's doorstep and had unsubtle threatened to murder both him and his entire family if he had ever tried to do such again. The time he had a young sorceress, or an appearing to be young. You never really knew with sorceresses. He remembered her threatening him and talking about how audacious it was to be making such claims in her presence. She had tried to throw a fireball at him, which was amusing to say the least since his control of fire magic as a dragon animagus was second to none. He had caught the ball and blew out a wall in the keep which he could still see the charred marks on even with the repairs as he looked around. As punishment, he had broken both her legs with his bare hands and left with a warning that the next time she rose a hand against him, she would die. She had managed to heal herself after, but he was sure that it had left a mark on her mind watching him disappear in front of her, and then suddenly her legs were magically broken and he was standing over her. It hadn't mattered as she had died sometime recently, but still. Harry jogged himself out of his thoughts when he realized he was in the main hall of the keep and standing in front of the gaudy throne Henselt used to sit on. He made a sound of digest before waving his hand and watching the chair quickly dissolve into a pile of rubble on the floor. With another wave of his hand, the rubble seemed to build back up into a simplistic black throne with several sharp points on it to give it a factor of intimidation. Now, who should he install as the representative to rule Kedwen? The place was huge, and so he needed someone he could trust in the position. His first choice was obviously Mary, but he has her running administrative duties in Avalon already. He could switch her to Kedwen, but then he would have less of his own time to plot and scheme. That was dangerous considering how Nilfgaard was on the move killing rulers like him. Of course, that could also put a target on her. Someone trustworthy but not someone he was willing to lose. He'd have to think on it. 1 month later, Harry walked with several people. One was the commander of his armed forces, a man by the name of Felix. A peculiar man, but he came at the personal recommendation of Mary, as she had apparently known him for years and knew him to have a sharp mind and an excellence in combat. On his other side was Mary herself, looking rather disgruntled as usual. Both the northern and southern ends have been quelled and all lords have made their vows to their new king. Rebellions of citizens have been quelled, and I assume we will have no more real trouble with Kedwen, what with the various lords coming to gain favor. Felix said seriously, but Harry could hear the lack of care in his voice. The man was bored with politics, which was fine as that was not the area he desired Felix's presence in. I am sure a few gifts in the pockets of the lords coming to visit will secure the loyalty of the lords and their armies. Thank you for your report, Commander. Congratulations as well. Mary was right about your skill. I was most impressed with your tactics used to take the north. You will find your position in my army permanent should you so wish. Harry offered easily to the man. The bored look seemed to disappear as the man smiled, looking very pleased at his words. Thank you, Your Grace. I will aim to please in the future, the commander said with a smile. Harry nodded with one of his own. Good. Now you are dismissed to go about with whatever else you wish to do today. I only require Lady Mary's place in this next part of the conversation. Harry told him easily. It was an order, and Felix seemed to understand that as he bid them both farewell as he turned and headed back to the keep. The man certainly loved to train, and it paid off from what Harry had seen. The man could probably go up against a witcher. He may not win, but Harry was sure he could put up a real fight. So, you like him then? Mary asked with a smirk as they watched the man walk off. Were you afraid I wouldn't? The man is as talented with a sword as I am with magic. Harry admitted as they turned and continued walking through the capital. High praise coming from you. And he should be good with the sword as he picked one up when he was just 4 and I don't think he has put them down since. When he was 16 he left our settlement to go challenge foes and kill bandits to sharpen his skills. Mary told him. Harry raised an eyebrow. Oh? And how did that go? Harry asked curiously. He was back in a week with a black eye and a large gash across his chest, smiling like an idiot. Mary told him with a cheeky grin on her face. Harry laughed at the mental image before calming himself once more. We have a problem, you know? Harry sighed. You have a problem maybe. My only problem is that you haven't let me return home to arrest the snake. Mary grunted in annoyance. I can't decide who to place in control of Kedwin. It needs to be someone I trust but also someone that is expendable. So far, no such names come to mind. Harry explained to her. Mary gained a thoughtful expression. Why don't you rule it personally? Kedwin is not that far from Avalon, only a week or two's journey from here. That's not too much of a hassle for these people to make if they have requests for you. True, but they would be unused to the distance and may think it more than it is. This may encourage them to do stupid things thinking I am far away and will not notice or they are once more untouchable. I can of course teleport, but it is they who need transportation, not I. I also really need an administrative system to weed out some of the low-tier things that I shouldn't bother with. Harry complained as he listed his issues. Why don't you make one then? I am sure Cover and Povis as well as this place have plenty of people who could do such jobs. Mary suggested. The more people in government, the more chances of corruption. Then again, maybe I could fix that too. A police force that watches over officials to make sure they do not abuse their powers. I cannot use my crows. They're spread thin as it is, and making more is risky considering how many are already attached. This bears more thought, but back to Kedwin. Harry said, controlling his tangent mind. Too bad travel isn't instantaneous for anyone but sorcerers. Then it wouldn't matter how far you were. Mary said as she seemed to get distracted by a vendor selling something delicious smelling. Harry froze in place. Travel instantly. Of course, how could he have not thought of it sooner? He could make portals. Connected portals and place them in all the kingdoms. It would be easy and he could make them small enough to not used by an invading force. A travel agency perhaps, but instead of a vehicle you just stepped into a gateway. He could directly rule over all his kingdoms with ease. Of course, he would need to eventually place representatives when it became too much for one person, but it was a temporary solve and would also help with other issues of his. That stupid look is on your face again. Mary deadpanned and Harry realized that she had apparently moved to stand directly in front of him. Mary dearest, you have just given me the most marvelous idea. Harry said with a spreading grin. She looked at him suspiciously. Is this going to be like the time incident again? She asked him. Harry smiled. No, not as dangerous, I assure you. Still, its potential is amazing. Oh boy, I could make it like an airport of gateways. In each kingdom, or maybe even in major cities. No, maybe just kingdoms, that's a lot of work after all. Harry started on again, unknowingly talking to himself and ignoring his friend. Harry, seriously stop that. Freaks me out. Mary demanded as she punched his arm. Harry gripped the appendage in mock pain. Ow, you're violent when you're angry. Very well, I will stop. By the way, you may leave in the morning if you wish to go back to Avalon. I know you have business there. Harry hinted unsubtle. The evil grin spread across her face as she nodded. Suddenly I feel tired and want to go to sleep as soon as possible. I will bid you farewell, she said to him. Harry nodded and returned the sentiment before walking away. He smiled as he watched her go before turning to continue. It was only after he turned that he realized there was nowhere to continue to. He was at the front gates of the city and was about to leave. He took in a deep breath as he calmed himself. To the right, he could see the sun setting as it dipped slowly below the horizon. With nothing left to think on, he left his mind to drift on to the girl he was doing this all for. Cyrilla. He knew it to be strange to do all this for someone he had only known for several months, but Harry was strange. No one, not even her, would probably ever understand the impact she had. She had lit a fire in him that had not gone out since they met. She was a being he felt connected on the deepest level, and the universe had somehow seen fit to give him a chance to pay her back. Behind her, he himself would scorch her enemies to bone, and not just the hunt either. They were not the only individuals who desired her power. Everyone seemed to for some reason. Her father had never stopped looking, and he doubted he ever would. Harry could no longer guess the man's motivations, but if they were sinister to his daughter, he would cut down the man as easily as he had done the rest of his enemies. Until then, he was nothing more than a nuisance, and Harry was hesitant to let anyone, including himself, decide his fate without Ciri's approval. Besides her father, there was also the various sorcerers trying to go after her. He had learned more on the lodge in the past 2 years, and it seemed to him that they found the idea of being under his rule the most lucrative of their current options. They seemed to be under the impression that he would be willing to give magic users the most rights and freedoms, considering his own stance and position. Nilfgaard was closing in, but they also seemed to think his dragons could possibly stop the Emperor's advance north, or maybe take on the man himself. They were playing both sides and seeing who would win, it seems. He was sure to use that information against them at a later point when they wanted something. He was sure there would be more who wished for her for various reasons, and he was just as sure he would stand up to them as a shield and possibly a sword if necessary. He drifted back into the present as he felt something pass him by. He turned to look and saw nothing. No, it wasn't something, it was a presence, a signature that he was familiar with. He closed his eyes and tried to think where he recognized it, but couldn't quite place it. It was like something on the tip of your tongue. Harry was sure if he spent enough time standing here, he would figure it out, but he figured he might as well investigate, considering he had nothing but time at the moment. With that settled, he decided to follow the signature as well as he could through his city. It wasn't hard. Most people didn't have magic, and while this person didn't have much magic, the fact that they had any made them stand out quite a bit more than the average person. Although it got hard when the person seemed to go through town squares where there were many signatures to keep up with. He idly noticed that the person seemed to be making their way through the city without stopping, and also seemed to be making their way to the opposite end of the city where the keep was. The man couldn't be an assassin, could they? He hadn't met many, and running through the list of the ones he knew wasn't matching up with what he was feeling now. He stopped trying to follow it for a moment and silently apparat away after making sure no one was watching him. He reappeared at the courtyard of the keep in a particularly shadowy corner, and sure enough, he felt the familiar signature again. It actually felt quite a bit like, Your Grace. I had just sent several messengers into the city looking for you. An elder gentleman is here to see you. He seemed a man he recognized as one of the keep's head servants. A very professional elderly man who had salt and pepper hair. Say no more. He is expected. Where did you last leave him? Harry questioned the man, though he had no real need. This close, he could feel the signature inside the main hall. He is in the main hall waiting for you, sir. The man told him. Thank you, Luther. Take the night off from here. I shall be fine from here, Harry said as he moved to enter the hall, not waiting for a response from the man. He opened the door and walked inside. There the man was, sitting on his knees without so much as a twitch. Head down and gray/white hair loosely tied behind the man, and a dark light combat vest around him. Well, Geralt of Rivia. It's about fucking time. Early 1272 Ard Cowley. Harry waited patiently at the table in his keep, sitting patiently and eating some food as he waited for his guest to awake. Geralt had arrived late afternoon yesterday and had seemed to wish to talk to him. Harry had wanted to as well, but he took one look at the man and had ordered him to bed. Geralt had clearly not been sleeping and had been moving fast here. Harry had told him to sleep now and they would talk in the morning as soon as he awoke. The Witcher had tried to insist, of course, but Harry had drawn the line. Geralt, you look like absolute shit. Now, I can imagine you have a great longing to talk, but right now, I want you to go upstairs, crawl in one of the beds and not get out of it until you are fully rested. I promise that I will not go anywhere while you sleep, and we can talk as soon as you get up. Harry told the grim-looking man. Geralt gave him a hard look as if he wanted to continue to push the issue, but seemed to finally relent. Fine. Tomorrow. The gray-haired man seemed to demand. Tomorrow. Harry agreed easily. With that, he led the man to the room he would be staying at. Now, Harry was simply waiting for the man to wake. He was a witcher, so it would likely be soon, as they didn't need as much sleep as a normal person might. Still, it has been more than 12 hours since they had seen each other last night, which meant he was right when he said the man must be tired. Geralt usually rose and fell with the sun, and the sun had been up for several hours at this point. Harry smirked to himself as he felt Geralt's presence move from his room. Perhaps he spoke too soon. He gestured for a servant waiting by the kitchen door to come over. The man hurriedly did so. "Your Grace?" the man asked nervously. "My guest is coming down. Please bring out more fresh food for him." Harry asked politely, though the man could clearly tell it was an order. The servant nodded. "Right away, Your Grace," the servant said before scurrying into the kitchen and not looking back once. Harry looked after him before shaking his head. The people of Kedwin had apparently taken to calling him the Witch King. It was an amusing title, to be sure, and perfect for striking fear in the hearts of his enemies. Too bad that wasn't what he had been trying to do. His goal was to win the people over and show himself to be better than their previous rulers. He was brought from his musing as Geralt finally made it down and entered the room. The man's eyes quickly spotted him, and he walked over to Harry's seated position. He sat down right across from him. "Your Grace," Geralt said respectively. Harry could feel his lip twitch as he almost frowned but caught himself. Geralt hadn't addressed him as such yesterday. Harry hadn't thought it odd then, but now that he thought on it, he realized it was a little out of place for the normally stoic man. Geralt was usually very formal to royalty, no matter what his relationship with them. Still, he wouldn't allow himself to be referred to by such, especially from a friend. "I'll hear none of that. I'm not your king for one, and even if I was, I am a friend before I am a king. Understood?" Harry told him seriously. Geralt looked at him for a moment and then nodded. "Hadrian then," Geralt corrected. Harry nodded, pleased that he acquiesced to his request so easily. "There you go. I see you have gotten your memories back. I am glad. I checked in on you once or twice, you know. You never seemed to notice me, so I figured you were still afflicted. I knew you would heal eventually, though, being a witcher and all," Harry told him. As he finished, the servant came out and laid some food down for Geralt. "Thank you," Geralt said with a nod at the servant. The servant bowed before scampering away. Harry made a gesture with his hands for Geralt to eat. "You can talk and eat at the same time," Harry told him. He sure didn't have to say it twice. Geralt started to dig in. "When did you get your memory?" Harry asked him. "It's been coming back for several months now. I can already remember a lot, I think. But I still have a ways to go," Geralt told him. Harry nodded at hearing that. "That's good to hear. Did you decide to come as soon as you remembered me, or was it something else that brought you to my door?" Harry asked him curiously. Geralt looked at him. "I am actually going back to Kaer Morhen. It is time I rewalk the path of the Witcher. I intend to meet back up with Vesemir," Geralt told him. Harry nodded but frowned slightly. He was only recently established in Kedwin, but he was sure he might be able to help out the Witchers. "I will be happy to aid you on your way. I'll give you a horse, supplies, and a letter of safe passage just in case for whenever you decide to leave. Feel free to stay as long as you wish, though. Last I saw it, Kaer Morhen was still not in the greatest shape, although it has been a few years. If you ever decide to restore it, let me know. I am sure I can send some men and supplies up to aid you," Harry told him. Geralt looked at him, and Harry could see slight confusion in his eyes. "Did I take you to Kaer Morhen once?" he asked. Harry smiled and shook his head. "Geralt, I have been around for a long time and can move without any detection should I choose to. I have been many places and have stopped at Witcher stomping grounds a few times. I saw it a few years ago while out in the mountains," Harry told him. Geralt seemed to be digesting that but nodded. "All right, I'll let the old man know, though I don't know how willing he would be. He doesn't like having Witchers associated with any power," Geralt responded. "He doesn't have to worry about me trying to get him to pay me back. If I offer a gift, then it is just that," Harry told him. "I shall let him know," Geralt said honestly. Harry smiled. "Good. I suppose you picked a good time to go back to walking the path of a Witcher. I am sure I could use the help dealing with all the monsters popping up in my kingdom at least. I was actually thinking of training my guards in the basics of monster disposal," Harry admitted. Gerald frowned slightly and grunted. Harry smirked. Hey, if there were more witchers running around to be hired, I wouldn't have to, but we both know it's a dying profession. Harry said to him, turning serious at the end. Gerald sighed at that but nodded. I suppose I can't argue with that. Gerald grumbled. Harry nodded. For the next few hours, Gerald and him spent simply catching up with Gerald telling him what he had been up to for the last couple of years. When he got to Triss and their relationship, Harry eyed Gerald for a moment. Wow, I didn't realize I was speaking to a dead man, Harry said as he sipped some water from a mug. Gerald shuddered as he said it. Do I even want to know how you know of Yennefer? Gerald asked him. Harry smirked. I know a lot of things. Your relationship with Yennefer is just one of the many things I know. Have you talked to her? Harry asked. Gerald shook his head. No, I don't know where to even look for her. Knowing her though, I am sure I will run into her at some point, Gerald said to him. Harry nodded slowly. If it helps, last I heard she was somewhere in Nilfgaard. Harry told the man. He saw Gerald quickly latch onto the information before nodding. Thank you, Gerald said to him. Hope you have some way of making it up to her. You never know with Yennefer. She could kill you or pretend like it never happened. Might want to carry a gift around with you just in case. Harry responded back to him. You might be right. Speaking of Nilfgaard, what are your plans now that they are knocking on your door? Gerald questioned. Harry thought on that. I have a plan. You know of my dragons, I assume? I am going to have them freeze the river and build a wall of ice on top of the ponter, Harry said to Gerald. Gerald dropped his fork and looked at him. Are you serious? Gerald asked him. Harry nodded. I have only recently established myself in Kedwin and I don't want to fight with them just yet. I need a few more months to get the army in order. I have Esterad assembling a naval force in Cover as well. It's more a delay than anything else. I am sure Radovid can be useful in something by halting him here for at least a few months. What remains of the Temerian army is assembling as a guerrilla force against Nilfgaard as well. Harry explained. Any news on Roche? Gerald asked him. I believe he is the one leading said guerrilla force. From what I have gathered, Radovid has just recently decided to send some supplies to the man and his forces to help pick off the invaders, Harry informed. Gerald nodded. Good to know he made it, Gerald said, seemingly pleased. Harry nodded but said nothing more on the subject. With that, they drifted into a comfortable silence with the occasional comment thrown in. Gerald still didn't have all his memories, but Harry figured he should probably reveal the truth to him soon about his relationship with Ciri. He so far thought on doing it once his memory was fully intact. When Gerald finally finished, Harry finally addressed the subject of his leaving. How long do you think you will be staying? Harry asked him. Gerald's face didn't change, but Harry could see in his eyes he was thinking on the question. I should probably leave today. I have already been away a long time, Gerald mentioned. Harry nodded before looking the man over. He wrinkled his nose. Some new clothes and armor could also do you some good, it seems. I don't believe we have any silver swords made in the Keep's forge, but some of the blacksmiths around town might. I do know we have plenty of quality steel though, and I encourage you to head to the armory and grab one as well as some light armor before you go. Free of charge, of course. While you do that, I will have servants get your supplies ready as well as a horse from our stables. Say we meet at the North Gate in 3 hours? Harry asked him. Just past midday? All right, that works for me. Thank you, Hadrian, Gerald said sincerely. Harry nodded with a smile. Anything for an old friend, Harry said as they parted to do their respective tasks. Harry summoned several servants to go and collect supplies for his trip, while Harry went to the stables himself to pick out a horse for his companion. He settled on a brown mare who looked sturdy enough. Look to him. You'll do. How much for him? Harry asked the stablemaster. Your Grace, I couldn't possibly You insult me by not charging me, sir. How much is the horse? The full price, Harry told the elderly man sternly. The man told him the price and he gave him a large bag of coin to cover the charge. Keep the change. A man with gray hair named Gerald will be picking it up today. He is a witcher and clearly looks like one. I want no issues with him taking this specific horse. Understood? Harry questioned the man, who bowed once more deeply before giving him several promises to do what he commanded. Harry looked around the city further just to see if he could find something that Geralt might need but didn't really see anything. Once he made his way back to the keep, he quickly saw Geralt testing a new steel sword on one of the practice dummies in the courtyard. Harry noticed his form was still as impressive as it used to be. Your form is still looking tip-top. If you ever need some extra coin, I'd love to have you as a trainer for my men, even if it was temporary, Harry said as he praised the man. Geralt scowled at him. I'd rather not do that, ever, Geralt told him. Harry smiled and even let out a little laugh at the man's face. Fine, maybe not that. Although perhaps you could help me with my form if you ever have a chance. I would love to get a little better at killing people with a pointy stick. Harry joked, though his tone suggested he was semi-serious. Maybe someday, I suppose, Geralt said, seemingly at least more open to that. Harry nodded. Great. Well, I have your horse ready and the servants should have your things by now. There was only one thing I had left to ask you. The former queen here, Cassandra, what do you think of her? Harry asked. Geralt frowned at that. Cassandra? Don't know much of her, to be honest. Henselt, I knew of, but I did my best to avoid him. He wasn't someone I would like to associate with. I know some basic information on her, I suppose. With Henselt's attitude, she was commonly thought to be the voice of reason with her husband. I believe I remember something about her being more educated than a normal noble lady. That's about the limit of my knowledge on her, Geralt admitted. Harry nodded his head at that. He had already heard such and was currently in the process of finding out how she did in said schooling by having a couple of crows head to Oxenford. Thank you. In truth, I was thinking of giving her control over Kedwin in my name. She appears intelligent and knows the ins and outs better than I do. I only have an issue with the matter of loyalty. Well, this is not your problem, so I won't bore you too much with the details. Are you ready to head out? Harry asked, and Geralt nodded. They walked over to the north gate where the horse would be saddled and ready. They made it rather quickly, and Geralt quickly got up on his horse. Harry saw the horse didn't seem to mind his new owner, and Harry was glad. He took another look at Geralt and nodded in satisfaction as he saw the man in fresh clothes and finally noticed that he had indeed changed his armor. Well, it was good to see you, my friend, and I hope to see you again soon. Remember what I told you about help with repairs at Caer Morhen? Harry told the man. Geralt nodded. Thank you, Hadrian. I will not forget this, don't. I realized it as I said it. Geralt finished as he looked down and saw the smirk growing on Harry's face. I shall see you later, Geralt. Safe travels. While I ask you not to get in fights with any soldiers on your way, if you notice them doing something unacceptable, then I hope you gut them. Consider it officially cleared by me. You know what, maybe I should make an official position for witchers. I know people sometimes try to cheat. Maybe being backed by the crown can help with that. You won't have to answer to the crown, but maybe have to take a test to prove you know what you're doing to get certified. What do you think? Harry asked. Geralt just looked at him. Harry just waved off the stare. Fine. I'll put more thought into it and get back to you. Harry told him. Goodbye, Hadrian, Geralt said before kicking the horse inside to get it moving. Harry watched as the man trotted away on his horse and disappeared over a hill a few moments after. Harry turned and walked back into town. Several days later, Harry sat on his throne and listened to various common people state issues they had that they wanted him to solve. It was easy to do usually, especially since a mixture of projected thoughts and passive legitimacy usually allowed him to find out who was in the wrong quickly. Still, he would rather use his time to do something more important. Two men had just finished their arguments against each other and more were approaching when he held up his hand to stop them as he saw a crow quickly fly in the room and move towards him. Everyone in the throne room stopped and stared as the crow landed on his shoulder. Well, what news do you have for me, little one? Harry questioned. The crow leaned into his ear and a wealth of knowledge slowly flowed into his mind that the crow had learnt while away. It would seem that Cassandra had indeed completed a multitude of classes with high marks from her teachers. It would seem most of her classes had to do with politicking as well, which was good. Everyone leave, we are done for the day, Harry commanded. The people bowed before shuffling out the door. He turned to one of his guards in the room and beckoned him forward. Have Lady Cassandra brought to me immediately. Harry commanded easily. The soldier bowed to him. Right away, Your Grace. The soldier responded before quickly moving out of the room to fetch the noble woman. Harry sat back leisurely on his throne as he patiently waited for the woman to arrive. It didn't take the woman long. She came in with her head held high as she approached him, looking every bit of the queen that she once was. Lady Cassandra, he said in greeting. She bowed deeply as was expected. Your Grace, you asked to see me? She questioned. She didn't look like she was expecting him to say anything good. She probably thought he was about to order her away. I did. I have recently been looking for a regent to rule Kedwin in my name, and after careful consideration, I have decided that I will be appointing you to such a position. Harry told her. The woman's eyes widened before she quickly schooled her features. It would be an honor, Your Grace. May I ask why, though, you have chosen myself for such a position? She questioned. You know the land, the people, and have the knowledge to rule. The only thing you do not have is my trust. I am, however, willing to give you a chance to earn it through this appointment. Harry said back easily. He watched as the lady seemed to process his words after each one left his mouth. After another moment she nodded her acceptance. I shall do my best to meet your expectations, Your Grace. She told him. See that you do, for if I ever hear a hint of you betraying the trust one have placed in you, I promise there will be nothing left of you to bury. Harry threatened as his voice became quiet yet sharp like an icy wind. You could feel the temperature in the room dropping and the effect it had, not only on the lady but the guards as well, who all stiffened when feeling the chill creep onto them. Lady Cassandra stiffened and seemed to need a moment to catch her breath once more. I promise that such things will not be necessary. I will make sure to give you no reason to doubt me. Lady Cassandra told him strongly. He gave a small smile at seeing her still manage to compose herself in front of the unsettling presence that sat in front of her. Should her words be true, she would make an excellent regent. Excellent. The official announcement will be tomorrow, but you will take over the duties immediately. The office I have been using is now yours, as are all the materials and information in it. Given you previous education, I trust you will know how to use said materials? Harry questioned. She nodded in the affirmative. Good. Congratulations on your appointment, Lady Cassandra. Harry stood as he left the room. Thank you, Your Grace, was the last thing he heard from her as he was leaving. Harry smiled to himself. With that out of the way, there were a few more things he needed to get done before leaving Ardcowley. He still needed to make a defense on the Pontar River for one, and he still needed to start setting up a portal system which he would connect in Avalon. Then he would have to go back and deal with Assaul. He still wasn't sure what he would do to the man if he were honest. Yes, spying was wrong and trying to break into his office was also bad, but it wouldn't be fair to judge him just by the negatives. He had indeed helped a lot of people during his stay with healing and even did some work to aid in better crop production. Things that Harry himself no longer had as much time for. Unfortunately for the man, Harry had been getting more and more magic users coming into his country after growing persecution from Radovid and not wanting to go to Nilfgaard. Many were offered and took jobs in several areas to help out the people around them in similar capacities as Assaul. The man was no longer as useful as he had been. Still, Harry would have to do his best to be fair. With that line of thought complete, Harry decided to leave the keep and move through the city to a building he had recently bought. It would act as the portal hub, so to speak, so it was rather large. He walked in and looked at the front room. Inside was a desk where people would be going to pay for the travel. They would fill out a form specifying where they were going and a few other minor details, and that would be all. He went into the large back room where several portal doorways were already set up. Normally, other sorcerers had to use crystals to power these, but Harry could use runes and simply have them powered by the latent magic in the air, or a new trick he learned recently where he could actually capture solar energy and convert it to magical energy. Either way, it was a more complex but efficient solution. This room had several doorways, and the building had another floor where he could make more if needed. Now, it was time to simply put the proper runic chains on the doorway to make sure they worked. Luckily, this would be much easier than the portal he had made for Isabel. These were on the same world and dimension. It took him several hours to finish them, but by the end, he had actually thought up a new magical way to speed up the process, so hopefully, the next sets he made would take less time. Right now, he only had a portal set up in Avalon, so that would be the only portal that turned on. With the finishing touches down, he finally activated the runic chain and the portal blazed to life. Immediately a soft, blue, slow-turning swirl filled the doorway. Harry smiled and cast some specialized diagnostic spells on the portal to make sure it was all reading properly. Once he confirmed that, he finally stepped through. Immediately, he was in a similar but different color and styled room. He recognized it as the room in the portal room he set up in Avalon. He smiled at his success before moving back through the portal. He quickly reappeared in the room in Ard Cowley. He gave himself a quick pat on the back for a job well done as he thought on what other tasks he needed completed. The dragons would probably arrive tomorrow and they would probably need a day of rest before they could start building a wall of ice on the Pontar. Come to think of it, Nilfgaard was probably only a few days away from the river themselves. Maybe he should go and do something to slow them down. Next day, Harry was flying right over the Pontar River a couple thousand feet in the air. Any who saw him would most assuredly not be able to recognize his draconic form at first glance. He flapped his wings to propel him forward as he used his dragon sight to gaze downwards. It looked like there was still people running towards his borders, most likely hoping to outpace the Nilfgaardian armies. He grimaced as he realized not everyone would likely make it into Kedwen before he built up his wall. There wasn't anything he could really do about that. Besides, the army wasn't coming for civilians, so most wouldn't be targeted. If the civilians were smart, they would just go over to Redania instead and then cross over. He ignored them and flew for another hour or two before he finally set eyes on a large mass of humans in black armor marching towards his borders. He looked at all of them and absorbed information on how they were spread out, as well as if there were any magic users among them. He could not sense any, but if one was good enough at hiding, then there were ways to get around his senses. After a few moments of watching, he decided that the best play would be to crash down right in the middle of their march. It would most definitely cause the most chaos and disorder. He was long past feeling guilty for killing soldiers. Those who dealt in death should not be surprised when it came for them as well. That was how he lived even before becoming the master of death. With this final thought, he closed his wings and started his drop out of the sky. He eyed the place where he wished to land and kept watch on when the army would notice him. It took them a while to realize his growing size was not actually some bird but a black, hulking mass. He was several hundred feet when he started to hear the screams as the men became alerted to his presence. He could see many already break formation to run, but he didn't mind. This was a delaying tactic more than anything else. A few more moments and he smashed heavily into the ground, causing not only a miniature earthquake, throwing men completely in the air, but also dirt and dust as well. A cloud of it seemed to cover his form, and for a moment there was silence. When the dust cleared, he could see the frightened faces of the men around him who seemed frozen with shock. He looked down at them only for a moment before letting loose an ear-splitting draconic roar that seemed to shake the world once more as well as finally stir the men into movement. The brave ran at him with weapons while the craven ran away from him in fear. It mattered little as Harry let loose a torrent of a wicked purple flame that seemed to disintegrate all in front of him. When the flames stopped pouring out of him, he gave them no time to even recover. With a mighty jerk of his huge body, he swung his massive tail like a whip behind him. He felt it smash into several small items and break them. It wasn't hard to figure out that these were soldiers. At this point, none seemed to be brave enough to try an attack. Most were trying to run away. Harry followed on foot and continued to pick the army off. He swiped his claws that were like blades that went straight through their armor as if it were made of paper. Every once in a while, he would come upon a large cluster of men running and would unleash another torrent of flame upon them, burning them to ash. He did this for a while before noticing the amount of death and damage he had caused. The landscape probably wouldn't recover for years without magical aid, and while there were a couple of thousand men marching towards Kedwen, at least 1,000 must be dead now with who knows how many injured. Harry decided he had done more than enough to slow this army down and gave a mighty flap of his wings before once more lifting himself into the sky and flying away. He could have finished the job, but there was really no need. Death should have a use besides filling someone's sadistic needs. Harry did not consider himself a sadist and saw no reason to kill more than he needed to. With Nilfgaard delayed for several weeks at the least from this, he would have plenty of time to have the wall built and then magically reinforce it. Several more days later, Harry watched as the ice dragons finally finished their work and made the ice wall a suitable 50 feet in height. The pontar that made up the southern border of Kedwin was several miles long, and it took a while for even 6 dragons to go back and forth on it to build it up. Luckily, he had been able to saturate the wall in magic as it was being built so he could do some work on it while the dragons were also working. With the wall properly saturated, he cast several charms on it to keep it from melting as well as keep people from climbing up it. He had debated having runic arrays, but making those in ice would be a pain, and he also didn't plan on having this be a permanent structure. No need to waste extra work on something just for temporary protection. Even without the arrays, it still took him several days to move up and down the wall casting charms as well as allowing his reserves to properly recover. He didn't want them to get too low in what was still not considered truly friendly territory. He sat on top of the wall and sighed as he looked down. So much work had been done recently and he was tired. He was about to go back to Avalon and deal with Assaul before taking a long-needed break. He swiftly operated back to Ard Cowley and into the building housing his portals. He didn't have the energy to apparate all the way back. He was in the room in a moment and walked easily into the beautiful blue portal before once more being transported to a new place. He walked out of it and saw himself once more in the Avalon building he had set up for portals and breathed easy as he exited the building. He decided to simply walk to the tower and enjoy the afternoon coolness. Many of the civilians were happy to see him and greeted him kindly, which he returned. This followed him all the way to the tower, which he was pleased about. Those in the far north loved him, and he knew those in Cover and Povis at least liked him after several royal decrees he had made which pertained to them. Kedwin would take some time as he had not been the ruler there very long. When he reached the tower, the guards opened the doors for him with no prompting and greeted him kindly. "Welcome home, Your Grace." "Thank you. Can you tell me where Lady Mary is?" Harry asked, being too lazy to sense her out himself. "I believe she is in her office in the tower," the guard informed him. "Thank you," Harry said before continuing up to her office. He easily navigated through the familiar halls until he stood in front of her door. He knocked politely and waited. "Come in," a muffled voice said from within. He stepped in and saw Mary writing something on a piece of paper as a man from her personal task force stood next to her. As they saw him enter, both made to bow before he waved off the gesture. "Please don't bother." "What are you up to?" Harry asked. "It's good to see you. I am giving Henry here permission to launch an investigation on a sorcerer in Velhad who we suspect may have used magic to convince women to sleep with him," Mary told him. Harry nodded. While magic users were welcome, that did not mean he would let them take advantage of others just because they felt themselves better than them. "Good to hear. I came to hopefully deal with Assaul. Do you have time?" Harry asked her. A gleam appeared in her eyes as she quickly nodded. "Sure, I just finished this." "Here you go, Henry. Take 2 others of your choice with you. Make sure you detail and have evidence of everything. I don't want any mistakes or claims that we treat or mistreat sorcerers separately from other citizens." "Understood?" Mary commanded. Henry nodded. "It shall be done, my lady," he said politely before excusing himself. Harry watched as the man left before looking at Mary. "Ready?" he asked her. "Absolutely, let's go," she said as they walked out the door and head down to the dungeons hidden under the tower. The tower had a state-of-the-art dungeon system with a mix of magic and mundane traps, hidden for those who tried to break in or escape. "Have you decided on what his punishment will be?" Mary asked. "Nope," Harry responded easily. She frowned at that. "Why not?" she asked. "I want to look in his eyes when I sentence him," Harry said back to her. Mary grunted at him and he smiled at her response. "Just because you never liked him doesn't mean he doesn't deserve some mercy. He helped a lot when Avalon was just starting," Harry told her. "To convince you to let him stay, not because he is a nice person," Mary said back. "It is both. People are complex creatures and don't often have one singular reason for doing anything. I am sure Assaul would have been willing to help either way." He is not inherently a bad person or an evil individual. He is just someone who happened to be loyal to someone else. Harry told her. Mary was quiet at that. They eventually got to the cell housing Asal. He peered into the cell and saw the man who seemed unconscious. Harry snapped his fingers and used a renervate on the man, causing him to jump up. The man looked around in confusion at where he was, but not too much, as he was currently in magic dampening chains that hung on each of his limbs. He seemed to struggle against the chains when he realized he was in them. Did he struggle when you arrested him? Harry asked, as if he were talking about the weather. Yes, though not much. When it was clear he was going to struggle, we knocked him out and brought him here. That was yesterday, Mary told him. Their conversation seemed to grab Asal's attention as he came over to the entrance to his cell and started babbling. Harry ignored the man for the moment. He has been asleep the whole time? Harry asked her. Mary shrugged. As far as I know, no, she said back. Harry nodded, though he frowned a little. Either they had hit the man really hard, or this was not the first time he had woken. Asal kept babbling, and it was getting on Harry's nerves. With another snap of his fingers, no sound came out of Asal anymore. The man seemed confused when he tried to say something, but nothing came out. I am going to release the charm on you. When I do, if you keep babbling like a baby, I am going to have to use more physical means to get you to stop. Do you understand? Harry asked.
Asal nodded frantically.
With that, the spell dropped. Asal didn't say anything when it did, seemingly afraid to speak first. I assume you know why you are here? Harry asked. No, Your Grace. I promise I have committed no wrongdoing. Asal said, lying through his teeth. Really? Well then, I will give you a chance to not lie to me. I will ask you a series of questions and you will answer, simple as that. Understand? Harry asked him. Asal nodded rapidly again. Good. Now, are you a servant of the sorceress known as Francesca Findabair or Enid and Gliana? And no, Your Grace. Have you ever sent information about the Avalonian Empire to any outside kingdom or source? No, of course not. Have you ever tried to break into restricted areas while I am away somewhere else? Eno. Harry just looked at the man/elf, who started to twitch in fear under his chilling gaze. Are you a man? I am. Now see, there's the problem with you, Asal. I give you a chance and you spit on it. Metaphorically, of course. Harry said with a sigh. Asal quickly started letting out claims that he was telling the truth. Harry didn't answer him verbally. Instead, he waved his hand over the man's face and watched as the illusion dropped on the elf, silencing him. Asal looked in horror at him, as it was clear his jig was up. Harry said nothing for a moment as he took a step back from the cage. I knew from the very beginning, Asal. The night you arrived, I watched you go into your home and contact your mistress. I heard you report everything you learned that day to her. I saw you drop the illusion that made you look like a man. Harry told him, and he started to slowly pace back and forth in front of his cell. Asal said nothing as he looked to Harry. The security around my office freezes the signature of any who try to enter it while my protections are up to inform me who it was when I return. I knew it was you after your first attempt. In truth, the reason you are here is because I had grown tired of having to deal with said attempts. Harry finished as he crouched down to look at Asal, who had slid to the floor in defeat at this point. For a few moments there was silence. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Mary smirking from the display. Why, if you knew the whole time, why would you let me stay this long? Asal asked him. Harry shrugged. Why wouldn't I? I only ever let you have information that I didn't care for, and you were pretty much harmless. In fact, you even aided Avalon with your healing and help with the planting of crops near the city. I got more than I gave with having you around, so I let it stand. Harry told the elven sorcerer, who digested Harry's words. So I was made before I even started, Asal said sadly. No offense, but you are a terrible spy, Asal. I am already extremely good at catching spies, and I mean real spies who train their whole life. You, on the other hand, well, I had you the moment you entered the far north. Harry told him. Asal seemed to be holding back the depression setting in from how badly he had failed. So what happens now? As all Asal asked. Harry started to pace slowly again. Well, that depends. On the one hand, spies usually hang. On the other hand, you were a big help to the creation of Avalon when it first started with your healing and kept helping with crops after. So I honestly am at a bit of dilemma here. What would you do in my position? Harry asked. I don't know. Saul admitted. Harry said as looked over to Mary. She just looked back at him. She didn't have to make her opinion known. He knew what she wanted done. He didn't believe he was willing to go that far. I'm going to let you live, Saul. In fact, I am going to let you go. Harry said. What? You are? Harry smiled at the reactions of the two as he looked back and forth between them. Mary seemed pissed while Saul looked relieved. Don't look too relieved, Saul, you are still getting punished. Taking into account both the good and bad you have done, there is only one punishment suitable for you. From this day to your last, you shall forever be banished from any land under the control of the Avalonian Empire. Along with this, your magic will also be bound, so you may never use the gifts you were born with again. Harry commanded. Saul seemed fine with the first part, but when he heard the last part his face showed that of devastation. Your Grace, please, enough. It is either this or death. I will ask once. Do you want this or death? Harry asked. I will accept your gracious proposal. Saul relented, not that he had much of a choice. Harry turned and looked at Mary, who no longer seemed so angry but was probably still wishing for a harsher punishment. We're done here, Harry said, walking away to get some much-needed rest after so much happening. May 1272. Harry stood on a battlefield and stared impassively as he walked past all the Nilfgaardian bodies that had just tried to invade his kingdom. Seems they had gotten rather bold recently from their success further south. He was tempted to go on a massacre and show these annoying southerners what true power was. Burn the bodies, melt the armor. We can't afford monsters coming to feast on them. Harry yelled out. That was pretty standard in his kingdom and lots of places in the north, actually. He then started to slowly walk away from the scene. His army had managed to deal with the invaders easily enough, mainly because they had not yet fully crossed and only part of their force was here. He knew he could fix the problem by also putting a border on the Redanian side, but he was hesitant to do so with how many refugees were crossing over. He wouldn't want anyone to be stuck with Radovid, the insane asshole. I am leaving. Send a raven if you need to tell me something, Harry said as he disappeared in a swirl, leaving the men in awe. He reappeared back in Ard Cowley, where he had taken to living for the time being. He continued to let Cassandra run the kingdom for the most part, but he was still in charge of the military. His forces now numbered between 50 and 60,000 soldiers and growing. He was also starting a unit of magic users as well as a guerrilla force. They numbered close to 50, but they could certainly do some damage with their abilities. He had taken to watching their training under Shaela in Pont Vanis. Boy, she was not happy about that, but Harry had hinted that it would be in her best interest if she insisted on aiding the Empire. If the Lodge wanted to get in his good graces, then they sure as hell were going to have to work for it. Besides them, he also had himself plus his dragons. That made him the strongest force in the north by far. Redania had an impressive number of soldiers given its size due to Radovid spurring them all into a fanatical, patriotic frenzy. Of course, Radovid also had a bunch of witch hunters patrolling his lands. He still remembered when that blasted church had approached him for entry into his empire. What did you just say to me, priest? Harry asked coldly as he stared hard at the quivering man in bright red and white who gulped and steeled himself. Your Grace, I meant no offense. I only wished to point out the benefits of... The priest tried to say, only for Harry to cut him off once more. I heard what you fucking said. Do you not think my ears work, priest? Or perhaps you believe me too incompetent to process the words coming out of your mouth? Harry suggested with genuine anger in his eyes. No, Your Grace. I simply wish to say that allowing the church entry into your kingdoms would give the people front of his court. The priest gawked at him, and the rest of the court looked rather surprised by his declaration. You have 3 days to get out of my kingdom. I would get going if I were you, since you don't appear to have a horse. Harry told him darkly before making a dismissive motion with his hand. He had never seen a priest run so quickly in his life. That had been fun to say to that little prick. The church would get what was coming to them one day. If they wanted to solve this with violence, then he would be more than happy to oblige, and he knew there were others that would be happy to oblige as well. Radovid had made a lot of internal enemies during his reign. He briefly wondered where Philippa Eilhart was lurking. He bet she would spend a fortune to have a shot at the king. He sighed as he made his way into his main office now that he had given Cassandra the main one of the keep. Inside, he found a familiar face waiting for him. It was Luther, the head servant of the keep. "Luther," he said in greeting, "what can I do for you?" "Your Grace, your acquaintance, Geralt of Rivia is here to see you, and he is here with an older gentleman as well," Luther told him. Harry smiled at that. "That is good. Where are they?" Harry asked him. "They are waiting in the courtyard since Lady Cassandra is currently holding court in the main hall," Luther told him. "Good, thank you, Luther. You are dismissed," Harry said before walking off towards the courtyard. Harry moved down through the keep and outside into the courtyard. Luther was correct. Geralt and Vesemir were standing off to the side and talking to each other. Quietly, they got a few looks from soldiers and people moving in and out of the keep, but no one bothered them, which was good since he would have punished any who did. "Geralt, my friend," Harry yelled out with a smile. Geralt and Vesemir stopped as they looked over at him. When he got close, he and Geralt grasped arms in greeting, and Harry smiled at the stoic man. "It's good to see you again." "It's good to officially meet you, Master Vesemir. I have heard quite a bit about you from back in the day when you were out and about." "An impressive reputation," Harry said as he moved over to respectfully shake his hand. The man returned it easily. "Well, to be known by a king of your status is quite an honor," Vesemir said back respectfully. Harry waved that off. "None of that. Any friend of Geralt is a friend of mine. You may call me Hadrian," Harry told him easily. Vesemir nodded at that. "Very well, the Hadrian." He seemed to try it out. Harry nodded in approval before looking at Geralt and became more serious. "It has only been a few months, Geralt. I take it you are not here on a social visit, especially since you are arriving with company. What can I help you with, my friend?" Harry said as they began to slowly walk shoulder to shoulder around the keep with Vesemir trailing behind them. "A couple of weeks ago, I received a letter from Yennefer," Geralt said as he looked to him. Harry smirked. "And now you march to your death, is that it?" he asked in amusement. Geralt shook his head. "No, she said she needed to talk. She said it was important and to find her. I know she is heading north. I was wondering if you could help point me in the right direction," Geralt replied. Harry hummed at that. "She's not exactly keeping a low profile. If I were you, I would go to White Orchard. Nilfgaard took it over last month, and she seems to be going north for some reason. I assume she has some task in the northern kingdoms. Velen has been left alone for the most part. I hear some baron pledged allegiance to Nilfgaard in exchange for continued control," Harry told him. "Any idea why she would be going north?" "I somehow doubt it's just to meet me," Geralt asked. Harry shrugged. There was a magical burst somewhere in Velen about a week and a half ago. Pretty noticeable too. Maybe she wants you to help her find out about it," Harry suggested. Geralt gained a thoughtful expression. "Still seems strange for her. And you don't know anything about the burst?" he pressed. Harry shook his head. "No, I figured it was just an experiment gone wrong. Felt like dimensional energy, so probably a portal or something similar to it was made incorrectly," Harry told him. Geralt nodded. "I guess that will do," Geralt said to him. "You're not leaving, already are you?" Harry asked. Geralt nodded. "We have to leave." Yennefer seemed pretty serious about getting there as fast as possible, Geralt said. Harry groaned. "You never want to catch up, Geralt." "Well, fine. Make sure you take some supplies for your trip, and I will not take no for an answer," Harry said as he watched Geralt try to interrupt. He seemed to bow to Harry's wishes though, and allowed it. "Fine," he grunted. Harry smiled at that before calling out for a servant. One quickly ran out to him and bowed before the three of them. "What can I do for you, your grace?" the bowed young man asked. Harry looked down at his bowing form. "These men need supplies for a journey all the way to White Orchard and then some. Make sure they are fully outfitted before they leave, no matter how much they try to downplay their need." "Am I understood?" Harry asked sternly. The man nodded frantically. "Of course. Right this way, gentlemen," the servant said, gesturing out of the courtyard and back into the town. "Good luck, Geralt. Remember, I am only just a letter away. Also, let me know if that explosion turns out to be interesting." If Yennefer is involved, it must be. Harry said kindly, and Geralt nodded quietly as he always did. Thank you, Hadrian, Vesemir voiced out. Harry smiled at the man. He was older and clearly more experienced in talking and diplomacy despite Geralt's fame as far as Witchers go. You're welcome, Master Witcher. Harry responded back easily. He said his goodbyes to the two men before leading them out of the busy keep. He watched them go until they disappeared further down the street. He had a gentle smile on his face until they disappeared from his view. His smile dropped and a crow landed lightly on his shoulder from an invisible call he had just sent out. Go to Velen and explore that magical blast. Harry watched the crow absorb the order and take off and fly high up until it disappeared from view. Harry frowned as he thought on what he was just told. Yennefer was a powerful sorceress, and her asking for help even from Geralt on something was rather strange, especially if it did turn out to be a magical matter. Imhir wouldn't just send one of his best mages into the northern kingdoms, which would no doubt be hostile to her in its current circumstances. Something must be important for him to send her specifically, and there really wasn't anything else that may concern Yennefer save for that explosion he had felt. He made a grunting noise in his throat. He would wait for his crows to let him know what it found. He would not jump to any conclusions just yet. Hopefully Geralt would actually send him some news. Several weeks later, Geralt's POV. Geralt walked out of the Emperor's Solar and moved through the castle back to Yennefer. It was all almost overwhelming to hear what was happening. Ciri had apparently returned to this world and was already making waves. He should have known Imhir summoned him for something to do with her. The man wasn't exactly known for being friendly with others. What's worse, Yennefer had already seemed to agree to aid the man in finding her. If there was one thing Geralt was sure of, it was that Yennefer loved Ciri and would not be working with Nilfgaard if she felt they would be a threat to her. Then again, even if he found Ciri, he couldn't imagine her willingly coming back and becoming Imhir's heir again. They weren't exactly on best terms, and Ciri wasn't a flowery girl who would enjoy sitting in dresses, making decisions, and being courted by those seeking power. He sighed at the whole situation. He wasn't sure how he kept getting in these complex situations that no Witcher had any business in being in. He cleared his head as he got back to the room where he knew Yennefer was waiting for him. He hesitated for a moment before he entered. He and Yen had not really talked much on the trip to Vizima beyond simple conversation. Of course, it could just be because of the retinue of soldiers and lack of privacy during the trip. He shook his head at that. He knew it wasn't true. They hadn't cleared the air about all that had passed since they last saw each other. He was sure that she knew what he had been up to. He had no idea what her reaction was going to be, what with what had happened between him and Triss. Sure, he hadn't known at the time due to his memory loss, but he doubted it would matter to Yen. Are you going to stand out there all day? Geralt looked up at the door as he heard the familiar voice come from the other side. He shook his head once more, thought this time in a small amount of amusement, before reaching for the handle and opening the door. He scanned the room and saw Yennefer standing over by the fireplace that had a picture of a young Cirilla in a dress sitting over it. Yennefer was eyeing the picture, and Geralt walked over and joined her in eyeing it. If he were honest, it was an amazing picture. Everything from the annoyed scowl on her face to the stiff posture simply screamed Ciri. For a moment, he almost felt some deep nostalgia overtake him as he thought back to simpler days when he trained his surrogate daughter out in the yard of Caer Morhen. Yennefer, about the last few, there's nothing to say about it, Geralt. We both know what happened, and while I am not exactly pleased by it, I do not hold it against you. Let us simply move past it and focus on our current task, Yennefer said as she looked over at him sternly. Geralt looked at her and saw the way her eyebrows scrunched together as she looked at him seriously. He was temporarily taken by her beauty and was hit by emotions he had not had in a long time. She was beautiful, elegant, yet the scariest thing he had ever laid his eyes on. Although he showed nothing on his face, he saw her raise an amused eyebrow at him and the hint of a smirk come across her lips. She must have read his thoughts, not that it bothered him. He had never felt the need to hide anything from her. She leaned over and placed a soft kiss on his cheek. He felt the place where her lips had pressed against him warm up and send a pleasant feeling into him. He made a pleasant hum as he felt the feeling spread and course through him. He looked at her in question. Make no mistake. I missed you as well, Gerald. She told him pointedly. Her words were almost as pleasant as the kiss she had just placed on him. He gave a small smile before nodding. So where do we go from here? Gerald asked her. Someone matching Ciri's description has been sighted in 3 different places. Vilan, Novigrad, and on Skellige. I figured you can check in Vilan and Novigrad while I go check in Skellige. We would cover more ground that way, she pointed out. Gerald nodded at that. Are we sure that this is Ciri and not some ghost or doppelganger? Gerald asked. We are not positive, of course, but given what we know and the clues we have found, I believe that it is legitimately her. The timing of both that magical presence in Vilan as the sudden appearance of someone who looks exactly like her can't be ignored. Plus, the power behind that magic certainly points to Ciri as well. Not to mention the Wild Hunt's appearance pretty much confirms it. Gerald nodded at her words and looked into the fireplace as he thought further on what she had said. And if we find her, are we actually bringing her back to him here? Gerald questioned as he gave her a look. Yennefer seemed to grimace at that. I admit, it is not the solution I had hoped for, but I believe it to be the best one available. Yennefer confided quietly. You think Ciri is going to go along with this? Gerald pushed. I think she will understand this is the best solution. Yennefer said back. Anyone else would think she sounded confident in what she had said, but Gerald knew better. He could see the subtle shift in her posture and the way her fingers twitched as she spoke. In truth, Gerald doubted she truly knew what Ciri would agree to. All she probably wanted to do was convince her to stay so her adopted daughter would not leave so quickly again. Gerald tensed as another thought came into his head. A certain memory he had been purposefully not trying to think of, mainly because it had seemed so unbelievable. There may be another way, Gerald said slowly. Yennefer looked at him with clear confusion in her eyes. I assume you know of Hadrian Black, the current king of the Avalonian Empire? Gerald questioned. Of course, I assume every person on the planet knows of him at this point. He almost single-handedly created his empire and is undefeated in any conflict. He created a kingdom and took over 2 in all in less than a decade. Most would consider that impossible. Yennefer said to him. Gerald nodded. Well, as you know, I knew him as the Black Mage before he became king, and after a certain issue with an assassin years ago, he told me something strange. He confessed to know Ciri from a different world, his original one, the one we read of in his journal all those years ago. Gerald told her. Yennefer's lips parted as she looked at him in clear surprise. When did he tell you this? She demanded. Do you remember when I killed Rience? That night, he told me and Dandelion a story of how an adult Ciri came to his world and played an important impact on his life. He spoke of how he came to this world on accident but has been working to aid Ciri since his arrival without disrupting the events surrounding her too much. Gerald told her. Yennefer's face scrunched up in thought and she started pacing. Gerald watched her. You stopped and saw him in on the way to see me, did you not? Did you remember this then? She asked. Gerald shook his head. He erased my memory of the conversation from my mind, but I believe it was more to prevent me from accidentally changing something before Ciri left. I am not sure if he would try to do something again to me, Gerald told her. Yennefer frowned at that before going back to her pacing. Gerald simply let her. This whole plotting and planning thing wasn't something he excelled at, so he decided to wait for Yennefer to finish. You think he means to help Ciri and that is all? He does have responsibilities to his empire now. Yennefer pointed out. I think he would. He spent many years planning on how to aid Ciri from what I remember. I doubt he would simply throw out all that work, Gerald said back. You know him, Gerald. I am asking you on your personal feeling. What do you think he would do? Yennefer asked, looking seriously at him. Gerald looked down as he thought on all his encounters with Hadrian, or Harry as he used to be known as. The man had been nothing but a friend to him for as long as he had known him. Now that he thought on it, it was likely because of his relationship with Ciri, at least to some extent. Despite the whole issue with him getting his memory erased, he did trust Hadrian. The man may have been mysterious, but he had always treated Gerald with kindness. If he looked at the deeds he had done as king, he also approved of the way he acted. The man had morals, and if he didn't like something in the world, he did his best to change it. It was something different than more of respect. I think we should consider telling him about this. not only because of his possible relationship with Ciri but also the resources he has that we could use. It's no secret that even Nilfgaard hasn't found an actual way to counter his power, armies, or dragons. His kingdom is also extremely wealthy, Geralt pointed out. Yennefer considered his words. Her face was hard as she thought on what he said before it softened. Then a small soft smile appeared on her face. I remember the first time I met him. I asked him if he could heal my organs so I could bear a child. He refused but told me of how I would one day have a daughter anyways. I would just have to keep my eyes open for the opportunity. Yennefer revealed. Geralt processed that information. She had never told him that, but it made sense. Hadrian had a long time to plan out and familiarize himself with all those who Ciri surrounded herself with. Not as surprising given all that we now know. Geralt said easily. I will leave it up to you whether or not to contact him. If you decide to do it, make sure you wait until you are at least out of Vizima. We will need to be discreet. I doubt Imhir would appreciate us contacting this man despite his supposed relation to Ciri. Yennefer pointed out. Geralt agreed with that at least. I will make sure I am out of sight. When do we depart? Geralt asked her. Tomorrow morning. Does that mean we have some time tonight then? Geralt asked with the clear suggestion in his voice. Yennefer gave him a sly smirk. So eager. Unfortunately, we have no time for pleasantries tonight. It's already late and I doubt your stamina has decreased since we last saw each other. We don't have all night, you know, we have to get up early. Yennefer told him. I'll still be able to get up. Geralt pointed out. I won't. Geralt chuckled as he moved away from her. Tomorrow they would ride to the north together. 1 week later Harry's POV. Harry stood in the town of Ban Glean, in the southern part of Kedwen. It is where he had assembled most of the military might of Kedwen as well as 3 of his dragons. He was in a tent full of the various lords of the land as they went over some of the losses they had over the past couple of weeks due to either skirmishes or raids. Elven raiders had been sneaking in through the forest that laid between the Kestrel and Mahakam mountain ranges. Since the forest was on both the Redanian and Kedwen lands, they would simply cross over at Redania and then move over to Kedwen around his wall. Luckily, you could not bring any sort of real presence through the woods and really only the squirrels or Scoia'tael as they preferred, could come over in any real number. They are going to pick at us and try to weaken us over time. Once Nilfgaard realizes they can't get past your wall, there is only one way they could get into Kedwen, the pass through the Kestrel Mountains. Harry looked at the lord who spoke as they all huddled around a map. The man spoke the truth. Imhir would know this by now and would be focusing on taking Redania from Radovid before trying to deal with him. That being said, it was clear the man was using his elven allies to try and soften him up while he was delayed. Could we not convince them to abandon Nilfgaard for us? Surely, with the policies you have implemented you have shown our kingdom to be a friend to all people and would treat them fairly. Another much younger noble asked.
No.
At this point, it's not about the rights or benefits they would get. It's about getting even with those in the north who wronged them and treated them like they were lower than dirt for so long. They simply want us to hurt and they won't stop until they show us all what it's like. Harry responded quietly without taking his eyes off the map. The room went silent at his words, but Harry continued to try and puzzle out where to find their enemies. His eyes drifted over to the mountain range itself. They're hiding in the mountain ranges. Harry said out loud after a moment of thought. All the assembled lords looked at the mountains and the older, more experienced ones frowned at this. The mountains, that's a lot of land to search through. There's also no way to send any sizable force into the mountains to rout them out. The lord who had first spoken said. Harry looked at the map intently. It made sense that they would hide there. It was somewhere where they had a much easier time getting to than normal men and armies would. It was also easier to defend since they would have the high ground the whole time, which means they could pick them off while their men would have to only try and defend themselves. It would take a very powerful force to get up and attack, which would be impossible considering how hard it would be to get up the mountain. I have a plan. I will have my scouts go in and find their encampments, then I will use the dragons to rout them out of their locations and back down the mountain. We will have our men waiting at the bottom to deal with the stragglers. Harry said to all of them. He heard a murmur as they thought about what he had said. That could still take a lot of time. No offense, Your Grace, but we are still not sure they are in the mountains. although I agree that it would make sense for them to be there. There are no scouts that could possibly scout the whole range in any sort of timely manner. That could take months if not years. Another of the lords pointed out to him. Harry shook his head. Do not worry about that. My scouts have magic at their disposal and will be much less hindered than others. Harry told them. That seemed to assuage the fears of the men. In the meantime, we need to protect the villages closest to the mountains. Lord Calder, you will take your men and protect everything south of the pass. Lord Hartley, you will protect the northern half. If you need reinforcements, you are given leave to request men from the various nearby lords to aid your quest. Harry ordered. Both the lords he had called upon bowed and agreed to his orders easily. Both could field the biggest host in the Kedwen and were each powerful in their own right. What of the rest of the kingdoms under the Avalonian banner? Will they not be aiding us? Harry looked up but could not identify who spoke. He didn't need to though, as he saw the question mirrored in all the assembled men's eyes. Cover and Povis will be sending spare resources from their stores to supplement the fact that Kedwen will be missing out on much of the collection of their own resources. Avalon and the various settlements around it will be working to send weapons and armor down to outfit as much of the army as possible. It will work on a loan system of course, but it will have to do. Harry told them easily. What about men? As of right now, there is no need for more men to be sent to Kedwen. The situation right now is still not too problematic nor desperate. Should that change and I believe you can no longer handle the foreign threat, then of course I will send more men down to reinforce you. That seemed to satisfy them all. With that, Harry concluded the meeting and had them all leave the room. He sighed as he watched them shuffle out to most likely go back out of the town and sleep in their encampments. The inn was already overflowing with how many lords that were here. He left the meeting room himself and moved over to the home he had been lent for the brief time he was here. It was owned by a mage named Henry who seemed to own an importing and exporting business, which wasn't that surprising considering his skill in magic wasn't that impressive. Harry had been thankful and had accepted the offer of the man despite the fact that he barely spent any of his time in the house. He entered the home and heard a caw as soon as he entered the room. He looked up in surprise and looked at the crow that was sitting perched up in the rafters of the house. It flew down to him as soon as it had been noticed and landed on his shoulder. He smiled as he looked at it as he was finally getting some news. What do you have to report, little one? The crow placed its forehead against the side of his head, and immediately memories came flooding into his mind. He observed them thoroughly. The crow had gone to Velan and seen what all the commotion was about. It got to the site of the explosion, but he noticed there was a surprisingly lacking amount of damage. Actually, it looked more like some fight had happened in the forest. He continued as the crow flew around the forest, following the signs of what appeared to be something or someone that had made their way through the forest from the initial site. After a while, it came upon the corpse of several wolves and then a werewolf. Harry started to frown at that. The fact that a werewolf was dead did not surprise him. It was how it looked to have died. He had assumed it was a foolish mage that had caused the explosion further in the forest, but the hybrid had deep cuts all over its body that suggested it was killed by a sword. With the depth and nasty look of each cut, it would have to have been made by a witcher or one of the rare humans of equal skill. As he came to that, he almost immediately concluded this to be the truth as he further noticed the precision of each cut. Witchers were pretty rare these days, but he supposed it was possible. Did that mean that this witcher had killed the mage who caused the explosion, or did they perhaps simply come upon the scene? Of course, it could also have been, well, he didn't even dare to actually hope for that. Although, the pieces did add up surprisingly well now that he thought about it. Witcher training, and from the sight of dimensional energy in abundance in the area. Come to think of it, if it wasn't an explosion then it was more likely a controlled but powerful burst. A controlled burst of that much energy, though, could only be done with someone with a large amount of power. He could do it, but there weren't many on this planet who could do so without several power stones. Harry was brought from his musings as a knock suddenly came from the door. He frowned and was jarred from the memories his little friend had provided by the noise. He frowned and moved back towards the door. It was strange for anyone to be coming by this late in the day. Extending his sense out into magic, he sensed no danger coming from outside. Perhaps a simple late-night visitor then. He opened the large doors and looked out. There was a guard for the town carrying a torch and a nervous-looking man with him in a uniform that showed him to be some sort of courier. "Sorry to bother you, Your Grace, but this man insisted that he must see you as soon as possible. He claims to be carrying a letter for your eyes only," the guard said as he looked at the man suspiciously. "Thank you. I will take it from here." Harry nodded to show his appreciation towards the man for escorting the courier up here. He looked at the courier who reached into a pouch he was carrying before giving him the letter. Harry gingerly took it before then thanking the man and watching him disappear down the street. He closed the door and turned around back into the house as he eyed the letter carefully. He sensed no magic from the parchment. Looking at it showed the parchment wasn't of any particular notable quality, which meant it was not likely sent by someone of noble status. With the suspense growing, he finally broke the seal and opened the letter. His eyes scanned over the contents, growing more and more pressed as he continued to read on. Once finished, he dropped it on the ground as his mind started racing with what he had just absorbed. Geralt had written to him after all, and the results were more than even he expected. Ciri was back in this world and in the northern kingdoms. The time had finally come for all he had worked for to come to fruition. June 1272. Geralt's POV. Geralt sighed in frustration as he exited the manor at Crow's Perch after dealing with the Bloody Baron for the last hour and investigating the disappearance of the man's wife and daughter. When he had met the man, he had not thought him to be so bad, if a little blunt. He wasn't so sure what to think of the man now. He seemed to be remorseful, but if the wife truly did not want to return, then he wasn't sure he wanted to force her. Geralt was thrown from his thoughts suddenly as he saw something approaching him quickly. He barely had time to dodge out of the way, and he only managed to due to his superior reflexes. He rolled to the side and identified the object as a man flying backwards extremely quickly until he smashed into the side of the manor and crumpled to the floor. He blinked and looked over towards the direction the man had come. He was more than a little surprised to see Hadrian standing in the middle of a group of men, all pointing their weapons at him, looking fearful. "The next person who approaches me with their glorified pointy stick, I will give them a first-hand experience on what it feels like to spontaneously combust," Hadrian said in a much calmer tone than the glare on his face would suggest. He looked irate and much more ruffled than Geralt had ever seen him before. "What's spontaneous combustion?" one of the guards asked quietly. "You're about to find out," Hadrian gritted out. Suddenly, lightning started crackling around him angrily. The men took several steps back in fear. "Hadrian," Geralt called out to try and stop him from killing anyone. Hadrian looked at him, and suddenly the anger in his eyes faded into one of questioning. He immediately started walking towards him. "Geralt, finally. What have you found? Where is Ciri?" Hadrian asked him very quickly. Geralt rose an eyebrow at that. He had never seen the man so flustered. "It's good to see you two." "No, I have not found Ciri. I am following a lead on her right now." "Why don't you join me?" Geralt asked calmly. It would probably be a good idea to talk privately to Hadrian away from present eyes. "Yes, of course. Let's go now." Hadrian agreed immediately and turned to walk away. Geralt quickly caught up and got into step next to the powerful sorcerer. They said nothing to each other as they walked out of Crow's Perch. Geralt noticed that the inner gates that separated the village from the keep looked to be deeply scorched and blown open and off its hinges. He glanced at Hadrian, but he seemed to be innocently ignoring his gaze. Once they finally got out of the village, Geralt finally decided to speak as he hopped on Roach. "I wasn't sure you were going to show up," Geralt said. He watched for a moment as Hadrian waved his hand and the dirt rose and took form into a dirt horse. The horse then seemed to change right in front of his eyes from dirt into a living, breathing, black stallion. He blinked as Hadrian smoothly got on top of it. "Well, I had to make sure that my associates were prepared for my disappearance," Hadrian replied. Geralt nodded. "I see. Can you make other animals?" Geralt asked curiously. Hadrian nodded. "Pretty much any, though it's really just like animating the dirt and changing its appearance to my thoughts. It's not a real horse, of course. I could make monsters, but I can only mimic aesthetics of the creature, not their abilities," he explained. Geralt was pretty sure he understood what the man was saying. Enough with the useless chat. Tell me about the search, Gerald. How close are we? Hadrian finally pressed. Not close, we have a few leads and I am following one right now. Yennefer is following up on a lead in Skellige. I need to check in on Vilen and Novigrad. Geralt explained. Harry frowned. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised even Yennefer could not locate Ciri. Hadrian said in annoyance. She has ways to locate her, but as soon as she does, the Wild Hunt hone in on her and try and attack her apparently. Geralt revealed. Hadrian looked at him in surprise. She actually has a way to track Ciri? Most impressive. I have not yet figured out a way to do so. Her magic is aligned to much with dimensional energy for me to lock on to her with anything. Hadrian revealed. That's Yen for you. So where are we going? Hadrian asked. We are going to a man called the Peller, who may know something about the Baron's wife. Geralt explained. Hadrian looked at him in confusion. You believe this woman knows the location of Ciri? No, Ciri was here a while ago, and the Baron won't tell me where she went until I find his wife and daughter. Geralt explained. He hadn't registered Hadrian had stopped riding next to him until he felt an ice-cold chill suddenly surround him. He looked around and saw Hadrian several meters back staring at him in angry. What? Hadrian asked quietly. What? Geralt said back in confusion. You mean to tell me that we are wasting time on some stupid errand just to appease this man enough to get him to tell us information that he should be giving us naturally? Hadrian clarified. Geralt nodded, not seeing the issue. This is how it usually went with royals and nobles. They always wanted something. Yes, Geralt said. Hadrian said nothing as he immediately turned and headed back the way they came. Where are you going? I am going to go back to Crow's Perch and kindly ask him to give me the information. If he does not, then I will rip the information from his mind and leave him an empty husk for trying to blackmail us with vital information. Hadrian replied easily. Geralt processed the words for a moment and his eyes widened a fraction of an inch. What? Wait, we can't just go back and torture him for the information. What about his men? Geralt tried to reason. Hadrian was powerful, he knew that for sure, but it only took one stray arrow to put him down permanently. Those men are barely better than bandits. If they get in the way, then they get what is coming to them. Hadrian said simply. Hadrian, Geralt, let's look at this logically. I am not saying this man doesn't deserve to find his family, but Ciri's fate is the fate of the entire world. If the Wild Hunt gets their hands on her, then we're all fucked. We have no time for this. Hadrian said right back. Geralt couldn't agree more, but he wasn't exactly comfortable with what Hadrian was planning to do. It must have been obvious to Hadrian, as the man moved to reassure him. Look, if the man doesn't give us much trouble, I will help him find his wife and daughter. Unless they are drenched in dimensional magic like Ciri, I should be able to find them easy enough, even if they are hidden behind wards or enchantments. Hadrian said. Geralt did feel a little better about that. They arrived back in Crow's Perch and moved past the village. The guards didn't exactly look pleased to see them back and, for once, it didn't look like it was his fault. They all seemed to be giving distrustful looks towards Hadrian. They don't like you, Geralt observed. Good, I don't like them. I'm just waiting for one of these pieces of shit to step a toe out of line so I have an excuse, Hadrian mumbled. Geralt still caught it, of course, and smirked. They re-entered the keep and were met by the sergeant. He didn't look so confident as when Geralt had first entered alone. He looked puffed up as he gazed at Hadrian, but anyone with eyes could see he had a palpable fear to him. Back so soon? He asked suspiciously. Get the fuck out of my way before I teleport you several thousand feet into the air and have you enter a free fall. Hadrian threatened. Geralt rose an eyebrow at hearing that, but the sergeant didn't need to be told twice as he immediately moved away. Harry moved forward into the manor. He opened the door with a crack. Geralt looked as they entered and noticed the door had been locked. Hadrian had apparently broken straight through. Geralt briefly wondered if Harry had done a magic spell or had just brute forced the door open. He heard a loud grunt and looked up to see the Baron being lifted off the ground by Hadrian with one hand while his other hand had a ball of fire being held dangerously close to the large man's face. Let me make this immediately clear. Geralt was nice enough to appease to your very unreasonable request to find your wayward family. I am not nearly as nice as Geralt. We are on a very limited timeline to find Siri and I don't have time to be blackmailed, so here are your options. You tell me where she went immediately and I may use some of my limited kindness to help find your family. The second option is that you refuse and I use magic to rip the information from your thick skull. I then leave you and your familial issues to rot. Choose which option you want now. Hadrian finished. Let go. If the next thing out of your mouth isn't which option you wish for, then I will choose for you and I promise you will not like my choice. Hadrian threatened. Gerald had a thought that maybe he should step in at this point but wasn't quite sure. Just as he was about to say something, the Baron spoke. All right. I said all right. Let me go, you damn sorcerer. The Baron yelled. Hadrian dropped him and the huge man fell to the ground and started coughing violently as he tried to recatch his breath. You made the choice. Hadrian told him. Damn you. Damn me? Go to hell, you piece of shit. You dare blackmail a father trying to find his daughter, who is being chased by some of the most dangerous beings this world knows. You're lucky Gerald is here, otherwise I would offer you the same mercy you gave us. Hadrian hissed back. The Baron looked up at him with a glare but said nothing at his words. Gerald didn't approve of the method personally, but he couldn't help but agree. He needed to find Siri, and while he had some sympathy for the Baron, blackmailing him was above what he would normally allow. Well? Hadrian asked. Novigrad. The lass went to Novigrad. The Baron admitted. Hadrian growled but said nothing else. He turned towards Gerald. See, sometimes being an ass pays off, he said pointedly. Gerald gave him the flattest stare he could give. Stop looking at me like that. So, how are we doing this? Hadrian asked. Doing what? Gerald asked. Getting to Novigrad. If I remember correctly, you hate magical means of travel. Will you allow me to teleport us there? I'd rather take Roach. Gerald told him easily, but also trying to impress upon the sorcerer how much he did not want to travel magically. Hadrian rolled his eyes. Fine, Hadrian mumbled as he looked down at the Baron again. Give me and Gerald lodging for the night, and when he leaves in the morning I will leave as well to go and find your wife and daughter. Hadrian told him. Despite the anger from being manhandled, the Baron regained a look of hope. Do you actually think you can find them? The man asked. Most likely. I have several spells in my arsenal that should reveal their location. Hadrian said in a much easier tone. Gerald rose an eyebrow and Hadrian noticed it. What? He gave me what I needed, so he is no longer an obstacle in our goal. Hadrian said. Gerald just shook his head and the Baron finally stood and gave Hadrian a queer look but said nothing. You have my hospitality for the night then. The Baron finally said. It was several hours later that he and Hadrian sat at a fire outside the manor. The Baron had turned in for the night and the courtyard was completely empty save for him and Hadrian. So about your memory, Hadrian finally said to him. Gerald looked over at him and waited for him to explain. He had an idea of what he was going to say already. It was nothing personal or anything, and I did plan to restore your memory after Siri finally came back to this world. I just wanted to make sure nothing changed too much. Hadrian explained. Gerald took a moment but nodded. It's okay. I'm not exactly happy you did it, but I suppose I understand why. Still, it wasn't something nice to do to someone I call a friend. I apologize for my actions and hope I can make it up to you someday. You can make it up to me by explaining what your plans are for Siri. Gerald demanded. Hadrian looked at him in confusion. Plans? Yes. What do you wish to gain from aligning with her? Gerald asked. He didn't really believe Hadrian did have ulterior motives when it came to Siri, but Yennefer had implored him to check just in case. I don't have any plans for Siri. I plan to find her and then help solve any problem she has with all the resources available to me. Hadrian said back. You would go to war for her? Gerald asked with some surprise. Of course, why do you think I bothered to make a kingdom in the first place? I created it to back Siri to discourage anyone from trying to take advantage of her. Hadrian told him. Gerald froze at that. Wait, you made your entire kingdom just to help Siri? That is what I said. Seems extreme, perhaps. While growing up in my original world, I would have done anything to help my friends. I had not had any friends until I first came to gain my magical education, so the friends I made, I was desperate to keep. Relationships are something I cherish deeply. One thing I never seemed to have enough of was influence. I couldn't change the things around me and it caused a lot of issues. Given how much time I had in this world, I planned a lot and made designs on how to expand my kingdom for years. Hadrian explained. Geralt grunted. Well, you seem to be doing pretty well with that. You make up more than half of the remaining northern kingdoms. Do you actually think you can hold up against Nilfgaard? Geralt asked. If Ciri did truly have a relationship with Hadrian, then it was likely she would choose to go with him rather than her father. Emmer probably wouldn't be too happy about that. I'm sure I could. I could just go and off all the nobles and officials in Nilfgaard if I want. The only reason I haven't killed Emmer yet is because I will leave his fate up to Ciri. I personally do not like the man. Hadrian told him. Emmer has several sorcerers and sorceresses under his banner. Do you think that you can get past all of them? Geralt asked. Geralt, I don't think you realize how much I constantly hold back to make sure I don't just kill any and everything around me. If I truly wanted, I could destroy entire cities with a single spell. I just don't like killing tons of innocents to do so, Hadrian explained. Geralt inhaled sharply at that knowledge. Are you serious? Geralt asked. Yep. They sat in silence again and simply stared at the fire in front of them. Geralt thought on what Hadrian had told him and other questions he may have. Your name, is it actually Hadrian? Geralt asked. Yes and no. My full name is actually Hadrian James Potter, but I was mostly called Harry for short where I came from. Hadrian fit in better here though, and Black is another one of the families I was part of and aided in my disguise. Hadrian or Harry told him. Geralt nodded. Is that it? Hadrian asked. Geralt thought for a moment before shrugging. Yes, he said simply. Hadrian smiled in amusement. So you're actually going to help with finding the man's family? Might as well, since you're going to take a few days to get to Novigrad. We'll have to start from scratch once we get there. I don't suppose you have any contacts there? Hadrian asked. I should be asking you that. Geralt said right back. Hadrian shrugged. I have a few little birds there, but they haven't reported anything to me, so they must have not seen her. We'll have to do it the hard way, I suppose. Hadrian said to him. Geralt nodded, but he had already figured something like that. Dandelion is in Novigrad. If Ciri was in Novigrad, then she likely went to him. I'll go to see him first and see if he knows anything. Geralt told him. Hadrian nodded at that. They sat in silence for the rest of their stay in the courtyard until Geralt bid Hadrian goodnight. Next morning, Hadrian POV. Harry stood next to Roach as Geralt smoothly slung himself on top of the horse. He looked up at Geralt as he adjusted himself. How long do you think it will take you to get to Novigrad? Harry asked him. 3 or 4 days. Geralt told him. Hadrian nodded. It'll probably take me a day or two to finish up with this, and then I'll arrive in Novigrad. Here, Harry said as he pulled out a small metal wolf charm. Hold this and speak my true name, and I will know you have arrived. I will meet you at the southernmost gate and inform you of anything I have discovered. Harry told him. Geralt took the charm and nodded. Harry watched his companion examine it closely before pocketing it. All right, I shall see you when I arrive then, Geralt said before urging Roach on and speeding off down the road. Harry watched him go. So, are you going to go looking for my family then? Baron asked from behind him. He turned and gave the man a hard look. That is what I said I would do. You'll find that I am a man of my word, Harry said to him coldly. The Baron tensed but said nothing more. Harry turned and started a mumbled chant in a mixture of Latin and ancient Greek. Slowly a gold light appeared in front of him and started to trace out letters in front of him. It spelt out the name Tamara Strenger, and a number appeared under her with an arrow pointing out to the northeast. What is that? What does it mean? The Baron asked. It's telling me the location of the person on the first line. The number under that is a measurement of how far she is away, and the arrow under that is the direction she is in. Based on the number and direction, she's probably at or near Oxenfurt, Harry said to the man. The Baron looked in shock. Oxenfurt? How the hell did she get all the way over there? The Baron asked in shock.